Part One, Chapter 1 of Burning Daylight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. Burning Daylight by Jack London. It was a quiet night in the shovel. At the bar, which ranged along one side of the large chinked log room, leaned half a dozen men, two of whom were discussing the relative merits of spruce tea and lime juice as remedies for scurvy. They argued with an air of depression and with intervals of morose silence. The other men scarcely heeded them. In a row against the opposite wall were the gambling games. The crap table was deserted. One lone man was playing at the faro table. The roulette ball was not even spinning, and the gamekeeper stood by the roaring, red-hot stove, talking with a young, dark-eyed woman, comely of face and figure, who was known from Juneau to Fort Yukon as the Virgin. Three men sat in at stud poker, but they played with small chips and without enthusiasm, while there were no onlookers. On the floor of the dancing room, which opened out at the rear, three couples were waltzing drearily to the strains of a violin and a piano. Circle City was not deserted, nor was money tight. The miners were in from Moseyed Creek and the other diggings to the west. The summer washing had been good, and the men's pouches were heavy with dust and nuggets. The Klondike had not yet been discovered, nor had the miners of the Yukon learned the possibility of deep digging and wood firing. No work was done in the winter, and they made a practice of hibernating in the large camps like Circle City during the long Arctic night. Time was heavy on their hands. Their pouches were well filled, and the only social diversion to be found was in the saloons. Yet the shovel was practically deserted, and the Virgin, standing by the stove, yawned with uncovered mouth and said to Charley Bates, "If something doesn't happen soon, I'm going to bed. What's the matter with the camp anyway? Everybody dead?" Bates did not even trouble to reply, but went on moodily rolling a cigarette. Dan McDonald, pioneer saloonman and gambler on the Upper Yukon, owner and proprietor of the Tivoli and all its games, wandered forlornly across the great vacant space of floor and joined the two at the stove. "Anybody dead?" the Virgin asked him. "Looks like it," was the answer. "Then it must be the whole camp," she said, with an air of finality and with another yawn. MacDonald grinned and nodded, and opened his mouth to speak when the front door swung wide and a man appeared in the light. A rush of frost, turned to vapor by the heat of the room, swirled about him to his knees and poured on across the floor, growing thinner and thinner and perishing a dozen feet from the stove. Taking the wisp broom from its nail inside the door, the newcomer brushed the snow from his moccasins and high German socks. He would have appeared a large man had not a huge French Canadian stepped up to him from the bar and gripped his hand. "Hello, Daylight," was his greeting. "By gar, you're good for sore eyes." "Hello, Louis. When did you all blow in?" returned the newcomer. "Come up and have a drink and tell us all about Bone Creek. Why, doggone you all, shake again. Where's that partner of yours? I'm looking for him." Another huge man detached himself from the bar to shake hands. Olaf Henderson and French Louis were partners on Bone Creek, were the two largest men in the country, and though they were but half a head taller than the newcomer, between them he was dwarfed completely. "Hello, Olaf. You're my meat. Savvy that?" said the one called Daylight. "Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm going to put you all on your back. Savvy? And you too, Louis. I can put you on your back on my birthday. Savvy? Come up and drink, Olaf, and I'll tell you all about it." The arrival of the newcomer seemed to send a flood of warmth through the place. "It's Burning Daylight," the Virgin called, the first to recognize him as he came into the light. Charley Bates's tight features relaxed at the sight, and MacDonald went over and joined the three at the bar. With the advent of burning daylight, the whole place became suddenly brighter and cheerier. The barkeepers were active. Voices were raised. Somebody laughed, and when the fiddler, peering into the front room, remarked to the pianist, "It's burning daylight," the waltz time perceptibly quickened, and the dancers, catching the contagion, began to whirl about as if they really enjoyed it. It was known to them of old time that nothing languished when burning daylight was around. He turned from the bar and saw the woman by the stove and the eager look of welcome she extended him. "Hello, virgin old girl," he called. "Hello, Charlie. What's the matter with y'all? Why wear faces like that when coffins cost only 3 ounces? Come up, y'all, and drink. Come up, you unburied dead, and name your poison. Come up, everybody. This is my night, and I'm going to ride it. Tomorrow I'm 30, and then I'll be an old man. It's the last fling of youth. Are you all with me? Surge along, then, surge along." "Hold on there, Davis," he called to the faro dealer, who had shoved his chair back from the table. "I'm going you one flutter to see whether y'all drink with me or we all drink with you." Pulling a heavy sack of gold dust from his coat pocket, he dropped it on the high card. "50," he said. The faro dealer slipped 2 cards. The high card won. He scribbled the amount on a pad, and the weigher at the bar balanced $50 worth of dust in the gold scales and poured it into Burning Daylight's sack. The waltz in the back room being finished, the 3 couples, followed by the fiddler and the pianist, and heading for the bar, caught Daylight's eye. "Surge along, y'all," he cried. "Surge along and name it. This is my night, and it ain't a night that comes frequent. Surge up, you Siwashes and salmon eaters. It's my night, I tell y'all." "A blame mangy night," Charley Bates interpolated. "You're right, my son," Burning Daylight went on gaily. "A mangy night, but it's my night, you see. I'm the mangy old he-wolf. Listen to me howl." And howl he did, like a lone gray timber wolf, till the Virgin thrust her pretty fingers in her ears and shivered. A minute later she was whirled away in his arms to the dancing floor, where along with the other 3 women and their partners, a rollicking Virginia reel was soon in progress. Men and women danced in moccasins, and the place was soon aroar. Burning Daylight the center of it, and the animating spark, with quip and jest and rough merriment rousing them out of the slough of despond in which he had found them. The atmosphere of the place had changed with his coming. He seemed to fill it with his tremendous vitality. Men who entered from the street felt it immediately, and in response to their queries, the barkeepers nodded at the back room and said comprehensively, "Burning Daylight's on the tear." And the men who entered remained and kept the barkeepers busy. The gamblers took heart of life, and soon the tables were filled. The click of chips and whirl of the roulette ball rising monotonously and imperiously above the hoarse rumble of men's voices and their oaths and heavy laughs. Few men knew Elam Harnish by any other name than Burning Daylight, the name which had been given him in the early days in the land because of his habit of routing his comrades out of their blankets with the complaint that daylight was burning. Of the pioneers in that far Arctic wilderness, where all men were pioneers, he was reckoned among the oldest. Men like Al Mayo and Jack McQuestion antedated him, but they had entered the land by crossing the Rockies from the Hudson Bay country to the east. He, however, had been the pioneer over the Chilkoot and Chilcat passes. In the spring of 1883, 12 years before, a stripling of 18, he had crossed over the Chilkoot with 5 comrades. In the fall, he had crossed back with 1. 4 had perished by mischance in the bleak, uncharted vastness. And for 12 years Elam Harnish had continued to grope for gold among the shadows of the circle. And no man had groped so obstinately nor so enduringly. He had grown up with the land. He knew no other land. Civilization was a dream of some previous life. Camps like 40 Mile and Circle City were to him metropolises. And not alone had he grown up with the land, for raw as it was, he had helped to make it. He had made history and geography, and those that followed wrote of his traverses and charted the trails his feet had broken. Heroes are seldom given to hero worship, but among those of that young land, young as he was accounted an elder hero. In point of time he was before them. In point of deed he was beyond them. In point of endurance it was acknowledged that he could kill the hardiest of them. Furthermore, he was accounted a nervy man, a square man, and a white man. In all lands where life is a hazard lightly played with and lightly flung aside, men turn almost automatically to gambling for diversion and relaxation. In the Yukon, men gambled their lives for gold, and those that won gold from the ground gambled for it with one another. Nor was Elam Harnish an exception. He was a man's man primarily, and the instinct in him to play the game of life was strong. Environment had determined what form that game should take. He was born on an Iowa farm, and his father had emigrated to eastern Oregon, in which mining country Elam's boyhood was lived. He had known nothing but hard knocks for big stakes. Pluck and endurance counted in the game, but the great god Chance dealt the cards. Honest work for sure, but meager returns did not count. A man played big. He risked everything for everything, and anything less than everything meant that he was a loser. So for 12 Yukon years Elam Harnish had been a loser. True, on Moosehide Creek the past summer he had taken out $20,000, and what was left in the ground was $20,000 more. But as he himself proclaimed, that was no more than getting his ante back. He had anteed his life for a dozen years, and $40,000 was a small pot for such a stake, the price of a drink and a dance at the Tivoli, of a winter's flutter at Circle City, and a grub stake for the year to come. The men of the Yukon reversed the old maxim till it read, "Hard come, easy go." At the end of the reel, Elam Harnish called the house up to drink again. Drinks were $1 apiece, gold rated at $16 an ounce. There were 30 in the house that accepted his invitation, and between every dance the house was Elam's guest. This was his night, and nobody was to be allowed to pay for anything. Not that Elam Harnish was a drinking man. Whiskey meant little to him. He was too vital and robust, too untroubled in mind and body, to incline to the slavery of alcohol. He spent months at a time on trail and river, when he drank nothing stronger than coffee, while he had gone a year at a time without even coffee. But he was gregarious, and since the sole social expression of the Yukon was the saloon, he expressed himself that way. When he was a lad in the mining camps of the West, men had always done that. To him, it was the proper way for a man to express himself socially. He knew no other way. He was a striking figure of a man, despite his garb being similar to that of all the men in the Tivoli. Soft tan moccasins of moose hide, beaded in Indian designs, covered his feet. His trousers were ordinary overalls. His coat was made from a blanket. Long gauntleted leather mittens, lined with wool, hung by his side. They were connected in the Yukon fashion by a leather thong passed around the neck and across the shoulders. On his head was a fur cap, the ear flaps raised and the tying cords dangling. His face, lean and slightly long, with a suggestion of hollows under the cheekbones, seemed almost Indian. The burnt skin and keen dark eyes contributed to this effect, though the bronze of the skin and the eyes themselves were essentially those of a white man. He looked older than 30, and yet, smooth-shaven and without wrinkles, he was almost boyish. The impression of age was based on no tangible evidence. It came from the abstracter facts of the man, from what he had endured and survived, which was far beyond that of ordinary men. He had lived life naked and intensely, and something of all this smoldered in his eyes, vibrated in his voice, and seemed forever a whisper on his lips. The lips themselves were thin, and prone to close tightly over the even white teeth, but their harshness was retrieved by the upward curl at the corners of his mouth. This curl gave to him sweetness, as the minute puckers at the corners of the eyes gave him laughter. These necessary graces saved him from a nature that was essentially savage, and that otherwise would have been cruel and bitter. The nose was lean, full-nostrilled, and delicate, and of a size to fit the face, while the high forehead, as if to atone for its narrowness, was splendidly domed and symmetrical. In line with the Indian effect was his hair, very straight and very black, with a gloss to it that only health could give. "Burning daylight's burning candlelight," laughed Dan MacDonald, as an outburst of exclamations and merriment came from the dancers. "And he is the boy to do it, eh, Louis?" said Olaf Henderson. "Yeah, by gar, you bet on that," said French Louis. "That boy is all gold." "And when God Almighty washes Daylight's soul out on the last big sluicin' day," MacDonald interrupted, "why, God Almighty will have to shovel gravel along with him into the sluice boxes." "Das is gut," Olaf Henderson muttered, regarding the gambler with profound admiration. "Ver good," affirmed French Louis. "I think we take a drink on that one time, eh?" End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was 2 a.m. when the dancers, bent on getting something to eat, adjourned the dancing for half an hour. And it was at this moment that Jack Kearns suggested poker. Jack Kearns was a big, bluff-featured man, who, along with Bettles, had made the disastrous attempt to found a post on the head reaches of the Koyukuk, far inside the Arctic Circle. After that, Kearns had fallen back on his posts at 40 Mile and 60 Mile, and changed the direction of his ventures by sending out to the States for a small sawmill and a river steamer. The former was even then being sledded across Chilcoot Pass by Indians and dogs, and would come down the Yukon in the early summer after the ice run. Later in the summer, when Bering Sea and the mouth of the Yukon cleared of ice, the steamer, put together at St. Michael's, was to be expected up the river, loaded to the guards with supplies. Jack Kearns suggested poker. French Louis, Dan MacDonald, and Hal Campbell, who had made a strike on the moose hide, all three of whom were not dancing because there were not girls enough to go around, inclined to the suggestion. They were looking for a fifth man when Burning Daylight emerged from the rear room, the Virgin on his arm, the train of dancers in his wake. In response to the hail of the poker players, he came over to their table in the corner. "Want you to sit in," said Campbell. "How's your luck?" "I've sure got it tonight," Burning Daylight answered with enthusiasm, and at the same time felt the Virgin press his arm warningly. She wanted him for the dancing. "I sure got my luck with me, but I'd sooner dance. I ain't hankering to take the money away from you-all." Nobody urged. They took his refusal as final, and the Virgin was pressing his arm to turn him away in pursuit of the supper seekers when he experienced a change of heart. It was not that he did not want to dance, nor that he wanted to hurt her, but that insistent pressure on his arm put his free man nature in revolt. The thought in his mind was that he did not want any woman running him. Himself a favorite with women, nevertheless, they did not bulk big with him. They were toys, playthings, part of the relaxation from the bigger game of life. He met women along with the whiskey and the gambling, and from observation he had found that it was far easier to break away from the drink and the cards than from a woman once the man was properly entangled. He was a slave to himself, which was natural in one with a healthy ego, but he rebelled in ways either murderous or panicky at being a slave to anybody else. Love's sweet servitude was a thing of which he had no comprehension. Men he had seen in love impressed him as lunatics, and lunacy was a thing he had never considered worth analyzing. But comradeship with men was different from love with women. There was no servitude in comradeship. It was a business proposition, a square deal between men who did not pursue each other, but who shared the risk of trail and river and mountain in the pursuit of life and treasure. Men and women pursued each other, and one must needs bend the other to his will or hers. Comradeship was different. There was no slavery about it, and though he, a strong man beyond strength seeming, gave far more than he received, he gave not something due, but in royal largesse, his gift of toil or heroic effort falling generously from his hands. To pack for days over the gale-swept passes or across the mosquito-riven marshes, and to pack double the weight his comrade packed, did not involve unfairness or compulsion. Each did his best. That was the business essence of it. Some men were stronger than others, true, but so long as each man did his best, it was fair exchange. The business spirit was observed, and the square deal obtained. But with women, no. Women gave little and wanted all. Women had apron strings, and were prone to tie them about any man who looked twice in their direction. There was the Virgin, yawning her head off when he came in, and mighty pleased that he asked her to dance. One dance was all very well, but because he danced twice and thrice with her, and several times more, she squeezed his arm when they asked him to sit in at poker. It was the obnoxious apron string, the first of the many compulsions she would exert upon him if he gave in. Not that she was not a nice bit of a woman, healthy and strapping and good to look upon, also a very excellent dancer, but that she was a woman with all a woman's desires to rope him with her apron strings and tie him hand and foot for the branding. Better poker. Besides, he liked poker as well as he did dancing. He resisted the pull on his arm by the mere negative mass of him, and said, "I sort of feel a hankering give you all a flutter." Again came the pull on his arm. She was trying to pass the apron string around him. For the fraction of an instant he was a savage, dominated by the wave of fear and murder that rose up in him. For that infinitesimal space of time he was to all purposes a frightened tiger filled with rage and terror at the apprehension of the trap. Had he been no more than a savage, he would have leapt wildly from the place, or else sprung upon her and destroyed her. But in that same instant there stirred in him the generations of discipline by which man had become an inadequate social animal. Tact and sympathy strove with him, and he smiled with his eyes into the Virgin's eyes as he said, "You all go and get some grub. I ain't hungry, and we'll dance some more by and by. The night's young yet. Go to it, old girl." He released his arm and thrust her playfully on the shoulder, at the same time turning to the poker players. "Take off the limit, and I'll go you-all." "Limit's the roof," said Jack Kearns. "Take off the roof." The players glanced at one another, and Kearns announced, "The roof's off." Elam Harnish dropped into the waiting chair, started to pull out his gold sack, and changed his mind. The Virgin pouted a moment, then followed in the wake of the other dancers. "I'll bring you a sandwich, Daylight," she called back over her shoulder. He nodded. She was smiling her forgiveness. He had escaped the apron string, and without hurting her feelings too severely. "Let's play markers," he suggested. "Chips do everlastingly clutter up the table, if it's agreeable to you-all." "I'm willing," answered Hal Campbell. "Let mine run at 500." "Mine, too," answered Hamish, while the others stated the values they put on their own markers. French Louis, the most modest, issuing his at $100 each. In Alaska at that time there were no rascals and no tin horn gamblers. Games were conducted honestly, and men trusted one another. A man's word was as good as his gold in the blower. A marker was a flat, oblong composition chip, worth perhaps a cent. But when a man betted a marker in a game and said it was worth $500, it was accepted as worth $500. Whoever won it knew that the man who issued it would redeem it with $500 worth of dust weighed out on the scales. The markers being of different colors, there was no difficulty in identifying the owners. Also, in that early Yukon day, no one dreamed of playing table stakes. A man was good in a game for all that he possessed, no matter where his possessions were or what was their nature. Harnish cut and got the deal. At this good augury, and while shuffling the deck, he called to the barkeepers to set up the drinks for the house. As he dealt the first card to Dan McDonald on his left, he called out, "Get down to the ground, y'all, Malamutes, Huskies, and Siwash perps. Get down and dig in. Tighten up them traces. Put your weight into the harness and bust the breast bands. Whoop la, yow. We're off and bound for hell and breakfast. And I tell you all clear and plain, there's going to be stiff grades and fast going tonight before we win to that same lady, and somebody's going to bump hard." Once started, it was a quiet game, with little or no conversation, though all about the players the place was a roar. Elam Harnish ignited the spark. More and more miners dropped into the Tivoli and remained. When Burning Daylight went on a tear, no man cared to miss it. The dancing floor was full. Owing to the shortage of women, many of the men tied bandana handkerchiefs around their arms in token of femininity, and danced with other men. All the games were crowded, and the voices of the men, talking at the long bar and grouped about the stove, were accompanied by the steady click of chips and the sharp whirl, rising and falling, of the roulette ball. All the materials of a proper Yukon night were at hand and mixing. The luck at the table varied monotonously, no big hands being out. As a result, high play went on with small hands, though no play lasted long. A filled straight belonging to French Louis gave him a pot of 5,000 against two sets of threes held by Campbell and Kearns. One pot of $800 was won by a pair of trays on a showdown. And once Hamish called Kearns for $2,000 on a cold steel. When Kearns laid down his hand, it showed a bobtail flush, while Harnish's hand proved that he had had the nerve to call on a pair of tens. But at 3 a.m, the big combination of hands arrived. It was the moment of moments that men wait weeks for in a poker game. The news of it tingled over the Tivoli. The onlookers became quiet. The men farther away ceased talking and moved over to the table. The players deserted the other games, and the dancing floor was forsaken, so that all stood at last, 50 and more, in a compact and silent group around the poker table. The high betting had begun before the draw. And still the high betting went on, with the draw not in sight. Kearns had dealt, and French Louis had opened the pot with one marker, in his case $100. Campbell had merely seen it, but Elam Harnish, coming next, had tossed in $500, with a remark to MacDonald that he was letting him in easy. MacDonald, glancing again at his hand, put in 1,000 in markers. Kearns, debating a long time over his hand, finally saw. It then cost French Louis 900 to remain in the game, which he contributed after his similar debate. It cost Campbell likewise 900 to remain and draw cards. But to the surprise of all, he saw the 900 and raised another 1,000. "You all are on the grade at last," Harnish remarked, as he saw the 1,500 and raised 1,000 in turn. "Helen's breakfast sure on top this divide, and you all had best look out for busting harness." "Me for that same lady," accompanied MacDonald's markers for 2,000 and for an additional $1,000 raise. It was at this stage that the players sat up and knew beyond peradventure that big hands were out. Though their features showed nothing, each man was beginning unconsciously to tense. Each man strove to appear his natural self, and each natural self was different. How Campbell affected his customary cautiousness. French Louis betrayed interest. MacDonald retained his whole-souled benevolence, though it seemed to take on a slightly exaggerated tone. Kearns was coolly dispassionate and noncommittal, while Elam Harnish appeared as quizzical and jocular as ever. $11,000 were already in the pot, and the markers were heaped in a confused pile in the center of the table. "I ain't got no more markers," Kearns remarked plaintively. "We'd best begin IOUs." "Glad you're going to stay," was MacDonald's cordial response. "I ain't stayed yet. I've got 1,000 in already. How's it stand now?" "It'll cost you 3,000 for a look in, but nobody will stop you from raising." "Raise hell. You must think I got a pat like yourself." Kearns looked at his hand. "But I'll tell you what I'll do, Mac. I got a hunch, and I'll just see that 3,000. He wrote the sum on a slip of paper, signed his name, and consigned it to the center of the table. French Louis became the focus of all eyes. He fingered his cards nervously for a space, then with a "by gar, I got none little bit a hunch," he regretfully tossed his hand into the discards. The next moment the 100-and-odd pair of eyes shifted to Campbell. "I won't hump you, Jack," he said, contenting himself with calling the requisite 2,000. The eyes shifted to Harnish, who scribbled on a piece of paper and shoved it forward. "I'll just let you all know this ain't no Sunday school society of philanthropy," he said. "I see you, Jack, and I raise you 1,000. Here's where you all get action on your pat, Mac." "Action's what I fattened on, and I'll lift another 1,000," was MacDonald's rejoinder. "Still got that hunch, Jack?" "I've still got the hunch." Kearns fingered his cards a long time. "And I'll play it, but you've got to know how I stand. There's my steamer, the Bella, worth 20,000 if she's worth an ounce. There's 60 Mile with 5,000 in stock on the shelves. And you know I got a sawmill coming in. It's at Linderman now, and the scow is building. Am I good?" "Dig in, you're sure good," was Daylight's answer. "And while we're about it, I may mention casual that I got 20,000 in Mac's safe there, and there's 20,000 more in the ground on Moosehide. You know the ground, Campbell. Is they all that in the dirt?" "There sure is, Daylight." "How much does it cost now?" Kearns asked. 2,000 to see." "We'll sure hump if you all come in," Daylight warned him. "It's an almighty good hunch," Kearns said, adding his slip for 2,000 to the growing heap. I can feel her crawling up and down my back. I ain't got a hunch, but I got a tolerable likable hand," Campbell announced as he slid in his slip. "But it's not a raising hand." "Mine is." Daylight paused and wrote, "I see that 1,000 and raise her the same old 1,000." The Virgin, standing beside him, then did what a man's best friend was not privileged to do. Reaching over Daylight's shoulder, she picked up his hand and read it, and at the same time shielding the faces of the 5 cards close to his chest. What she saw were 3 queens and a pair of 8s, but nobody guessed what she saw. Every player's eyes were on her face as she scanned the cards, but no sign did she give. Her features might have been carved from ice, for her expression was precisely the same before, during, and after. Not a muscle quivered, nor was there the slightest dilation of a nostril, nor the slightest increase of light in the eyes. She laid the hand face down again on the table, and slowly the lingering eyes withdrew from her, having learned nothing. MacDonald smiled benevolently. "I see you, Daylight, and I hump this time for 2,000. How's that hunch, Jack?" "Still a crawling, Mac. You got me now, but that hunch is a rip snorter, persuading sort of a critter, and it's my plain duty to ride it. I call for 3,000, and I got another hunch. Daylight's going to call, too." "He sure is," Daylight agreed, after Campbell had thrown up his hand. "He knows when he's up against it, and he plays accordin'. I see that 2,000, and then I'll see the draw." In a dead silence, save for the low voices of the 3 players, the draw was made. $34,000 were already in the pot, and the play possibly not half over. To the Virgin's amazement, Daylight held up his 3 queens, discarding his 8s and calling for 2 cards. And this time not even she dared to look at what he had drawn. She knew her limit of control, nor did he look. The 2 new cards lay face down on the table where they had been dealt to him. "Cards?" Kearns asked of MacDonald. "Got enough," was the reply. "You can draw if you want to, you know," Kearns warned him. "Nope, this'll do me." Kearns himself drew 2 cards, but he did not look at them. Still Harnish let his cards lie. "I never bet in the teeth of a pat hand," he said slowly, looking at the saloon keeper. "You start her rolling, Mac." MacDonald counted his cards carefully to make double sure it was not a foul hand, wrote a sum on a paper slip, and slid it into the pot with the simple utterance, 5,000. Kearns, with every eye upon him, looked at his 2-card draw, counted the other 3 to dispel any doubt of holding more than 5 cards, and wrote on a betting slip. "I see you, Mac," he said, "and I raise her a little 1,000, just so as not to keep Daylight out." The concentrated gaze shifted to Daylight. He likewise examined his draw and counted his 5 cards. "I see that 6,000, and I raise her 5,000, just to try and keep you out, Jack." "And I raise you 5,000, just to lend a hand at keeping Jack out," MacDonald said in turn. His voice was slightly husky and strained, and a nervous twitch in the corner of his mouth followed speech. Kearns was pale, and those who looked on noted that his hand trembled as he wrote his slip. But his voice was unchanged. "I'll lift her along for 5,000," he said. Daylight was now the center. The kerosene lamp above flung highlights from the rash of sweat on his forehead. The bronze of his cheeks was darkened by the accession of blood. His black eyes glittered, and his nostrils were distended and eager. They were large nostrils, tokening his descent from savage ancestors, who had survived by virtue of deep lungs and generous air passages. Yet, unlike MacDonald, his voice was firm and customary, and unlike Kearns, his hand did not tremble when he wrote. "I call for 10,000," he said. Not that I'm afraid of you-all, Mac. It's that hunch of Jack's." "I'll hump his hunch for 5,000 just the same," said MacDonald. "I had the best hand before the draw, and I still guess I got it." "Maybe this is a case where a hunch after the draw is better than a hunch before," Kearns remarked. "Wherefore duty says, 'Lift her, Jack, lift her.' And so I lift her another 5,000." Daylight leaned back in his chair and gazed up at the kerosene lamps while he computed aloud. "I was in 9,000 before the draw, and I saw and raised 11,000. That makes 30. I'm only good for 10 more." He leaned forward and looked at Kearns. "So I call that 10,000." "You can raise it if you want," Kearns answered. "Your dogs are good for 5,000 in this game." "Nary dog. You can win my dust and dirt, but nary one of my dogs. Just call." MacDonald considered for a long time. No one moved or whispered. Not a muscle was relaxed on the part of the onlookers. Not the weight of a body shifted from one leg to the other. It was a sacred silence. Only could be heard the roaring draft of the huge stove, and from without, muffled by the log walls, the howling of dogs. It was not every night that high stakes were played on the Yukon, and for that matter, this was the highest in the history of the country. The saloon keeper finally spoke. "If anybody else wins, they'll have to take a mortgage on the Tivoli." The other two players nodded. "So I call two." MacDonald added his slip for 5,000. Not one of them claimed the pot, and not one of them called the size of his hand. Simultaneously and in silence they faced their cards on the table, while a general tiptoeing and craning of necks took place among the onlookers. Daylight showed 4 queens and an ace, MacDonald 4 jacks and an ace, and Kearns 4 kings and a tray. Kearns reached forward with an encircling movement of his arm and drew the pot into him, his arm shaking as he did so. Daylight picked the ace from his hand and tossed it over alongside MacDonald's ace, saying, "That's what cheered me along, Mac. I knowed it was only kings that could beat me, and he had them." "What you-all have?" he asked, all interest turning to Campbell. "Straight flush of 4, open on both ends. A good drawing hand." "You bet. You could have made a straight flush, or a flush out of it." "That's what I thought," Campbell said sadly. "It cost me 6,000 before I quit." "I wish you-all drawn," Daylight laughed. "Then I wouldn't have caught that 4th queen. Now I've got to take Billy Rawlins' mail contract and mush for D.A. What's the size of the killing, Jack?" Kearns attempted to count the pot, but was too excited. Daylight drew it in across to him, with firm fingers separating and stacking the markers and the IOUs, and with clear brain adding the sum. 127,000, he announced. "You-all can sell out now, Jack, and head for home." The winner smiled and nodded, but seemed incapable of speech. "I'll shout the drinks," MacDonald said. "Only the house don't belong to me any more." "Yes, it does," Kearns replied, first wetting his lips with his tongue. "Your note's good for any length of time, but the drinks are on me." "Name your snake juice, you-all. The winner pays," Daylight called out loudly to all about him, at the same time rising from his chair and catching the Virgin by the arm. "Come on for a reel, you-all dancers. The night's young yet, and it's Helen's breakfast and the mail contract for me in the morning. Here, you-all Rawlins, you, I hereby do take over that same contract, and I start for Salt Water at 9 a.m. Savvy? Come on, you-all. Where's that fiddler?" End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was Daylight's night. He was the center and the head of the revel, unquenchably joyous a contagion of fun. He multiplied himself, and in so doing multiplied the excitement. No prank he suggested was too wild for his followers, and all followed save those that developed into singing imbeciles and fell warbling by the wayside. Yet never did trouble intrude. It was known on the Yukon that when Burning Daylight made a night of it, wrath and evil were forbidden. On his night men dared not quarrel. In the younger days such things had happened, and then men had known what real wrath was, and been manhandled as only Burning Daylight could manhandle. On his nights men must laugh and be happy or go home. Daylight was inexhaustible. In between dances he paid over to Kearns the 20,000 in dust and transferred to him his moose hide claim. Likewise, he arranged the taking over of Billy Rawlins' mail contract and made his preparations for the start. He dispatched a messenger to rout out Kama, his dog driver, a Tanawa Indian, far wandered from his tribal home in the service of the invading whites. Kama entered the Tivoli, tall, lean, muscular, and fur-clad, the pick of his barbaric race, and barbaric still, unshaken and unabashed by the revelers that rioted about him while Daylight gave his orders. Said Kama, tabling his instructions on his fingers. Get 'em letters from Rawlins. Load 'em on sled. Grub for Selkirk. You think 'em plenty dog grub, sop Selkirk? Plenty dog grub, Kama. Bring sled this place 9 o'clock. Bring 'em snowshoes. No bring 'em tent. Maybe bring 'em fly? Little fly? No fly, Daylight answered decisively. Much cold. We travel light, savvy? We carry plenty of letters out, plenty letters back. You are a strong man. Plenty cold, plenty travel. All right? Sure, all right, Kama muttered with resignation. Much cold, no care a damn. Ready, 9 o'clock. He turned on his moccasined heel and walked out, imperturbable, sphinx-like, never giving nor receiving greetings, nor looking to right or left. The Virgin led Daylight away into a corner. Look here, Daylight, she said in a low voice, you're busted. Higher'n a kite. I've 8,000 in Mac's safe, she began. But Daylight interrupted. The apron string loomed near, and he shied like an unbroken colt. It doesn't matter, he said. Busted I came into the world, busted I go out, and I've been busted most of the time since I arrived. Come on, let's waltz. But listen, she urged. My money's doing nothing. I could lend it to you. A grub stake, she added hurriedly, at sight of the alarm in his face. Nobody grub stakes me, was the answer. I stake myself, and when I make a killing, it's sure all mine. No, thank you, old girl. Much obliged. I'll get my stake by running the mail out and in. Daylight, she murmured in tender protest. But with a sudden, well-assumed ebullition of spirits, he drew her toward the dancing floor, and as they swung around and around in a waltz, she pondered on the iron heart of the man who held her in his arms and resisted all her wiles. At 6 the next morning, scorching with whiskey, yet ever himself, he stood at the bar putting every man's hand down. The way of it was that two men faced each other across a corner, their right elbows resting on the bar, their right hands gripped together, while each strove to press the other's hand down. Man after man came against him, but no man put his hand down. Even Olaf Henderson and French Louis failing despite their hugeness. When they contended it was a trick, a trained muscular knack, he challenged them to another test. Look here, y'all, he cried. I'm going to do two things. First, weigh my sack, and second, bet it that after you all have lifted clean from the floor all the sacks of flour you are able, I'll put on 2 more sacks and lift the whole caboodle clean. By gar, I'll take that bet, French Louis rumbled above the cheers. Hold on, Olaf Henderson cried. I am just as good as you, Louis. I want half that bet. Put on the scales, Daylight's sack was found to balance an even $400, and Louis and Olaf divided the bet between them. 50-pound sacks of flour were brought in from MacDonald's cache. Other men tested their strength first. They straddled on two chairs, the flour sacks beneath them on the floor, and held together by rope lashing. Many of the men were able in this manner to lift 400 or 500 pounds, while some succeeded with as high as 600. Then the two giants took a hand, trying at 700. French Louis then added another sack and swung 750 clear. Olaf duplicated the performance, whereupon both failed to clear 800. Again and again they strove, their foreheads beaded with sweat, their frames crackling with the effort. Both were able to shift the weight and to bump it, but clear the floor with it they could not. By gar, Daylight, this time you make one big mistake, French Louis said, straightening up and stepping down from the chairs. Only one damn Iron Man can do that. 100 pounds more, my friend, not 10 pounds more. The sacks were unlashed, but when 2 sacks were added, Kearns interfered. Only 1 sack more. 2, someone cried. 2 was the bet. They didn't lift the last sack, Kearns protested. They only lifted 750. But Daylight grandly brushed aside the confusion. What's the good of you-all bothering around that way? What's 1 more sack? If I can't lift 3 more, I sure can't lift 2. Put 'em in. He stood upon the chairs, squatted, and bent his shoulders down till his hands closed on the rope. He shifted his feet slightly, taunted his muscles with a tentative pull, then relaxed again, questing for the perfect adjustment of all the levers of his body. French Louis, looking on skeptically, cried out, "Pull like hell, Daylight, pull like hell." Daylight's muscles taunted a second time, and this time in earnest, until steadily all the energy of his splendid body was applied, and quite imperceptibly, without jerk or strain, the bulky 900 pounds rose from the floor and swung back and forth, pendulum-like, between his legs. Olaf Henderson sighed a vast audible sigh. The Virgin, who had tensed unconsciously till her muscles hurt her, relaxed, while French Louis murmured reverently, "Monsieur Daylight, salute. I am one big baby. You are one big man." Daylight dropped his burden, leaped to the floor, and headed for the bar. "Weigh in," he cried, tossing a sack to the weigher, who transferred to it $400 from the sacks of the 2 losers. "Surge up, everybody," Daylight went on. "Name your snake juice. The winner pays." "This is my night," he was shouting 10 minutes later. "I'm the lone he-wolf, and I've seen 30 winters. This is my birthday, my one day in the year, and I can put any man on his back. Come on, you-all. I'm going to put you all in the snow. Come on, you chichacaros and sourdoughs, and get your baptism." The rout streamed out of doors, all save the barkeepers and the singing Bacchuses. Some fleeting thought of saving his own dignity entered MacDonald's head, for he approached Daylight with outstretched hand. "What, you first?" Daylight laughed, clasping the other's hand as if in greeting. "No, no," the other hurriedly disclaimed. "Just congratulations on your birthday. Of course you can put me in the snow. What chance have I against a man that lifts 900 pounds?" MacDonald weighed 180 pounds, and Daylight had him gripped solely by his hand. Yet, by a sheer, abrupt jerk, he took the saloon keeper off his feet and flung him face down in the snow. In quick succession, seizing the men nearest him, he threw a half dozen more. Resistance was useless. They flew helter and skelter out of his grips, landing in all manners of attitudes, grotesquely and harmlessly, in the soft snow. It soon became difficult in the dim starlight to distinguish between those thrown and those waiting their turn, and he began feeling their backs and shoulders, determining their status by whether or not he found them powdered with snow. "Baptized yet?" became his stereotyped question as he reached out his terrible hands. Several score lay down in the snow in a long row, while many others knelt in mock humility, scooping snow upon their heads and claiming the rite accomplished. But a group of 5 stood upright, backwoodsmen and frontiersmen, they, eager to contest any man's birthday. Graduates of the hardest of man-handling schools, veterans of multitudes of rough-and-tumble battles, men of blood and sweat and endurance, they nevertheless lacked one thing that Daylight possessed in high degree, namely, an almost perfect brain and muscular coordination. It was simple in its way, and no virtue of his. He had been born with this endowment. His nerves carried messages more quickly than theirs. His mental processes, culminating in acts of will, were quicker than theirs. His muscles themselves, by some immediacy of chemistry, obeyed the messages of his will quicker than theirs. He was so made. His muscles were high-power explosives. The levers of his body snapped into play like the jaws of steel traps. And in addition to all this, his was that super strength that is the dower of but one human in millions, a strength depending not on size but on degree, a supreme organic excellence residing in the stuff of that muscles themselves. Thus, so swiftly could he apply a stress that, before an opponent could become aware and resist, the aim of the stress had been accomplished. In turn, so swiftly did he become aware of a stress applied to him that he saved himself by resistance or by delivering a lightning counter-stress. "It ain't no use you-all standing there," Daylight addressed the waiting group. "You might as well get right down and take your baptizing. You-all might down me on any other day in the year, but on my birthday I want you all to know that I'm the best man. Is that Pat Hanrahan's mug looking hungry and willing? Come on, Pat." Pat Hanrahan, ex-bare-knuckle prize fighter and roughhouse expert, stepped forth. The 2 men came against each other in grips, and almost before he had exerted himself, the Irishman found himself in the merciless vise of a half Nelson that buried him head and shoulders in the snow. Joe Hines, an ex-lumberjack, came down with an impact equal to a fall from a 2-story building, his overthrow accomplished by a cross buttocks delivered, he claimed, before he was ready. There was nothing exhausting in all this to Daylight. He did not heave and strain through long minutes. No time practically was occupied. His body exploded abruptly and terrifically in one instant, and on the next instant was relaxed. Thus Doc Watson, the gray-bearded, iron-bodied man without a past, a fighting terror himself, was overthrown in the fraction of a second preceding his own onslaught. As he was in the act of gathering himself for a spring, Daylight was upon him, and with such fearful suddenness as to crush him backward and down. Olaf Henderson, receiving his cue from this, attempted to take Daylight unaware, rushing upon him from one side as he stooped with extended hand to help Doc Watson up. Daylight dropped on his hands and knees, receiving in his side Olaf's knees. Olaf's momentum carried him clear over the obstruction in a long flying fall. Before he could rise, Daylight had whirled him over on his back and was rubbing his face and ears with snow and shoveling handfuls down his neck. "I am just as good a man as you are, Daylight," Olaf spluttered as he pulled himself to his feet. "But by Jupiter, I've never seen a grip like that." French Louis was the last of the 5, and he had seen enough to make him cautious. He circled and baffled for a full minute before coming to grips, and for another full minute they strained and reeled without either winning the advantage, and then, Just as the contest was becoming interesting, Daylight effected one of his lightning shifts, changing all stresses and leverages, and at the same time delivering one of his muscular explosions. French Louis resisted till his huge frame cracked, and then, slowly, was forced over and under and downward. "The winner pays!" Daylight cried, as he sprang to his feet and led the way back into the Tivoli. "Surge along, you-all! This way to the snake room!" They lined up against the long bar, in places 2 or 3 deep, stamping the frost from their moccasined feet, for the outside temperature was 60 below. Bettles himself, one of the gamest of the old timers in deeds and daring, ceased from his drunken lay on the sassafras root and titubated over to congratulate Daylight. In the midst of it, he felt impelled to make a speech, and raised his voice oratorically. "I tell you, fellers, I'm plumb proud to call Daylight my friend. We've hit the trail together afore now, and he's 18 carat from his moccasins up. Damn his mangy old hide, anyway. He was a shaver when he first hit this country. When you fellers were his age, you weren't dry behind the ears yet. He never was no kid. He was born a full-grown man. And I tell you, a man had to be a man in them days. There wasn't no effete civilization like it's coming to be now." Bettles paused long enough to put his arm in a proper bear hug around Daylight's neck. "When you and me mushed into the Yukon in the good old days, it didn't rain soup, and there weren't no free lunch joints. Our campfires was lit where we killed our game, and most of the time we lived on salmon tracks and rabbit bellies. Ain't I right?" But at the roar of laughter that greeted his inversion, Bettles released the bear hug and turned fiercely on him. "Laugh, you mangy shorthorns, laugh. But I tell you plain and simple, the best of you ain't knee-high fit to tie Daylight's moccasin strings. Ain't I right, Campbell? Ain't I right, Mac? Daylight's one of the old guard, one of the real sourdoughs, and in them days there wasn't ary a steamboat or nary a trading post, and we cussed and had to live off'n salmon bellies and rabbit tracks." He gazed triumphantly around, and in the applause that followed arose cries for a speech from Daylight. He signified his consent. A chair was brought, and he was helped to stand upon it. He was no more sober than the crowd above which he now towered. A wild crowd, uncouthly garmented, every foot moccasined or mucklucked, with mittens dangling from necks and furry ear flaps raised so they took on the seeming of the winged helmets of Norsemen. Daylight's black eyes were flashing, and the flush of strong drink flooded darkly under the bronze of his cheeks. He was greeted with round on round of affectionate cheers, which brought a suspicious moisture to his eyes, albeit many of the voices were inarticulate and inebriate. And yet men have so behaved since the world began, feasting, fighting, and carousing, whether in the dark cave mouth or by the fire of the squatting place, in the palaces of imperial Rome and the rock strongholds of robber barons, or in the sky-aspiring hotels of modern times and in the boozing kens of Sailor Town. Just so were these men, empire builders in the Arctic light, boastful and drunken and clamorous, winning surcease for a few wild moments from the grim reality of their heroic toil. Modern heroes they, and in no wise different from the heroes of old time. "Well, fellows, I don't know what to say to you-all," Daylight began, lamely, striving to control his whirling brain. "I think I'll tell you-all a story. I had a partner once down in Juneau. He come from North Carolina, and he used to tell this same story to me. It was down in the mountains in his country, and it was a wedding. There was the family and all the friends. The parson was just putting on the last touches, and he says, 'They as the Lord have joined, let no man put asunder.'" "Parson," said the bridegroom, I raised to question your grammar in that there sentence. I want this wedding done right. When the smoke clears away, the bride, she looks around and sees a dead parson, a dead bridegroom, a dead brother, 2 dead uncles, and 5 dead wedding guests. So she heaves a mighty strong sigh and says, "Them new-fangled, self-cocking revolvers sure has played hell with my prospects." And so I say to you all, Daylight added, as the roar of laughter died down, that them 4 kings of Jack Kearns sure has played hell with my prospects. I'm busted higher'n a kite, and I'm hitting the trail for D.A. "Going out?" someone called. A spasm of anger wrought on his face for a flashing instant, but in the next his good humor was back again. "I know you-all are only poking fun asking such a question," he said, with a smile. "Of course I ain't going out." "Take the oath again, Daylight," the same voice cried. "I sure will. I first come over the Chilcoot in '83. I went out over the pass in a full blizzard, with a rag of a shirt and a cup of raw flour. I got my grub stake in Juneau that winter, and in the spring I went over the pass once more, and once more the famine drew me out. Next spring I went in again, and I swore then that I'd never come out till I made my stake. Well, I ain't made it, and here I am. And I ain't going out now. I get the mail, and I come right back. I won't stop the night at D.A. I'll hit up Chilcoot soon as I change the dogs and get the mail and grub. And so I swear once more, by the mill tails of hell and the head of John the Baptist, I'll never hit for the outside till I make my pile. And I'll tell you-all here and now, it's got to be an almighty big pile." "How much might you call a pile?" Bettles demanded from beneath, his arms clutched lovingly around Daylight's legs. "Yes, how much? What do you call a pile?" others cried. Daylight steadied himself for a moment and debated. "4 or 5 millions," he said slowly, and held up his hand for silence as his statement was received with derisive yells. "I'll be real conservative and put the bottom notch at $1 million, and for not an ounce less than that will I go out of the country." Again his statement was received with an outburst of derision. Not only had the total gold output of the Yukon up to date been below 5 millions, but no man had ever made a strike of 100,000, much less of $1 million. "You-all listen to me. You seen Jack Kearns get a hunch tonight? We had him sure beat before the draw. His ornery 3 kings was no good, but he just knew there was another king coming. That was his hunch, and he got it. And I'll tell you-all I got a hunch. There's a big strike coming on the Yukon, and it's just about due. I don't mean no ornery moosehide, Birch Creek kind of strike. I mean a real rip-snorter, hair-raiser. I tell you-all she's in the air and hell-bent for election. Nothing can stop her, and she'll come up river. That's where you-all track my moccasins in the near future, if you want to find me. Somewhere in the country around Stewart River, Indian River, and Klondike River. When I get back with the mail, I'll head that way so fast you-all won't see my trail for smoke. She's a comin', fellows. Gold from the grassroots down, $100 to the pan, and a stampede in from the outside, 50,000 strong. You-all think all hell's busted loose when that strike is made." He raised his glass to his lips. "Here's kindness, and hoping you-all will be in on it." He drank and stepped down from the chair, and falling into another one of Bettles' bear hugs. "If I was you, Daylight, I wouldn't mush today," Joe Hines counseled, coming in from consulting the spirit thermometer outside the door. "We're in for a good cold snap. It's 62 below now and still going down. Better wait till she breaks." Daylight laughed, and the old sourdoughs around him laughed. "Just like you shorthorns," Bettles cried, "afeared of a little frost. And blamed little you know Daylight, if you think frost can stop him." Freeze his lungs if he travels in it, was the reply. Freeze pap and lollipop. Look here, Hines, you've only been in this here country 3 years. You ain't seasoned yet. I've seen Daylight do 50 miles up on the Koyukuk on a day when the thermometer busted at 72. Hines shook his head dolefully. Them's the kind that does freeze their lungs, he lamented. If Daylight pulls out before this snap breaks, he'll never get through, and him traveling without a tent or fly. It's 1,000 miles to DA, Beetles announced, climbing on the chair and supporting his swaying body by an arm passed around Daylight's neck. It's 1,000 miles, I'm saying, and most of the trail unbroken. And I'll bet any Chechakeo anything he wants that Daylight makes DA in 30 days. That's an average of over 33 miles a day, Doc Watson warned. And I've traveled some myself. A blizzard on Chilcoot would tie him up for a week. Yup, Bettles retorted. And Daylight'll do the second 1,000 back again on end in 30 days more. And I've got $500 that says so, and damn the blizzards. To emphasize his remarks, he pulled out a gold sack the size of a bologna sausage and thumped it down on the bar. Doc Watson thumped his own sack alongside. "Hold on," Daylight cried. "Bettles right, and I want in on this. I'll bet 500 that 60 days from now I pull up at the Tivoli door with the DA mail." A skeptical roar went up, and a dozen men pulled out their sacks. Jack Kearns crowded in close and caught Daylight's attention. "I'll take you, Daylight," he cried. 2 to 1, you don't. Not in 75 days. "No charity, Jack," was the reply. "The betting's even, and the time is 60 days." 75 days, and 2 to 1 you don't, Kearns insisted. 50 Mile will be wide open, and the rim ice rotten. "What you win from me is yours," Daylight went on. "And by thunder, Jack, you can't give it back that way. I won't bet with you. You're trying to give me money. But I'll tell you all one thing, Jack. I've got another hunch. I'm going to win it back some one of these days. You all just wait till the big strike up river. Then you and me'll take the roof off and sit in a game that'll be full man size. Is it a go?" They shook hands. "Of course he'll make it," Kearns whispered in Bettles' ears. "And there's 500 Daylights back in 60 days," he added aloud. Billy Rawlins closed with a wager, and Bettles hugged Kearns ecstatically. "By Jupiter, I can take that bet," Olaf Henderson said, dragging Daylight away from Bettles and Kearns. "Winner pays," Daylight shouted, closing the wager. "And I'm sure going to win. And 60 days is a long time between drinks. So I pay now. Name your brand, you hoochinoos. Name your brand." Bettles, a glass of whiskey in hand, climbed back on his chair and, swaying back and forth, sang the one song he knew. "Oh, it's Henry Ward Beecher and Sunday school teachers all sing of the sassafras root. But you bet all the same, if it had its right name, it's the juice of the forbidden fruit." The crowd roared out the chorus. "But you'll bet all the same, if it had its right name, it's the juice of the forbidden fruit." Somebody opened the outer door. A vague gray light filtered in. "Burning daylight! Burning daylight!" someone called warningly. Daylight paused for nothing. Heading for the door and pulling down his ear flaps, Kama stood outside by the sled, a long, narrow affair, 16 inches wide and 7½ feet in length, its slatted bottom raised 6 inches above the steel shod runners. On it, lashed with thongs of moose hide, were the light canvas bags that contained the mail and the food and gear for dogs and men. In front of it, in a single line, lay curled 5 frost-rimmed dogs. They were huskies, matched in size and color, all unusually large and all gray. From their cruel jaws to their bushy tails, They were as like as peas in their likeness to timber wolves. Wolves they were, domesticated, it was true, but wolves in appearance and in all their characteristics. On top the sled load, thrust under the lashings and ready for immediate use, were two pairs of snowshoes. Bettles pointed to a robe of Arctic hare skins, the end of which showed in the mouth of a bag. "That's his bed," he said. 6 pounds of rabbit skins. Warmest thing he ever slept under, but I'll be damned if it could keep me warm, and I can go some myself. Daylight's a hell-fire furnace, that's what he is." "I'd hate to be that Indian," Doc Watson remarked. He'll kill him sure," Beetles chanted exultantly. "I know. I've been with Daylight on trail. That man ain't never been tired in his life. Don't know what it means. I've seen him travel all day with wet socks at 45 below. There ain't another man living can do that." While this talk went on, Daylight was saying good bye to those that clustered around him. The Virgin wanted to kiss him, and fuddled slightly though he was with the whiskey, he saw his way out without compromising with the apron string. He kissed the Virgin, but he kissed the other 3 women with equal partiality. He pulled on his long mittens, roused the dogs to their feet, and took his place at the gee pole. "Mush, you beauties!" he cried. The animals threw their weight against their breastbands on the instant, crouching low to the snow and digging in their claws. They whined eagerly, and before the sled had gone a half a dozen lengths, both Daylight and Kama, in the rear, were running to keep up. And so running, man and dogs dipped over the bank, down to the frozen bed of the Yukon, and in the gray light were gone. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the river, where was a packed trail and where snowshoes were unnecessary, the dogs averaged 6 miles an hour. To keep up with them, the 2 men were compelled to run. Daylight and Karma relieved each other regularly at the gee pole, for here was the hard work of steering the flying sled and of keeping in advance of it. The man relieved dropped behind the sled, occasionally leaping upon it and resting. It was severe work, but of the sort that was exhilarating. They were flying, getting over the ground, making the most of the packed trail. Later on, they would come to the unbroken trail, where 3 miles an hour would constitute good going. Then there would be no riding and resting and no running. Then the gee pole would be the easier task, and a man would come back to it to rest after having completed his spell to the fore, breaking trail with the snowshoes for the dogs. Such work was far from exhilarating also. They must expect places where for miles at a time they must toil over chaotic ice jams, where they would be fortunate if they made 2 miles an hour. And there would be the inevitable bad jams, short ones, it was true, but so bad that a mile an hour would require terrific effort. Kama and Daylight did not talk. In the nature of the work they could not, nor in their own natures were they given to talking while they worked. At rare intervals, when necessary, they addressed each other in monosyllables, Kama, for the most part, contenting himself with grunts. Occasionally a dog whined or snarled, but in the main the team kept silent. Only could be heard the sharp, jarring grate of the steel runners over the hard surface and the creak of the straining sled. As if through a wall, Daylight had passed from the hum and roar of the Tivoli into another world, a world of silence and immobility, Nothing stirred. The Yukon slept under a coat of ice 3 feet thick. No breath of wind blew, nor did the sap move in the hearts of the spruce trees that forested the river banks on either hand. The trees, burdened with the last infinitesimal pennyweight of snow their branches could hold, stood in absolute petrification. The slightest tremor would have dislodged the snow, and no snow was dislodged. The sled was the one point of life and motion in the midst of the solemn quietude, and the harsh churn of its runners but emphasized the silence through which it moved. It was a dead world, and furthermore a gray world. The weather was sharp and clear. There was no moisture in the atmosphere, no fog nor haze, yet the sky was a gray pall. The reason for this was that though there was no cloud in the sky to dim the brightness of day, there was no sun to give brightness. Far to the south the sun climbed steadily to meridian, but between it and the frozen Yukon intervened the bulge of the earth. The Yukon lay in a night shadow, and the day itself was in reality a long twilight. At a quarter before 12, where a wide bend of the river gave a long vista south, the sun showed its upper rim above the skyline. But it did not rise perpendicularly. Instead, it rose on a slant, so by high noon it had barely lifted its lower rim clear of the horizon. It was a dim, wan sun. There was no heat to its rays, and a man could gaze squarely into the full orb of it without hurt to his eyes. No sooner had it reached meridian than it began its slant back beneath the horizon, and at 12:15 the earth threw its shadow again over the land. The men and dogs raced on. Daylight and Kama were both savages so far as their stomachs were concerned. They could eat irregularly in time and quantity, gorging hugely on occasion, and on occasion going long stretches without eating at all. As for the dogs, they ate but once a day, and then rarely did they receive more than a pound each of dried fish. They were ravenously hungry, and at the same time splendidly in condition. Like the wolves, their forebears, their nutritive processes were rigidly economical and perfect. There was no waste. The least particle of what they consumed was transformed into energy. And Kama and Daylight were like them. Descended themselves from the generation that had endured, they too endured. Theirs was the simple elemental economy. A little food equipped them with prodigious energy. Nothing was lost. A man of soft civilization, sitting at a desk, would have grown lean and woebegone on the fare that kept Kama and Daylight at the top notch of physical efficiency. They knew, as the man at the desk never knows, what it is to be normally hungry all the time, so that they could eat any time. Their appetites were always with them and on edge, so that they bit voraciously into whatever offered, and with an entire innocence of indigestion. By 3 in the afternoon, the long twilight faded into night. The stars came out, very near and sharp and bright, and by their light dogs and men still kept the trail. They were indefatigable. And this was no record run of a single day, but the first day of 60 such days. Though Daylight had passed a night without sleep, a night of dancing and carouse, it seemed to have left no effect. For this there were 2 explanations. First, his remarkable vitality, and next, the fact that such nights were rare in his experience. Again enters the man at the desk, whose physical efficiency would be more hurt by a cup of coffee at bedtime than Daylight's by a whole night long of strong drink and excitement. Daylight traveled without a watch, feeling the passage of time and largely estimating it by subconscious processes. By what he considered must be 6 o'clock, he began looking for a camping place. The trail, at a bend, plunged out across the river. Not having found a likely spot, they held on for the opposite bank, a mile away. But midway they encountered an ice jam, which took an hour of heavy work to cross. At last Daylight glimpsed what he was looking for, a dead tree close by the bank. The sled was run in and up. Kama grunted with satisfaction, and the work of making camp was begun. The division of labor was excellent. Each man knew what he must do. With one axe, Daylight chopped down the dead pine. Kama, with a snowshoe and the other axe, cleared away 2 feet of snow above the Yukon ice and chopped a supply of ice for cooking purposes. A piece of dry birch bark started the fire, and Daylight went ahead with the cooking while the Indian unloaded the sled and fed the dogs their ration of dried fish. The food sacks he slung high in the trees beyond the leaping reach of the huskies. Next, he chopped down a young spruce tree and trimmed off the boughs. Close to the fire, he trampled down the soft snow and covered the packed space with the boughs. On this flooring he tossed his own and Daylight's gear bags, containing dry socks and underwear and their sleeping robes. Kama, however, had 2 robes of rabbit skin to Daylight's 1. They worked on steadily, without speaking, losing no time. Each did whatever was needed, without thought of leaving to the other the least task that presented itself to hand. Thus Kama saw when more ice was needed and went and got it, while a snowshoe, pushed over by the lunge of a dog, was stuck on end again by Daylight. While coffee was boiling, bacon frying, and flapjacks were being mixed, Daylight found time to put on a big pot of beans. Kama came back, sat down on the edge of the spruce boughs, and in the interval of waiting, mended harnesses. "I think that Skookum and Booga make 'em plenty fight, maybe," Kama remarked, as they sat down to eat. "Keep an eye on them," was Daylight's answer. And this was their sole conversation throughout the meal. Once, with a muttered imprecation, Kama leaped away, a stick of firewood in hand, and clubbed apart a tangle of fighting dogs. Daylight, between mouthfuls, fed chunks of ice into the tin pot, where it thawed into water. The meal finished, Kama replenished the fire, cut more wood for the morning, and returned to the spruce bough bed and his harness mending. Daylight cut up generous chunks of bacon and dropped them in the pot of bubbling beans. The moccasins of both men were wet, and this in spite of the intense cold. So when there was no further need for them to leave the oasis of spruce boughs, they took off their moccasins and hung them on short sticks to dry before the fire, turning them about from time to time. When the beans were finally cooked, Daylight ran part of them into a bag of flour sacking 1.5 feet long and 3 inches in diameter. This he then laid on the snow to freeze. The remainder of the beans were left in the pot for breakfast. It was past 9 o'clock, and they were ready for bed. The squabbling and bickering among the dogs had long since died down, and the weary animals were curled in the snow, each with his feet and nose bunched together and covered by his wolf's brush of a tail. Kama spread his sleeping furs and lighted his pipe. Daylight rolled a brown paper cigarette, and the second conversation of the evening took place. "I think we come near 60 miles," said Daylight. "I think so," said Kama. They rolled into their robes, all standing, each with a woolen mackinaw jacket on in place of the parkas they had worn all day. Swiftly, almost on the instant they closed their eyes, they were asleep. The stars leaped and danced in the frosty air, and overhead the colored bars of the aurora borealis were shooting like great searchlights. In the darkness, Daylight awoke and roused Kama. Though the aurora still flamed, another day had begun. Warmed over flapjacks, warmed over beans, fried bacon, and coffee composed the breakfast. The dogs got nothing, though they watched with wistful mien from a distance, sitting up in the snow, their tails curled around their paws. Occasionally they lifted one forepaw or the other, with a restless movement, as if the frost tingled in their feet. It was bitter cold, at least 65 below zero, and when Kama harnessed the dogs with naked hands, he was compelled several times to go over to the fire and warm the numbing finger tips. Together the two men loaded and lashed the sled. They warmed their hands for the last time, pulled on their mittens, and mushed the dogs over the bank and down to the river trail. According to Daylight's estimate, it was around 7 o'clock, but the stars danced just as brilliantly, and faint, luminous streaks of greenish aurora still pulsed overhead. 2 hours later, it became suddenly dark, so dark that they kept to the trail largely by instinct, and Daylight knew that his time estimate had been right. It was a darkness before dawn, never anywhere more conspicuous than on the Alaskan winter trail. Slowly, the gray light came stealing through the gloom, imperceptibly at first, so that it was almost with surprise that they noticed the vague loom of the trail underfoot. Next, they were able to see the wheel dog, and then the whole string of running dogs and snow stretches on either side. Then the near bank loomed for a moment and was gone, loomed a second time and remained. In a few minutes the far bank, a mile away, unobtrusively came into view, and ahead and behind, the whole frozen river could be seen, with off to the left a wide extending range of sharp-cut, snow-covered mountains. And that was all. No sun arose. The gray light remained gray. Once during the day a lynx leaped lightly across the trail under the very nose of the lead dog and vanished in the white woods. The dog's wild impulses roused. They raised the hunting cry of the pack, surged against their collars, and swerved aside in pursuit. Daylight, yelling "Whoa!" struggled with the gee pole and managed to overturn the sled into the soft snow. The dogs gave up. The sled was righted, and 5 minutes later they were flying along the hard-packed trail again. The lynx was the only sign of life they had seen in 2 days, and it, leaping velvet-footed and vanishing, had been more like an apparition. At 12 o'clock, when the sun peeped over the earth bulge, they stopped and built a small fire on the ice. Daylight, with the axe, chopped off chunks of the frozen sausage of beans. These, thawed and warmed in the frying pan, constituted their meal. They had no coffee. He did not believe in the burning of daylight for such a luxury. The dogs stopped wrangling with one another and looked on wistfully. Only at night did they get their pound of fish. In the meantime, they worked. The cold snap continued. Only men of iron kept the trail at such low temperatures, and Kama and Daylight were picked men of their races. But Kama knew the other was the better man, and thus, at the start, he was himself foredoomed to defeat. Not that he slackened his effort or willingness by the slightest conscious degree, but that he was beaten by the burden he carried in his mind. His attitude toward Daylight was worshipful. Stoical, taciturn, proud of his physical prowess, he found all these qualities incarnated in his white companion. Here was the one that excelled in the things worth excelling in, a man god ready to hand, and Kama could not but worship. Withal, he gave no sign of it. No wonder the race of white men conquered, was his thought, when it bred men like this man. What chance had the Indian against such a dogged, enduring breed? Even the Indians did not travel at such low temperatures, and theirs was the wisdom of thousands of generations. Yet here was this Daylight from the soft Southland, harder than they, laughing at their fears and swinging along the trail 10 and 12 hours a day. And this Daylight thought that he could keep up a day's pace of 33 miles for 60 days. Wait till a fresh fall of snow came down, or they struck the unbroken trail or the rotten rim ice that fringed open water. In the meantime, Kama kept the pace, never grumbling, never shirking. 65 degrees below zero is very cold. Since water freezes at 32 above, 65 below meant 97 degrees below freezing point. Some idea of the significance of this may be gained by conceiving of an equal difference of temperature in the opposite direction. 129 on the thermometer constitutes a very hot day. Yet such a temperature is but 97 degrees above freezing. Double this difference, and possibly some slight conception may be gained from the cold through which Kama and Daylight traveled between dark and through the dark. Kama froze the skin on his cheekbones, despite frequent rubbings, and the flesh turned black and sore. Also, he slightly froze the edges of his lung tissue, a dangerous thing, and the basic reason why a man should not unduly exert himself in the open at 65 below. But Kama never complained, and Daylight was a furnace of heat, sleeping as warmly under his 6 pounds of rabbit skin as the other did under 12 pounds. On the second night, 50 more miles to the good, they camped in the vicinity of the boundary between Alaska and the Northwest Territory. The rest of the journey, save the last short stretch to Dyea, would be traveled on Canadian territory. With the hard trail and in the absence of fresh snow, Daylight had planned to make the camp 40 Mile on the fourth night. He told Kama as much, but on the third day the temperature began to rise. They knew snow was not far off, for on the Yukon it must get warm in order to snow. Also on this day they encountered 10 miles of chaotic ice jams, where 1,000 times they lifted the loaded sled over the huge cakes by the strength of their arms and lowered it down again. Here the dogs were well nigh useless, and both they and the men were tired excessively by the roughness of the way. An hour's extra running that night caught up only part of the lost time. In the morning they awoke to find 10 inches of snow on their robes. The dogs were buried under it and were loath to leave their comfortable nests. This new snow meant hard going. The sled runners would not slide over it so well, while one of the men must go in advance of the dogs and pack it down with snowshoes so that they should not wallow. Quite different was it from the ordinary snow known to those of the Southland. It was hard and fine and dry. It was more like sugar. Kick it, and it flew with a hissing noise like sand. There was no cohesion among the particles, and it could not be molded into snowballs. It was not composed of flakes, but of crystals, tiny geometrical frost crystals. In truth, it was not snow, but frost. The weather was warm as well, barely 20 below, and the two men, with raised ear flaps and dangling mittens, sweated as they toiled. They failed to make 40 Mile that night, and when they passed that camp next day, Daylight paused only long enough to get the mail and additional grub. On the afternoon of the following day, they camped at the mouth of the Klondike River. Not a soul had they encountered since 40 Mile, and they had made their own trail. As yet that winter no one had traveled the river south of 40 Mile, and that, for the matter, the whole winter through they might be the only ones to travel it. In that day the Yukon was a lonely land. Between the Klondike River and salt water at Dyea intervened 600 miles of snow-covered wilderness, and in all that distance there were but two places where Daylight might look forward to meeting men. Both were isolated trading posts, 60 Mile and Fort Selkirk. In the summertime, Indians might be met at the mouths of the Stewart and White Rivers, at the Big and Little Salmons, and on Lake Le Barge. But in the winter, as he well knew, they would be on the trail of the moose herds, following them back into the mountains. That night, camped at the mouth of the Klondike, Daylight did not turn in when the evening's work was done. Had a white man been present, Daylight would have remarked that he felt his hunch working. As it was, he tied on his snowshoes, left the dogs curled in the snow, and breathing heavily under his rabbit skins, and climbed up to the big flat above the high earth bank. But the spruce trees were too thick for an outlook, and he threaded his way across the flat and up the first steep slopes of the mountain at the back. Here, flowing in from the east at right angles, he could see the Klondike, and bending grandly from the south, the Yukon. To the left and downstream toward Moosehide Mountain, the huge splash of white from which it took its name, showing clearly in the starlight. Lieutenant Schwatka had given it its name, but he, Daylight, had first seen it long before that intrepid explorer had crossed the Chilcoot and rafted down the Yukon. But the mountain received only passing notice. Daylight's interest was centered in the big flat itself, with deep water along its edge for steamboat landings. A sure enough likely town site, he muttered. Room for a camp of 40,000 men. All that's needed is the gold strike. He meditated for a space. $10 a pan'll do it, and it'll be the firedest stampede Alaska ever seen. And if it don't come here, it'll come somewhere hereabouts. It's a sure good idea to keep an eye out for town sites all the way up. He stood a while longer, gazing out over the lonely flat and visioning with constructive imagination the scene if the stampede did come. In fancy, he placed the sawmills, the big trading stores, the saloons and dance halls, and the long streets of miners' cabins. And along those streets he saw thousands of men passing up and down, while before the stores were the heavy freighting sleds with long strings of dogs attached. Also, he saw the heavy freighters pulling down the main street and heading up the frozen Klondike toward the imagined somewhere where the diggings must be located. He laughed and shook the vision from his eyes, descended to the level, and crossed the flat to camp. 5 minutes after he had rolled up in his robe, he opened his eyes and sat up, amazed that he was not already asleep. He glanced at the Indian sleeping beside him, at the embers of the dying fire, at the 5 dogs beyond, with their wolf's brushes curled over their noses, and at the 4 snowshoes standing upright in the snow. "It's sure hell the way that hunch works on me," he murmured. His mind reverted to the poker game. 4 kings, he grinned reminiscently. That was a hunch. He lay down again, pulled the edge of the robe around his neck and over his ear flaps, closed his eyes, and this time fell asleep. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 60 Mile they restocked provisions, added a few pounds of letters to their load, and held steadily on. From 40 Mile they had had unbroken trail, and they could look forward only to unbroken trail clear to Dyea. Daylight stood it magnificently, but the killing pace was beginning to tell on Kama. His pride kept his mouth shut, but the result of the chilling of his lungs in the cold snap could not be concealed. Microscopically small had been the edges of the lung tissue touched by the frost, but they now began to slough off, giving rise to a dry, hacking cough. Any unusually severe exertion precipitated spells of coughing, during which he was almost like a man in a fit. The blood congested in his eyes till they bulged, while the tears ran down his cheeks. A whiff of the smoke from frying bacon would start him off for a half-hour's paroxysm, and he kept carefully to windward when Daylight was cooking. They plodded days upon days, and without end, over the soft, unpacked snow. It was hard, monotonous work, with none of the joy and blood stir that went with flying over hard surface. Now one man to the fore in the snowshoes, and now the other. It was a case of stubborn, unmitigated plod. A yard of powdery snow had to be pressed down, and the wide-webbed shoe, under a man's weight, sank a full dozen inches into the soft surface. Snowshoe work under such conditions called for the use of muscles other than those used in ordinary walking. From step to step the rising foot could not come up and forward on a slant. It had to be raised perpendicularly. When the snowshoe was pressed into the snow, its nose was confronted by a vertical wall of snow 12 inches high. If the foot in rising slanted forward the slightest bit, the nose of the shoe penetrated the obstructing wall and tipped downward till the heel of the shoe struck the man's leg behind. Thus up, straight up, 12 inches, each foot must be raised every time and all the time, ere the forward swing from the knee could begin. On this partially packed surface followed the dogs, the man at the gee pole and the sled. At best, toiling as only picked men could toil, they made no more than 3 miles an hour. This meant longer hours of travel, and Daylight, for good measure, and for a margin against accidents, hit the trail for 12 hours a day. Since 3 hours were consumed by making camp at night and cooking beans, by getting breakfast in the morning and breaking camp, and by thawing beans at the midday halt, 9 hours were left for sleep and recuperation, and neither men nor dogs wasted many minutes of those 9 hours. At Selkirk, the trading post near Pelly River, Daylight suggested that Kama lay over, rejoining him on the back trip from Dyea. A strayed Indian from Lake Le Barrage was willing to take his place, but Kama was obdurate. He grunted with a slight intonation of resentment, and that was all. The dogs, however, Daylight changed, leaving his own exhausted team to rest up against his return, while he went on with 6 fresh dogs. They traveled to 10 o'clock the night they reached Selkirk, and at 6 next morning they plunged ahead into the next stretch of wilderness of nearly 500 miles that lay between Selkirk and Dyea. A second cold snap came on, but cold or warm, it was all the same, an unbroken trail. When the thermometer went down to 50 below, it was even harder to travel, for at that low temperature the hard frost crystals were more like sand grains in the resistance they offered to the sled runners. The dogs had to pull harder than over the same snow at 20 or 30 below. Daylight increased the day's travel to 13 hours. He jealously guarded the margin he had gained, for he knew there were difficult stretches to come. It was not quite yet midwinter, and the turbulent 50-mile river vindicated his judgment. In many places it ran wide open, with precarious rim ice fringing it on either side. In numerous places where the water dashed against the steep-sided bluffs, rim ice was unable to form. They turned and twisted, now crossing the river, now coming back again, sometimes making half a dozen attempts before they found a way over a particularly bad stretch. It was slow work. The ice bridges had to be tested, and either Daylight or Kama went in advance, snowshoes on their feet and long poles carried crosswise in their hands. Thus, if they broke through, they could cling to the pole that bridged the hole made by their bodies. Several such accidents were the share of each. At 50 below zero, a man wet to the waist cannot travel without freezing, so each ducking meant delay. As soon as rescued, the wet man ran up and down to keep up his circulation, while his dry companion built a fire. Thus protected, a change of garments could be made, and the wet ones dried against the next misadventure. To make matters worse, this dangerous river travel could not be done in the dark, and their working day was reduced to 6 hours of twilight. Every moment was precious, and they strove never to lose one. Thus, before the first hint of the coming of gray day, camp was broken, sleds loaded, dogs harnessed, and the two men crouched waiting over the fire. Nor did they make the midday halt to eat. As it was, they were running far behind their schedule, each day eating into the margin they had run up. There were days when they made 15 miles, and days when they made a dozen, and there was one bad stretch where in 2 days they covered 9 miles, being compelled to turn their backs 3 times on the river and to portage sled and outfit over the mountains. At last they cleared the dread 50-mile river and came out on Lake La Barrage. Here was no open water nor jammed ice. For 30 miles or more the snow lay level as a table. Withal it lay 3 feet deep, and was soft as flour. 3 miles an hour was the best they could make. But Daylight celebrated the passing of the 50-mile by traveling late. At 11 in the morning they emerged at the foot of the lake. At 3 in the afternoon, as the Arctic night closed down, he caught his first sight of the head of the lake, and with the first stars took his bearing. At 8 in the evening they left the lake behind and entered the mouth of the Lewis River. Here a halt of half an hour was made, while chunks of frozen boiled beans were thawed, and the dogs were given an extra ration of fish. Then they pulled on up the river till 1 in the morning, when they made their regular camp. They had hit the trail 16 hours on end that day. The dogs had come in too tired to fight among themselves or even snarl, and Kama had perceptibly limped the last several miles. Yet Daylight was on the trail next morning at 6 o'clock. By 11 he was at the foot of White Horse, and that night saw him camped beyond the Box Cañon, the last bad river stretch behind him, the string of lakes before him. There was no let-up in his pace. 12 hours a day, 6 in the twilight and 6 in the dark, they toiled on the trail. 3 hours were consumed in cooking, repairing harnesses, and making and breaking camp, and the remaining 9 hours dogs and men slept as if dead. The iron strength of Kama broke. Day by day the terrific toil sapped him. Day by day he consumed more of his reserve of strength. He became slower of movement. The resiliency went out of his muscles, and his limp became permanent. Yet he labored stoically on, never shirking, never grunting a hint of complaint. Daylight was thin-faced and tired. He looked tired, yet somehow, with that marvelous mechanism of a body that was his, he drove on, ever on, remorselessly on. Never was he more a god in Kama's mind than in the last days of that southbound traverse, as the failing Indian watched him, ever to the fore, pressing onward with urgency of endurance such as Kama had never seen nor dreamed could thrive in human form. the time came when Kama was unable to go in the lead and break trail, and it was a proof that he was far gone when he permitted Daylight to toil all day at the heavy snowshoe work. Lake by lake they crossed the string of lakes from Marsh to Linderman and began the ascent of Chilcoot. By all rights, Daylight should have camped below the last pitch of the pass at the dim end of day, but he kept on and over and down to Sheep Camp, while behind him raged a snowstorm that would have delayed him 24 hours. This last excessive strain broke Kama completely. In the morning he could not travel. At 5, when called, he sat up after a struggle, groaned, and sank back again. Daylight did the camp work of both, harnessed the dogs, and, when ready for the start, rolled the helpless Indian in all 3 sleeping robes and lashed him on top of the sled. The going was good. They were on the last lap, and he raced the dogs down through D.A. Canyon and along the hard-packed trail that led to D.A. Post. And running still, Kama groaning on top the load, and Daylight leaping at the gee pole to avoid going under the runners of the flying sled, they arrived at D.A. by the sea. True to his promise, Daylight did not stop. An hour's time saw the sled loaded with the ingoing mail and grub, fresh dogs harnessed, and a fresh Indian engaged. Kama never spoke. From the time of his arrival till the moment Daylight, ready to depart, stood beside him to say good-bye. They shook hands. "You kill him, that damn Indian," Kama said. "Savvy, Daylight? You kill him." "He'll sure last as far as Pelly," Daylight grinned. Kama shook his head doubtfully and rolled over on his side, turning his back in token of farewell. Daylight won across Chilcoot that same day, dropping down 500 feet in the darkness and the flurrying snow to Crater Lake, where he camped. It was a cold camp, far above the timberline, and he had not burdened his sled with firewood. That night 3 feet of snow covered them, and in the black morning, when they dug themselves out, the Indian tried to desert. He had had enough of traveling with what he considered a madman, but Daylight persuaded him, in grim ways, to stay by the outfit, and they pulled on across Deep Lake and Long Lake and dropped down to the level going of Lake Linderman. It was the same killing pace going in as coming out, and the Indian did not stand it as well as Kama. He too never complained, nor did he try again to desert. He toiled on and did his best, while he renewed his resolve to steer clear of Daylight in the future. The days slipped into days, nights and twilights alternating. Cold snaps gave way to snowfalls, and cold snaps came on again, and all the while, through the long hours, the miles piled up behind them. But on the 50-mile, accident befell them. Crossing an ice bridge, the dogs broke through and were swept under the downstream ice. The traces that connected the team with the wheel dog parted, and the team was never seen again. Only the one wheel dog remained, and Daylight harnessed the Indian and himself to the sled. But a man cannot take the place of a dog at such work, and the 2 men were attempting to do the work of 5 dogs. At the end of the first hour, Daylight lightened up. Dog food, extra gear, and the spare axe were thrown away. Under the extraordinary exertion, the dog snapped a tendon the following day and was hopelessly disabled. Daylight shot it and abandoned the sled. On his back he took 160 pounds of mail and grub, and on the Indians put 125 pounds. The stripping of gear was remorseless. The Indian was appalled when he saw every pound of worthless mail matter retained, while beans, cups, pails, plates, and extra clothing were thrown by the board. 1 robe each was kept, 1 axe, 1 tin pail, and a scant supply of bacon and flour. Bacon could be eaten raw on a pinch, and flour, stirred in hot water, could keep men going. Even the rifle and the score of rounds of ammunition were left behind. And in this fashion they covered the 200 miles to Selkirk. Daylight traveled late and early, the hours formerly used by camp making and dog tending being now devoted to the trail. At night they crouched over a small fire, wrapped in their robes, drinking flour broth and thawing bacon on the ends of sticks, and in the morning darkness, without a word, they arose, slipped on their packs, adjusted head straps, and hit the trail. The last miles into Selkirk, Daylight drove the Indian before him, a hollow-cheeked, gaunt-eyed wraith of a man who else would have laid down and slept or abandoned his burden of mail. At Selkirk, the old team of dogs, fresh and in condition, were harnessed, and the same day saw Daylight plodding on, alternating places at the gee pole as a matter of course with the Le Barge Indian who had volunteered on the way out. Daylight was 2 days behind his schedule, and falling snow and unpacked trail kept him 2 days behind all the way to 40 Mile. And here the weather favored. It was time for a big cold snap, and he gambled on it, cutting down the weight of grub for dogs and men. The men of 40 Mile shook their heads ominously and demanded to know what he would do if the snow still fell. The cold snap's sure to come, he laughed, and mushed out on the trail. A number of sleds had passed back and forth already that winter between 40 Mile and Circle City, and the trail was well packed. And the cold snap came and remained, and Circle City was only 200 miles away. The Le Barge Indian was a young man, unlearned yet in his own limitations, and filled with pride. He took Daylight's pace with joy, and even dreamed at first that he would play the white man out. The first 100 miles he looked for signs of weakening, and marveled that he saw them not. Through the second 100 miles he observed signs in himself, and gritted his teeth and kept up, and ever Daylight flew on and on, running at the gee pole or resting his spell on top the flying sled. The last day, clearer and colder than ever, gave perfect going, and they covered 70 miles. It was 10 at night when they pulled up the earth bank and flew along the main street of Circle City, and the young Indian, though it was his spell to ride, leaped off and ran behind the sled. It was honorable braggadocio, and despite the fact that he had found his limitations and was pressing desperately against them, he ran gamely on. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A crowd filled the Tivoli, the old crowd that had seen Daylight depart 2 months before, for this was the night of the 60th day, and opinion was divided as ever as to whether or not he would compass the achievement. At 10 o'clock bets were still being made, though the odds rose, bet by bet, against his success. Down in her heart the Virgin believed he had failed, yet she made a bet of 20 ounces with Charley Bates against 40 ounces that Daylight would arrive before midnight. She it was who heard the first yelps of the dogs. "Listen!" she cried. "It's Daylight!" There was a general stampede for the door, but where the double storm doors were thrown wide open, the crowd fell back. They heard the eager whining of dogs, the snap of a dog whip, and the voice of Daylight crying encouragement as the weary animals capped all they had done by dragging the sled in over the wooden floor. They came in with a rush, and with them rushed in the frost, a visible vapor of smoking white, through which their heads and backs showed, as they strained in the harness, till they had all the seeming of swimming in a river. Behind them, at the gee pole, came Daylight, hidden to the knees by the swirling frost through which he appeared to wade. He was the same old Daylight, withal lean and tired looking, and his black eyes were sparkling and flashing brighter than ever. His parka of cotton drill hooded him like a monk, and fell in straight lines to his knees. Grimed and scorched by camp smoke and fire, the garment in itself told the story of his trip. A 2 months' beard covered his face, and the beard in turn was matted with the ice of his breathing through the long 70-mile run. His entry was spectacular, melodramatic, and he knew it. It was his life, and he was living it at the top of his bent. Among his fellows he was a great man, an Arctic hero. He was proud of the fact, and it was a high moment for him, fresh from 2,000 miles of trail, to come surging into the bar room, dog, sled, mail, Indian, paraphernalia, and all. He had performed one more exploit that would make the Yukon ring with his name. He, Burning Daylight, the king of travelers and dog mushers. He experienced a thrill of surprise as the roar of welcome went up, and as every familiar detail of the Tivoli greeted his vision. The long bar and the array of bottles, the gambling games, the big stove, the weigher at the gold scales, the musicians, the men and women, the Virgin, Celia, Nellie, Dan MacDonald, Bettles, Billy Rawlins, all of Henderson, Doc Watson, all of them. It was just as he had left it, and in all seeming it might well be the very day he had left. The 60 days of incessant travel through the white wilderness suddenly telescoped and had no existence in time. They were a moment, an incident. He had plunged out and into them through the wall of silence, and back through the wall of silence he had plunged, apparently, the next instant, and into the roar and turmoil of the Tivoli. A glance down at the sled with its canvas mail bags was necessary to reassure him of the reality of those 60 days and the 2,000 miles over the ice. As in a dream, he shook the hands that were thrust out to him. He felt a vast exultation. Life was magnificent. He loved it all. A great sense of humanness and comradeship swept over him. These were all his own kind. It was immense, tremendous. He felt melting in the heart of him. He would have liked to shake hands with them all at once, to gather them to his breast in one mighty embrace. He drew a deep breath and cried, "The winner pays, and I'm the winner, ain't I? Surge up, y'all Malamutes and Siwashes, and name your poison. There's your D.A. mail, straight from Saltwater, and no hornswoggling about it. Cast the lashings adrift, y'all, and wade into it." A dozen pair of hands were at the sled lashings when the young Le Barge Indian, bending at the same task, suddenly and limply straightened up. In his eyes was a great surprise. He stared about him wildly, for the thing he was undergoing was new to him. He was profoundly struck by an unguessed limitation. He shook as with a palsy, and he gave at the knees, slowly sinking down to fall suddenly across the sled and to know the smashing blow of darkness across his consciousness. "Exhaustion," said Daylight. "Take him off and put him to bed, some of y'all. He's sure a good Indian." "Daylight's right," was Doc Watson's verdict a moment later. "The man's plumb tuckered out." The mail was taken charge of, the dogs driven away to quarters and fed, and Bettles struck up the paean of the sassafras root as they lined up against the long bar to drink and talk and collect their debts. A few minutes later Daylight was whirling around the dance floor, waltzing with the Virgin. He had replaced his parka with his fur cap and blanket cloth coat, kicked off his frozen moccasins, and was dancing in his stocking feet. After wetting himself to the knees late that afternoon, he had run on without changing his foot gear, and to the knees his long German socks were matted with ice. In the warmth of the room it began to thaw and to break apart in clinging chunks. These chunks rattled together as his legs flew around, and every little while they fell clattering to the floor and were slipped upon by the other dancers. But everybody forgave Daylight, he who was one of the few that made the law in that far land, who set the ethical pace and by conduct gave the standard of right and wrong, was nevertheless above the law. He was one of those rare and favored mortals who can do no wrong. What he did had to be right, whether others were permitted or not to do the same thing. Of course, such mortals are so favored by virtue of the fact that they almost always do the right, and do it in a finer and higher way than other men. So Daylight, an elder hero in that young land, and at the same time younger than most of them, moved as a creature apart, as a man above men, as a man who was greatly man and all man. And small wonder it was that the Virgin yielded herself to his arms, as they danced dance after dance, and was sick at heart at the knowledge that he found nothing in her more than a good friend and an excellent dancer. Small consolation it was to know that he had never loved any woman. She was sick with love of him, and he danced with her as he would dance with any woman, as he would dance with a man who was a good dancer, upon whose arm was tied a handkerchief to conventionalize him into a woman. One such man Daylight danced with that night. Among frontiersmen it has always been a test of endurance for one man to whirl another down, and when Ben Davis, the faro dealer, a gaudy bandana on his arm, got Daylight in a Virginia reel, the fun began. The reel broke up and all fell back to watch. Around and around the two men whirled, always in the one direction. Word was passed on into the big bar room, and bar and gambling tables were deserted. Everybody wanted to see, and they packed and jammed the dance room. The musicians played on and on, and on the two men whirled. Davis was skilled at the trick, and on the Yukon he had put many a strong man on his back. But after a few minutes it was clear that he, and not Daylight, was going. For a while longer they spun around, and then Daylight suddenly stood still, released his partner, and stepped back, reeling himself and fluttering his hands aimlessly, as if to support himself against the air. But Davis, a giddy smile of consternation on his face, gave sideways, turned in an attempt to recover balance, and pitched headlong to the floor, still reeling and staggering and clutching at the air with his hands. Daylight caught the nearest girl and started on in a waltz. Again he had done the big thing. Weary from 2,000 miles over the ice and a run that day of 70 miles, he had whirled a fresh man down, and that man Ben Davis. Daylight loved the high places, and though few high places there were in his narrow experience, he had made a point of sitting in the highest he had ever glimpsed. The great world had never heard his name, but it was known far and wide in the vast silent North by whites and Indians and Eskimos, from Bering Sea to the passes, from the head reaches of the remotest rivers to the tundra shore of Point Barrow. Desire for mastery was strong in him, and it was all one whether wrestling with the elements themselves, with men, or with luck in a gambling game. It was all a game, life and its affairs, and he was a gambler to the core. Risk and chance were meat and drink. True, it was not altogether blind, for he applied wit and skill and strength, but behind it all was the everlasting luck, the thing that at times turned on its votaries and crushed the wise, while it blessed the fools. Luck, the thing all men sought and dreamed to conquer, and so he. Deep in his life processes, life itself sang the siren song of its own majesty, ever a whisper and urgent, counseling him that he could achieve more than other men, win out where they failed, ride to success where they perished. It was the urge of life healthy and strong, unaware of frailty and decay, drunken with sublime complacence, ego mad, enchanted by its own mighty optimism. And ever in vaguest whisperings and clearest trumpet calls came the message that sometime, somewhere, somehow, he would run luck down, make himself the master of luck, and tie it and brand it as his own. When he played poker, the whisper was of four aces and royal flushes. When he prospected, it was of gold in the grass roots, gold on bedrock, gold all the way down. At the sharpest hazards of trail and river and famine, the message was that other men might die, but that he would pull through triumphant. It was the old, old lie of life, fooling itself, believing itself, immortal and indestructible, bound to achieve over other lives and win to its heart's desire. And so, reversing at times, Daylight waltzed off his dizziness and led the way to the bar. But a united protest went up. His theory that the winner paid was no longer to be tolerated. It was contrary to custom and common sense, and while it emphasized good fellowship, nevertheless, in the name of good fellowship, it must cease. The drinks were rightfully on Ben Davis, and Ben Davis must buy them. Furthermore, all drinks and general treats that Daylight was guilty of ought to be paid by the house, for Daylight brought much custom to it whenever he made a night. Bettles was the spokesman, and his argument, tersely and offensively vernacular, was unanimously applauded. Daylight grinned, stepped aside to the roulette table, and bought a stack of yellow chips. At the end of 10 minutes, he weighed in at the scales, and $2,000 in gold dust was poured into his own and an extra sack. Luck, a mere flutter of luck, but it was his. Elation was added to elation. He was living, and the night was his. He turned upon his well-wishing critics. "Now the winner sure does pay," he said. And they surrendered. There was no withstanding Daylight when he vaulted on the back of life and rode it, bit it, and spurred. At 1 in the morning he saw Elijah Davis herding Henry Finn and Joe Hines, the lumberjack, toward the door. Daylight interfered. "Where are you all going?" he demanded, attempting to draw them to the bar. "Bed," Elijah Davis answered. He was a lean, tobacco-chewing New Englander, the one daring spirit in his family that had heard and answered the call of the West, shouting through the Mount Desert back odd lots. "Got to," Joe Hines added apologetically. "We're mushing out in the morning." Daylight still detained them. "Where to? What's the excitement?" "No excitement," Elijah explained. "We're just a-going to play your hunch and tackle the upper country. Don't you want to come along?" "I sure do," Daylight affirmed. But the question had been put in fun, and Elijah ignored the acceptance. "We're tackling the Stewart," he went on. "Al Mayo told me he had seen some likely-looking bars first time he come down the Stewart, and we're going to sample 'em while the river's froze. You listen, Daylight, and mark my words. The time's coming when winter diggin's be all the go. There'll be men in them days that'll laugh at our summer scratching and ground wallerin'." At that time winter mining was undreamed of on the Yukon. From the moss and grass the land was frozen to bedrock, and frozen gravel, hard as granite, defied pick and shovel. In the summer the men stripped the earth down as fast as the sun thawed it. Then was the time they did their mining. During the winter they freighted their provisions, went moose hunting, got all ready for the summer work, and then loafed the bleak dark months through in the big central camps, such as Circle City and 40 Mile. "Winter diggin's sure comin'," Daylight agreed. "Wait till that big strike is made up river. Then you all'll see a new kind of mining. What's to prevent wood burning and sinking shafts and drifting along bed rock? Won't need the timber. That frozen muck and gravel stand to hell is froze, and its mill tails is turned to ice cream. Why, they'll be working pay streaks 100 feet deep in them days that's comin'. I'm sure going along with you all, Elijah." Elijah laughed, gathered his two partners up, and was making a second attempt to reach the door. "Hold on," Daylight called. "I sure mean it." The three men turned back suddenly upon him, in their faces surprise, delight, and incredulity. "Go on, you're foolin'," said Finn, the other lumberjack, a quiet, steady Wisconsin man. "There's my dogs and sled," Daylight answered. "That'll make two teams and half the loads, though we'll all have to travel easy for a spell, for them dogs is sure tired." The three men were overjoyed, but still a trifle incredulous. "Now look here," Joe Hines blurted out. "None of your foolin', Daylight. We mean business. Will you come?" Daylight extended his hand and shook. "Then you'd best be getting to bed," Elijah advised. "We're mushing out at 6, and 4 hours sleep is none so long." "Maybe we ought to lay over a day and let 'em rest up," Finn suggested. Daylight's pride was touched. "No, you don't," he cried. "We all start at 6. What time do you all want to be called? 5? All right. I'll rouse you all out." "You ought to have some sleep," Elijah counseled gravely. "You can't go on forever." Daylight was tired, profoundly tired. Even his iron body acknowledged weariness. Every muscle was clamoring for bed and rest, was appalled at continuance of exertion and at thought of the trail again. All his physical protests welled up into his brain in a wave of revolt. But deeper down, scornful and defiant, was life itself, the essential fire of it, whispering that all Daylight's fellows were looking on, that now was the time to pile deed upon deed, to flaunt his strength in the face of strength. It was merely life whispering its ancient lies, and in league within it was whiskey, with all its consummate effrontery and vainglory. "Maybe you all think I ain't weaned yet," Daylight demanded. "Why, I ain't had a drink or a dance or seen a soul in 2 months. You all get to bed. I'll call you all at 5." And for the rest of the night he danced on in his stockinged feet. And at 5 in the morning, rapping thunderously on the door of his new partner's cabin, he could be heard singing the song that had given him his name: "Burning daylight, y'all Stewart River hunchers, burning daylight, burning daylight, burning daylight." End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This time the trail was easier. It was better packed, and they were not carrying mail against time. The day's run was shorter, and likewise the hours on trail. On his mail run, Daylight had played out 3 Indians, but his present partners knew that they must not be played out when they arrived at the Stewart bars, so they set the slower pace. And under this milder toil, where his companions nevertheless grew weary, Daylight recuperated and rested up. At 40 Mile they laid over 2 days for the sake of the dogs, and at 60 Mile Daylight's team was left with the trader. Unlike Daylight, after the terrible run from Selkirk to Circle City, they had been unable to recuperate on the back trail. So the 4 men pulled on from 60 Mile with a fresh team of dogs on Daylight's sled. The following night they camped in the cluster of islands at the mouth of the Stewart. Daylight talked of town sites, and though the others laughed at him, he staked the whole maze of high, wooded islands. Just supposing the big strike does come on the Stewart, he argued. Maybe you all will be on it. And again, maybe you all won't. But I sure will. You'd all better reconsider and go in with me on it." But they were stubborn. "You're as bad as Harper and Joe Ladue," said Joe Hines. "They're always at that game. You know the big flat just below the Klondike and under Moosehide Mountain? Well, the recorder at 40 Mile was telling me they staked that not a month ago. The Harper and Ladue town site. Elijah and Finn joined him in his laughter, but Daylight was gravely in earnest. "There she is," he cried. "The hunch is working. It's in the air, I tell you-all. What'd they all stake that big flat for if they all didn't get the hunch? Wish I'd staked it." The regret in his voice was provocative of a second burst of laughter. "Laugh, you-all, laugh. That's what the trouble with you-all. You-all think gold hunting is the only way to make a stake. But let me tell you-all that when the big strike sure does come, you-all do a little surface scratching and muckraking, but dang little you-all have to show for it. You-all laugh at quicksilver in the rifles and think flour gold was manufactured by God Almighty for the express purpose of fooling suckers and chechaquos. Nothing but coarse gold for you-all. That's your way, not getting half of it out of the ground and losing into the tailings half of what you-all do get. But the men that land big will be them that stake the town sites, organize the trading companies, start the banks." Here the explosion of mirth drowned him out. Banks in Alaska? The idea of it was excruciating. "Yep, and start the stock exchanges." Again they were convulsed. Joe Hines rolled over on his sleeping robe, holding his sides. "After them will come the big mining sharks that buy whole creeks where you-all have been scratching like a lot of picayune hens, and they all will go to hydraulicking in the summer and steam thawing in the winter." Steam thawing, that was the limit. Daylight was certainly exceeding himself in his consummate fun-making. Steam thawing, where even wood burning was an untried experiment, a dream in the air. "Laugh, dang you, laugh. Why, your eyes ain't open yet. You-all are a bunch of little mewing kittens. I'll tell you-all, if the strike comes on Klondike, Harper and Ladue will be millionaires. And if it comes on Stewart, you-all watch the Elam Harnish town site boom. In them days when you-all come around making poor mouths." He heaved a sigh of resignation. "Well, I suppose I'll have to give you all a grub stake or soup or something or other." Daylight had a vision. His scope had been rigidly limited, yet whatever he saw big. His mind was orderly, his imagination practical, and he never dreamed idly. When he superimposed a feverish metropolis on a waste of timbered, snow-covered flat, he predicted first the gold strike that made the city possible, and next he had an eye for steamboat landings, sawmill and warehouse locations, and all the needs of a far northern mining city. But this, in turn, was the mere setting for something bigger, namely, the play of temperament. Opportunity swarmed in the streets and buildings and human and economic relations of the city of his dream. It was a larger table for gambling. The sky was the limit, with the Southland on one side and the Aurora Borealis on the other. The play would be big, bigger than any Yukoner had ever imagined, and he, Burning Daylight, would see that he got in on that play. In the meantime, there was naught to show for it but the hunch. But it was coming. As he would stake his last ounce on a good poker hand, so he staked his life and effort on the hunch that the future held in store a big strike on the upper river. So he and his three companions, with dogs and sleds and snowshoes, toiled up the frozen breast of the Stewart, toiled on and through the white wilderness, where the unending stillness was never broken by the voices of men, the stroke of an axe, or the distant crack of a rifle. They alone moved through the vast and frozen quiet, little mites of earthmen, crawling their score of miles every day, melting the ice that they might have water to drink, camping in the snow at night, their wolf dogs curled in frost-rimmed, hairy bunches, their 8 snowshoes stuck on end in the snow beside the sleds. No sign of other men did they see, though once they passed a rude poling boat cached on a platform by the river bank. Whoever had cached it had never come back for it, and they wondered as they mushed on. Another time they chanced upon the site of an Indian village, but the Indians had disappeared. Undoubtedly, they were on the higher reaches of the Stewart in pursuit of the moose herds. 200 miles up from the Yukon, they came upon what Elijah decided were the bars mentioned by Al Mayo. A permanent camp was made, their outfit of food cached on a high platform to keep it from the dogs, and they started work on the bars, cutting their way down the gravel through the rim of ice. It was a hard and simple life. Breakfast over, and they were at work by the first gray light, and when night descended, they did their cooking and camp chores, smoked and yarned for a while, then rolled up in their sleeping robes and slept while the aurora borealis flamed overhead and the stars leaped and danced in the great cold. Their fare was monotonous: sourdough bread, bacon, beans, and an occasional dish of rice cooked along with a handful of prunes. Fresh meat they failed to obtain. There was an unwonted absence of animal life. At rare intervals they chanced upon the trail of a snowshoe rabbit or an ermine, but in the main it seemed that all life had fled the land. It was a condition not unknown to them, for in all their experience, at one time or another, they had traveled 1 year through a region teeming with game, where, a year or 2 or 3 years later, no game at all would be found. Gold they found on the bars, but not in paying quantities. Elijah, while on a hunt for moose 50 miles away, had panned the surface gravel of a large creek and found good colors. They harnessed their dogs, and with light outfits sledded to the place. Here, and possibly for the first time in the history of the Yukon, wood burning in sinking a shaft was tried. It was Daylight's initiative. After clearing away the moss and grass, a fire of dry spruce was built. 6 hours of burning thawed 8 inches of muck. Their picks drove full depth into it, and when they had shoveled out, another fire was started. They worked early and late, excited over the success of the experiment. 6 feet of frozen muck brought them to gravel, likewise frozen. Here progress was slower, but they learned to handle their fires better, and were soon able to thaw 5 and 6 inches at a burning. Flour gold was in this gravel, and after 2 feet it gave way again to muck. At 17 feet they struck a thin streak of gravel, and in it coarse gold, test pans running as high as $6 and $8. Unfortunately, this streak of gravel was not more than an inch thick. Beneath it was more muck, tangled with the trunks of ancient trees and containing fossil bones of forgotten monsters. But gold they had found, coarse gold, and what more likely than that the big deposit would be found on bedrock? Down to bedrock they would go, if it were 40 feet away. They divided into 2 shifts, working day and night on 2 shafts, and the smoke of their burning rose continually. It was at this time that they ran short of beans, and that Elijah was dispatched to the main camp to bring up more grub. Elijah was one of the hard-bitten, old-time travelers himself. The round trip was 100 miles, but he promised to be back on the 3rd day, 1 day going light, 2 days returning heavy. Instead, he arrived on the night of the second day. They had just gone to bed when they heard him coming. "What in hell's the matter now?" Henry Finn demanded, as the empty sled came into the circle of firelight, and as he noted Elijah's long, serious face was longer and even more serious. Joe Hines threw wood on the fire, and the three men, wrapped in their robes, huddled close to the warmth. Elijah's whiskered face was matted with ice, as were his eyebrows, so that, what of his fur garb, he looked like a New England caricature of Father Christmas. "You recollect that big spruce that held up the corner of the cache next to the river?" Elijah began. The disaster was quickly told. The big tree, with all the seeming of hardihood, promising to stand for centuries to come, had suffered from a hidden decay. In some way its rooted grip on the earth had weakened. The added burden of the cache and the winter snow had been too much for it. The balance it had so long maintained with the forces of its environment had been overthrown. It had toppled and crashed to the ground, wrecking the cache and, in turn, overthrowing the balance with environment that the 4 men and 11 dogs had been maintaining. Their supply of grub was gone. The wolverines had got into the wrecked cache, and what they had not eaten they had destroyed. "They plumb ate all the bacon and prunes and sugar and dog food," Elijah reported. "And gosh darn my buttons if they didn't gnaw open the sacks and scatter the flour and beans and rice from Dan to Beersheba. I found empty sacks where they dragged them 1/4 of a mile away." Nobody spoke for a long minute. It was nothing less than a catastrophe, in the dead of an Arctic winter and in a game abandoned land, to lose their grub. They were not panic stricken, but they were busy looking the situation squarely in the face and considering. Joe Hines was the first to speak. "We can pan the snow for the beans and rice, though there weren't more than 8 or 10 pounds of rice left. And somebody will have to take a team and pull for 60 Mile," Daylight said next. "I'll go," said Finn. They considered a while longer. "But how are we going to feed the other team and 3 men till he gets back?" Hines demanded. "Only one thing to it," was Elijah's contribution. "You'll have to take the other team, Joe, and pull up the Stewart till you find them Indians. Then you can come back with a load of meat. You'll get here long before Henry can make it from 60 Mile, and while you're gone there'll only be Daylight and me to feed, and we'll feed good and small. And in the morning we'll all pull for the cache and pan snow to find what grub we've got." Daylight lay back as he spoke and rolled in his robe to sleep, then added, "Better turn in for an early start. 2 of you can take the dogs down. Elijah and me will skin out on both sides and see if we all can scare up a moose on the way down." End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No time was lost. Hines and Finn, with the dogs already on short rations, were 2 days in pulling down. At noon of the 3rd day Elijah arrived, reporting no moose sign. That night Daylight came in with a similar report. As fast as they arrived, the men had started careful panning of the snow all around the cache. It was a large task, for they found stray beans fully 100 yards from the cache. One more day all the men toiled. The result was pitiful, and the 4 showed their caliber in the division of the few pounds of food that had been recovered. Little as it was, the lion's share was left with Daylight and Elijah. The men who pulled on with the dogs, one up the Stewart and one down, would come more quickly to grub. The 2 who remained would have to last out till the others returned. Furthermore, while the dogs, on several ounces each of beans a day, would travel slowly, nevertheless, the men who traveled with them, on a pinch, would have the dogs themselves to eat. The men who remained when the pinch came would have no dogs. It was for this reason that Daylight and Elijah took the more desperate chance. They could not do less, nor did they care to do less. The days passed, and the winter began merging imperceptibly into the Northland spring that comes like a thunderbolt of suddenness. It was the spring of 1896 that was preparing. Each day the sun rose farther east of south, remained longer in the sky, and set farther to the west. March ended and April began, and Daylight and Elijah, lean and hungry, wondered what had become of their two comrades. Granting every delay, and throwing in generous margins for good measure, the time was long since past when they should have returned. Without doubt, they had met with disaster. The party had considered the possibility of disaster for one man, and that had been the principal reason for dispatching the two in different directions. But that disaster should have come to both of them was the final blow. In the meantime, hoping against hope, Daylight and Elijah eked out a meager existence. The thaw had not yet begun, so they were able to gather the snow about the ruined cache and melt it in pots and pails and gold pans. Allowed to stand for a while, when poured off, a thin deposit of slime was found on the bottom of the vessels. This was the flour, the infinitesimal trace of it scattered through thousands of cubic yards of snow. Also in this slime occurred at intervals a water-soaked tea leaf or coffee ground, and there in it fragments of earth and litter. But the farther they worked away from the site of the cache, the thinner became the trace of flour, the smaller the deposits of slime. Elijah was the older man, and he weakened first, so that he came to lie up most of the time in his furs. An occasional tree squirrel kept them alive. The hunting fell upon Daylight, and it was hard work. With but 30 rounds of ammunition, he dared not risk a miss, and since his rifle was a .45-90, he was compelled to shoot the small creatures through the head. There were very few of them, and days went by without seeing one. When he did see one, he took infinite precautions. He would stalk it for hours. A score of times, with arms that shook from weakness, he would draw a sight on the animal and refrain from pulling the trigger. His inhibition was a thing of iron. He was the master. Not till absolute certitude was his did he shoot. No matter how sharp the pangs of hunger and desire for that palpitating morsel of chattering life, he refused to take the slightest risk of a miss. He, born gambler, was gambling in the bigger way. His life was the stake, his cards were the cartridges, and he played as only a big gambler could play, with infinite precaution, with infinite consideration. Each shot meant a squirrel, and though days passed between shots, it never changed his method of play. Of the squirrels, nothing was lost. Even the skins were boiled to make broth, the bones pounded into fragments that could be chewed and swallowed. Daylight prospected through the snow and found occasional patches of mossberries. At best, mossberries were composed practically of seeds and water, with a tough rind of skin about them. But the berries he found were of the preceding year, dry and shriveled, and the nourishment they contained verged on the minus quality. Scarcely better was the bark of young saplings, stewed for an hour and swallowed after prodigious chewing. As April drew toward its close and spring smote the land, the days stretched out their length. Under the heat of sun, the snow began to melt, while from down under the snow arose the trickling of tiny streams. For 24 hours the Chinook wind blew, and in that 24 hours the snow was diminished fully a foot in depth. In the late afternoons the melting snow froze again, so that its surface became ice capable of supporting a man's weight. Tiny white snowbirds appeared from the south, lingered a day, and resumed their journey into the north. Once high in the air, looking for open water and ahead of the season, a wedged squadron of wild geese honked northwards, and down by the river bank a clump of dwarf willows burst into bud. These young buds, stewed, seemed to possess an encouraging nutrition. Elijah took heart of hope, though he was cast down again when Daylight failed to find another clump of the willows. The sap was rising in the trees, and the daily trickle of unseen streamlets became louder as the frozen land came back to life. But the river held in its bonds of frost. Winter had been long months in riveting them, and not in a day were they to be broken, not even by the thunderbolt of spring. May came, and stray last year's mosquitoes, full grown but harmless, crawled out of rock crevices and rotten logs. Crickets began to chirp, and more geese and ducks flew overhead. And still the river held. By May 10th, the ice of the Stewart, with a great rending and snapping, tore loose from the banks and rose 3 feet. But it did not go downstream. The lower Yukon, up to where the Stewart flowed into it, must first break and move on. Until then the ice of the Stewart could only rise higher and higher on the increasing flood beneath. When the Yukon would break was problematical. 2,000 miles away it flowed into the Bering Sea, and it was the ice conditions of the Bering Sea that would determine when the Yukon could rid itself of the millions of tons of ice that cluttered its breast. On the 12th of May, carrying their sleeping robes, a pail, an axe, and the precious rifle, the 2 men started down the river on the ice. Their plan was to gain the cache poling boat they had seen, so that at the first open water they could launch it and drift with the stream to 60 Mile. In their weak condition, without food, the going was slow and difficult. Elijah developed a habit of falling down and being unable to rise. Daylight gave of his own strength to lift him to his feet, whereupon the older man would stagger automatically on until he stumbled and fell again. On the day they should have reached the boat, Elijah collapsed utterly. When Daylight raised him, he fell again. Daylight essayed to walk with him, supporting him, but such was Daylight's own weakness that they fell together. Dragging Elijah to the bank, a crude camp was made, and Daylight started out in search of squirrels. It was at this time that he likewise developed the falling habit. In the evening he found his first squirrel, but darkness came on without his getting a certain shot. With primitive patience he waited till the next day, and then, within the hour, the squirrel was his. The major portion he fed to Elijah, reserving for himself the tougher parts and the bones. But such is the chemistry of life, that this small creature, this trifle of meat that moved, by being eaten, transmuted to the meat of the men the same power to move. No longer did the squirrel run up spruce trees, leap from branch to branch, or cling chatteringly to giddy perches. Instead, the same energy that had done these things flowed into the wasted muscles and reeling wills of the men, making them move, nay, moving them, till they tottered the several intervening miles to the cached boat, underneath which they fell together and lay motionless for a long time. Light as the task would have been for a strong man to lower the small boat to the ground, it took Daylight hours. And many hours more, day by day, he dragged himself around it, lying on his side to caulk the gaping seams with moss. Yet when this was done, the river still held. Its ice had risen many feet but would not start downstream. And one more task waited, the launching of the boat when the river ran water to receive it. Vainly Daylight staggered and stumbled, and fell and crept through the snow that was wet with thaw, or crossed it when the night's frost still crusted it beyond the weight of a man, searching for one more squirrel, striving to achieve one more transmutation of furry leap, of scolding chatter into the lifts and tugs of a man's body that would hoist the boat over the rim of shore ice and slide it down into the stream. Not till the 20th of May did the river break. The downstream movement began at 5 in the morning, and already were the days so long that Daylight sat up and watched the ice run. Elijah was too far gone to be interested in the spectacle. Though vaguely conscious, he lay without movement while the ice tore by, great cakes of it careening against the bank, uprooting trees, and gouging out earth by hundreds of tons. All about them the land shook and reeled from the shock of these tremendous collisions. At the end of an hour the run stopped. Somewhere below it was blocked by a jam. Then the river began to rise, lifting the ice on its breast till it was higher than the bank. From behind even more water bore down, and even more millions of tons of ice added their weight to the congestion. The pressures and stresses became terrific. Huge cakes of ice were squeezed out till they popped into the air like melon seeds squeezed between the thumb and forefinger of a child, while all along the banks a wall of ice was forced up. When the jam broke, the noise of grinding and smashing redoubled. For another hour the run continued. The river fell rapidly, but the wall of ice on top the bank, extending down into the falling water, remained. The tail of the ice run passed, and for the first time in 6 months Daylight saw open water. He knew that the ice had not yet passed out from the upper reaches of the Stewart, that it lay in packs and jams in those upper reaches, and that it might break loose and come down in a second run any time, but the need was too desperate for him to linger. Elijah was so far gone that he might pass at any moment. As for himself, he was not sure that enough strength remained in his wasted muscles to launch the boat. It was all a gamble. If he waited for the second ice run, Elijah would surely die, and most probably himself. If he succeeded in launching the boat, if he kept ahead of the second ice run, if he did not get caught by some of the runs from the upper Yukon, if luck favored him in all these essential particulars, as well as in a score of minor ones, they would reach 60 Mile and be saved, if, and again the if, he had the strength enough to land the boat at 60 Mile and not go by. He set to work. The wall of ice was 5 feet above the ground on which the boat rested. First, prospecting for the best launching place, he found where a huge cake of ice shelved upward from the river that ran 15 feet below to the top of the wall. This was a score of feet away, and at the end of an hour he managed to get the boat that far. He was sick with nausea from his exertions, and at times it seemed that blindness smote him, for he could not see, his eyes vexed with spots and points of light that were as excruciating as diamond dust, his heart pounding up in his throat and suffocating him. Elijah betrayed no interest, did not move nor open his eyes, and Daylight fought out his battle alone. At last, falling on his knees from the shock of exertion, he got the boat poised on a secure balance on top the wall. Crawling on hands and knees, he placed in the boat his rabbit skin robe, his rifle, and the pail. He did not bother with the axe. It meant an additional crawl of 20 feet and back, and if the need for it should arise, he well knew he would be past all need. Elijah proved a bigger task than he had anticipated. A few inches at a time, resting in between, He dragged him over the ground and up a broken rubble of ice to the side of the boat. But into the boat he could not get him. Elijah's limp body was far more difficult to lift and handle than an equal weight of like dimensions but rigid. Daylight failed to hoist him, for the body collapsed at the middle like a partly empty sack of corn. Getting into the boat, Daylight tried vainly to drag his comrade in after him. The best he could do was to get Elijah's head and shoulders on the top gunwale. When he released his hold to heave from farther down the body, Elijah promptly gave at the middle and came down on the ice. In despair, Daylight changed his tactics. He struck the other in the face. "God Almighty, ain't you all a man?" he cried. "There, damn you all, there!" At each curse he struck him on the cheeks, the nose, the mouth, striving by the shock of the hurt to bring back the sinking soul and far wandering will of the man. The eyes fluttered open. "Now listen," he shouted hoarsely. "When I get your head to the gunwale, hang on, hear me? Hang on. Bite into it with your teeth, but hang on." The eyes fluttered down, but Daylight knew the message had been received. Again he got the helpless man's head and shoulders on the gunwale. "Hang on, damn you! Bite in!" he shouted as he shifted his grip lower down. One weak hand slipped off the gunwale. The fingers of the other hand relaxed, but Elijah obeyed and his teeth held on. When the lift came, his face ground forward and the splintery wood tore and crushed the skin from nose, lips, and chin, and face downward he slipped on and down to the bottom of the boat till his limp middle collapsed across the gunwale and his legs hung down the outside. But they were only his legs, and Daylight shoved them in after him. Breathing heavily, he turned Elijah over on his back and covered him with his robes. The final task remained, the launching of the boat. This, of necessity, was the severest of all, for he had been compelled to load his comrade in aft of the balance. It meant a supreme effort at lifting. Daylight steeled himself and began. Something must have snapped, for though he was unaware of it, the next he knew he was lying double on his stomach across the sharp stern of the boat. Evidently, for the first time in his life, he had fainted. Furthermore, it seemed to him that he was finished, that he had not one more movement left in him, and that, strangest of all, he did not care. Visions came to him, clear-cut and real, and concepts sharp as steel, cutting edges. He, who all his days had looked on naked life, had never seen so much of life's nakedness before. For the first time he experienced a doubt of his own glorious personality. For the moment life faltered and forgot to lie. After all, he was a little earth maggot, just like all the other earth maggots, like the squirrel he had eaten, like the other men he had seen fail and die, like Joe Hines and Henry Finn, who had already failed and were surely dead, like Elijah laying there uncaring, with his skinned face in the bottom of the boat. Daylight's position was such that from where he lay he could look up the river to the bend, around which, sooner or later, the next ice run would come. And as he looked, he seemed to see back through the past to a time when neither white man nor Indian was in the land. And ever he saw the Stewart River, winter upon winter, breasted with ice, and spring upon spring bursting that ice asunder and running free. And he saw also into an illimitable future, when the last generations of men were gone from the face of Alaska, when he too would be gone. And he saw, ever remaining, that river, freezing and fresheting and running on and on. Life was a liar and a cheat. It fooled all creatures. It had fooled him, Burning Daylight, one of its chiefest and most joyous exponents. He was nothing, a mere bunch of flesh and nerves and sensitiveness that crawled in the muck for gold, that dreamed and aspired and gambled and that passed and was gone. Only dead things remained, the things that were not flesh and nerves and sensitiveness, the sand and muck and gravel, the stretching flats, the mountains, the river itself, freezing and breaking year by year, down all the years. When all was said and done, it was a scurvy game. The dice were loaded. Those that died did not win, and all died. Who won? Not even life, the stool pigeon, the arch capper for the game, life, the ever flourishing graveyard, the everlasting funeral procession. He drifted back to the immediate present for a moment, and noted that the river still ran wide open, and that a moose bird, perched on the bow of the boat, was surveying him impudently. Then he drifted dreamily back to his meditations. There was no escaping the end of the game. He was doomed surely to be out of it all, and what of it? He pondered that question again and again. Conventional religion had passed Daylight by. He had lived a sort of religion in his square dealing and right playing with other men, and he had not indulged in vain metaphysics about future life. Death ended all. He had always believed that and had been unafraid. And at this moment, the boat 15 feet above water and immovable, himself fainting with weakness and without a particle of strength left in him, he still believed that death ended all, and he was still unafraid. His views were too simply and solidly based to be overthrown by the first squirm, or the last, of death-fearing life. He had seen men and animals die, and into the field of his vision, by scores, came such deaths. He saw them over again, just as he had seen them at the time, and they did not shake him. What of it? They were dead, and dead long since. They weren't bothering about it. They weren't lying on their bellies across the boat and waiting to die. Death was easy, easier than he had ever imagined, and now that it was near, the thought of it made him glad. A new vision came to him. He saw the feverish city of his dream, the gold metropolis of the North, perched above the Yukon on a high earth bank and far spreading across the flat. He saw the river steamers tied to the bank and lined against it, 3 deep. He saw the sawmills working, and the long dog teams, with double sleds behind, freighting supplies to the diggings. And he saw further the gambling houses, banks, stock exchanges, and all the gear and chips and markers, the chances and opportunities of a vastly bigger gambling game than any he had ever seen. It was sure hell, he thought, with the hunch a working and the big strike coming, to be out of it all. Life thrilled and stirred at the thought, and once more began uttering his ancient lies. Daylight rolled over and off the boat, leaning against it as he sat on the ice. He wanted to be in on that strike, and why shouldn't he? Somewhere in all those wasted muscles of his was enough strength, if he could gather it all at once, to upend the boat and launch it. Quite irrelevantly, the idea suggested itself of buying a share in the Klondike town site from Harper and Joe Ladue. They would surely sell a third interest cheap. Then, if the strike came on the Stewart, he would be well in on it with the Elam Harnish town site, and if on the Klondike, he would not be quite out of it. In the meantime, he would gather strength. He stretched out on the ice full length, face downward, and for half an hour he lay and rested. Then he arose, shook the flashing blindness from his eyes, and took hold of the boat. He knew his condition accurately. If the first effort failed, the following efforts were doomed to fail. He must pull all his rallied strength into the one effort, and so thoroughly must he put all of it in that there would be none left for other attempts. He lifted and he lifted, with the soul of him as well as with the body, consuming himself, body and spirit, in the effort. The boat rose. He thought he was going to faint, but he continued to lift. He felt the boat give, and it started on its downward slide. With the last shred of his strength, he precipitated himself into it, landing in a sick heap on Elijah's legs. He was beyond attempting to rise, and as he lay, he heard and felt the boat take the water. By watching the treetops, he knew it was whirling. A smashing shock and flying fragments of ice told him that it had struck the bank. A dozen times it whirled and struck, and then it floated easily and free. Daylight came to, and decided he had been asleep. The sun denoted that several hours had passed. It was early afternoon. He dragged himself into the stern and sat up. The boat was in the middle of the stream. The wooded banks, with their baselines of flashing ice, were slipping by. Near him floated a huge, uprooted pine. A freak of the current brought the boat against it. Crawling forward, he fastened the painter to a root. The tree, deeper in the water, was traveling faster, and the painter tautened as the boat took the tow. Then, with a last giddy look around, wherein he saw the banks tilting and swaying, and the sun swinging in pendulum sweep across the sky, Daylight wrapped himself in his rabbit skin robe, lay down in the bottom, and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was dark night. He was lying on his back, and he could see the stars shining. A subdued murmur of swollen waters could be heard. A sharp jerk informed him that the boat, swerving slack into the painter, had been straightened out by the swifter moving pine tree. A piece of stray drift ice thumped against the boat and grated along its side. Well, the following jam hadn't caught him yet, was his thought as he closed his eyes and slept again. It was bright day when he next opened his eyes. The sun showed it to be midday. A glance around at the faraway banks, and he knew that he was on the mighty Yukon. 60 Mile could not be far away. He was abominably weak. His movements were slow, fumbling, and inaccurate, accompanied by panting and head swimming, as he dragged himself into a sitting-up position in the stern, his rifle beside him. He looked a long time at Elijah, but he could not see whether he breathed or not, and he was too immeasurably far away to make an investigation. He fell to dreaming and meditating again, dreams and thoughts being often broken by sketches of blankness, wherein he neither slept nor was unconscious nor was aware of anything. It seemed to him more like cogs slipping in his brain. And in this intermittent way he reviewed the situation. He was still alive and most likely would be saved. But how came it that he was not lying dead across the boat on the top ice rim? Then he recollected the great final effort he had made. But why had he made it, he asked himself. It had not been fear of death. He had not been afraid, that was sure. Then he remembered the hunch and the big strike he believed was coming. And he knew that the spur had been his desire to sit in for a hand at the big game. And again, why? What if he made his million? He would die just the same as those that never won more than grub stakes. Then again, why? But the blank stretches in his thinking process began to come more frequently, and he surrendered to the delightful lassitude that was creeping over him. He roused with a start. Something had whispered in him that he must awake. Abruptly, he saw 60 Mile, not 100 feet away. The current had brought him to the very door, but the same current was now sweeping him past and on into the downriver wilderness. No one was in sight. The place might have been deserted, save for the smoke he saw rising from the kitchen chimney. He tried to call, but he found he had no voice left. An unearthly guttural hiss alternately rattled and wheezed in his throat. He fumbled for the rifle, got it to his shoulder, and pulled the trigger. The recoil of the discharge tore through his frame, racking it with 1,000 agonies.
The rifle had fallen across his knees, and an attempt to lift it to his shoulder failed. He knew he must be quick, and he felt that he was fainting. So he pulled the trigger of the gun where it lay. This time it kicked off and overboard. But just before darkness rushed over him, he saw the kitchen door open and a woman look out of the big log house that was dancing a monstrous jig among the trees. End of Part 1, Chapter 8.
Part 1, Chapter 9 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10 days later, Harper and Joe Ladue arrived at 60 Mile, and Daylight, still a trifle weak, but strong enough to obey the hunch that had come to him, traded a third interest in his Stewart town site for a third interest in theirs on the Klondike. They had faith in the upper country, and Harper left downstream with a raft load of supplies to start a small post at the mouth of the Klondike. "Why don't you tackle Indian River, Daylight?" Harper advised at parting. "There's a whole slather of creeks and draws draining in up there, and somewhere gold just crying to be found. That's my hunch. There's a big strike coming, and Indian River ain't going to be a million miles away. And the place is swarming with moose," Joe Ladue added. "Bob Henderson's up there somewhere. Been there 3 years now, swearing something big is going to happen, living off'n straight moose, and prospecting around like a crazy man." Daylight decided to go to Indian River a flutter, as he expressed it, but Elijah could not be persuaded into accompanying him. Elijah's soul had been seared by famine, and he was obsessed by fear of repeating the experience. "I just can't bear to separate from grub," he explained. "I know it's downright foolishness, but I just can't help it. It's all I can do to tear myself away from the table when I know I'm full to busting and ain't got storage for another bite. I'm going back to Circle to camp by a cache until I get cured." Daylight lingered a few days longer, gathering strength and arranging his meager outfit. He planned to go in light, carrying a pack of 75 pounds, and making his 5 dogs pack as well, Indian fashion, loading them with 30 pounds each. Depending on the report of Ladue, he intended to follow Bob Henderson's example and live practically on straight meat. When Jack Kearns' scow, laden with the sawmill from Lake Linderman, tied up at 60 Mile, Daylight bundled his outfit and dogs on board and turned his town site application over to Elijah to be filed, and the same day was landed at the mouth of Indian River. 40 miles up the river, at what had been described to him as Quartz Creek, he came upon signs of Bob Henderson's work, and also at Australia Creek, 30 miles farther on. The weeks came and went, but Daylight never encountered the other man. However, he found moose plentiful, and he and his dogs prospered on the meat diet. He found pay that was no more than wages on a dozen surface bars, and from the generous spread of flour gold in the muck and gravel of a score of creeks, he was more confident than ever that coarse gold in quantity was waiting to be unearthed. Often he turned his eye to the northward ridge of hills, and pondered if the gold came from them. In the end, he ascended Dominion Creek to its head, crossed the divide, and came down on the tributary to the Klondike that was later to be called Hunker Creek. While on the divide, he kept the big dome on his right. He would have come down on the Gold Bottom, so named by Bob Henderson, whom he would have found at work on it, taking out the first pay gold ever panned on the Klondike. Instead, Daylight continued down Hunker to the Klondike, and on to the summer fishing camp of the Indians on the Yukon. Here for a day he camped with Carmack, a squaw man, and his Indian brother-in-law, Skookum Jim, bought a boat, and with his dogs on board, drifted down the Yukon to 40 Mile. August was drawing to a close, the days were growing shorter, and winter was coming on. Still with unbound faith in his hunch that a strike was coming in the upper country, his plan was to get together a party of 4 or 5, and, if that was impossible, at least a partner, and to pole back up the river before the freeze-up to do winter prospecting. But the men at 40 Mile were without faith. The diggings to the westward were good enough for them. Then it was that Carmack, his brother-in-law Skookum Jim, and Cultus Charlie, another Indian, arrived in a canoe at 40 Mile, went straight to the gold commissioner, and recorded 3 claims and a discovery claim on Bonanza Creek. After that, in the Sourdough Saloon that night, they exhibited coarse gold to the skeptical crowd. Men grinned and shook their heads. They had seen the motions of a gold strike gone through before. This was too patently a scheme of Harper's and Joe Ladue's, trying to entice prospecting in the vicinity of their town site and trading post. And who was Carmack? A squaw man. And who ever heard of a squaw man striking anything? And what was Bonanza Creek? Merely a moose pasture, entering the Klondike just above its mouth and known to old-timers as Rabbit Creek. Now, if Daylight or Bob Henderson had recorded claims and shown coarse gold, they'd have known there was something in it. But Carmack, the squaw man, and Skookum Jim, and Cultus Charlie, no, that was asking too much. Daylight, too, was skeptical, and this despite his faith in the upper country. Had he not only a few days before seen Carmack loafing with his Indians and with never a thought of prospecting? But at 11 that night, sitting on the edge of his bunk and unlacing his moccasins, a thought came to him. He put on his coat and hat and went back to the Sourdough. Carmack was still there, flashing his coarse gold in the eyes of an unbelieving generation. Daylight ranged alongside of him and emptied Carmack's sack into a blower. This he studied for a long time. Then from his own sack into another blower he emptied several ounces of Circle City and 40 Mile gold. Again for a long time he studied and compared. Finally he pocketed his own gold, returned Carmack's, and held up his hand for silence. "Boys, I want to tell you all something," he said. "She's sure come, that upriver strike. And I'll tell you all clear and forcible, this is it. There ain't never been gold like that in a blower in this country before. It's new gold. It's got more silver in it. You-all can see it by the color. Carmack sure made a strike. Who-all's got faith to come along with me?" There were no volunteers. Instead, laughter and jeers went up. "Maybe you got a town site up there," someone suggested. "I sure have," was the retort, "and a third interest in Harper's and Ladue's. And I can see my corner lots selling out for more than your hen scratching ever turned up on Birch Creek." "That's all right, Daylight," one curly parson interposed soothingly. "You've got a reputation, and we know you're dead sure on the square. But you're as likely as any to be mistook on a flim-flam game, such as these loafers is putting up. I ask you straight, when did Carmack do this here prospecting? You said yourself he was lying in camp, fishing salmon, along with his Siwash relations, and that was only the other day." "And Daylight told the truth," Carmack interrupted excitedly. "And I'm telling the truth, the gospel truth. I wasn't prospecting, had no idea of it. But when Daylight pulls out, the very same day, who drifts in down river on a raft load of supplies but Bob Henderson? He'd come out to 60 Mile, planning to go back up Indian River and portage the grub across the divide between Quartz Creek and Gold Bottom.
"Where in the hell's Gold Bottom?" Curly Parsons demanded. "Over beyond Bonanza. That was Rabbit Creek," the squaw man went on. "It's a draw of a big creek that runs into the Klondike. That's the way I went up, but I come back by crossing the divide, keeping along the crest several miles, and dropping down into Bonanza. 'Come along with me, Carmack, and get staked,' says Bob Henderson to me. 'I've hit it this time on Gold Bottom. I've took out 45 ounces already.' And I went along. Skookum Jim and Cultus Charlie, too. And we all staked on Gold Bottom. I come back by Bonanza on the chance of finding a moose. Along down Bonanza we stopped and cooked grub. I went to sleep. And what does Skookum Jim do but try his hand at prospecting? He'd been watching Henderson, you see. He goes right slap up to the foot of a birch tree, first pan, fills it with dirt, washes out more'n $1 coarse gold. Then he wakes me up, and I goes at it. I got 2.5 the first lick. Then I named the creek Bonanza, staked Discovery, and we come here and record it." He looked about him anxiously for signs of belief, but found himself in a circle of incredulous faces, all save Daylight, who had studied his countenance while he told his story. "How much is Harper and Ladue giving you for manufacturing a stampede?" someone asked. "They don't know nothing about it," Carmack answered. "I tell you it's the God Almighty's truth. I washed out 3 ounces in an hour." "And there's the gold," Daylight said. "I tell you all boys, there ain't never been gold like that in the blower before. Look at the color of it." "A trifle darker," Curly Parsons said. "Most likely Carmack's been carrying a couple of silver dollars along in the same sack. And what's more, if there's anything in it, why ain't Bob Henderson smoking along to record?" "He's up on Gold Bottom," Carmack explained. "We made the strike coming back." A burst of laughter was his reward. "Who'll all go partners with me and pull out in a poling boat to morrow for this here Bonanza?" Daylight asked. No one volunteered. "Then who'll take a job from me, cash wages in advance, to pole up 1,000 pounds of grub?" Curly Parsons and another, Pat Monahan, accepted, and with his customary speed, Daylight paid them their wages in advance and arranged the purchase of the supplies, though he emptied his sack in doing so. He was leaving the sourdough when he suddenly turned back to the bar from the door. "Got another hunch?" was the query. "I sure have," he answered. "Flour's sure going to be worth what a man will pay for it this winter up on the Klondike. Who'll lend me some money?" On the instant, a score of men who had declined to accompany him on the wild goose chase were crowding about him with proffered gold sacks. "How much flour do you want?" asked the Alaska Commercial Company's storekeeper. "About 2 ton." The proffered gold sacks were not withdrawn, though their owners were guilty of an outrageous burst of merriment. "What are you going to do with 2 tons?" the storekeeper demanded. "Son," Daylight made reply, "you ain't been in this country long enough to know all its curves. I'm going to start a sauerkraut factory and combined dandruff remedy." He borrowed money right and left, engaging and paying 6 other men to bring up the flour in half as many more poling boats. Again his sack was empty, and he was heavily in debt. Curly Parsons bowed his head on the bar with a gesture of despair. "What gets me," he moaned, "is what you're going to do with it all." "I'll tell you all in simple A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. Daylight held up one finger and began checking off. "Hunch number 1, a big strike coming in upper country. Hunch number 2, Carmack's made it. Hunch number 3, ain't no hunch at all, it's a cinch. If 1 and 2 is right, then flour just has to go sky high. If I'm riding hunches 1 and 2, I just got to ride this cinch, which is number 3. If I'm right, Flour will balance gold on the scales this winter. I'll tell you all, boys, when you got a hunch, play it for all it's worth. What's luck good for if you all ain't to ride it? And when you all ride it, ride like hell. I've been in this country just waiting for the right hunch to come along, and here she is. Well, I'm going to play her, that's all. Good night, y'all. Good night. End of Part 1, Chapter 9.
Part 1, Chapter 10 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Still men were without faith in the strike. When Daylight, with his heavy outfit of flour, arrived at the mouth of the Klondike, he found the big flat as desolate and tenantless as ever. Down close by the river, Chief Isaac and his Indians were camped beside the frames on which they were drying salmon. Several old-timers were also encamped there. Having finished their summer work on 10 Mile Creek, they had come down the Yukon, bound for Circle City. But at 60 Mile, they had learned of the strike and stopped off to look over the ground. They had just returned to their boat when Daylight landed his flour, and their report was pessimistic. "Damn moose pasture," quoth one, Long Jim Harney, pausing to blow into his tin mug of tea. "Don't you have nothing to do with it, Daylight. It's a blamed rotten sell. They're just going through the motions of a strike. Harper and Ladou's behind it, and Carmack's the stool pigeon. Who ever heard of mining a moose pasture 1/2 mile between Rim Rock and God alone knows how far to bedrock?" Daylight nodded sympathetically and considered for a space. "Did you all pan any?" he asked finally. "Pan hell," was the indignant answer. "Think I was born yesterday? Only a chechaquo fool around with that pasture long enough to fill a pan of dirt. You don't catch me at any such foolishness. One look was enough for me. We're pulling on in the morning for Circle City. I ain't never had faith in this upper country. Head reaches of the Tanana is good enough for me from now on. And mark my words, when the big strike comes, she'll come down river. Johnny here staked a couple of miles below Discovery, but he don't know no better." Johnny looked shamefaced. "I just did it for fun," he explained. "I'd give my chance in the creek for a pound of star plug." "I'll go you," Daylight said promptly. "But don't you all come squealing if I take 20 or 30,000 out of it." Johnny grinned cheerfully. "Give me the tobacco," he said. "Wish I'd staked alongside," Long Jim murmured plaintively. "It ain't too late," Daylight replied. "But it's a 20-mile walk there and back." "I'll stake it for you to morrow when I go up," Daylight offered. "Then you'd do the same as Johnny? Get the fees from Tim Logan. He's tending bar in the Sourdough, and he'll lend it to me. Then fill in your own name, transfer it to me, and turn the papers over to Tim." "Me too," chimed in the third old timer. And for 3 pounds of star plug chewing tobacco, Daylight bought outright 3 500-foot claims on Bonanza. He could still stake another claim in his own name, the others being merely transfers. "Must say you're almighty brash with your chewing tobacco," Long Jim grinned. "Got a factory somewheres?" "Nope, but I got a hunch," was the retort. "And I'll tell you all, it's cheaper than dirt to ride her at the rate of 3 plugs for 3 claims." But an hour later, at his own camp, Joe Ladue strode in, fresh from Bonanza Creek. At first non-committal over Carmack's strike, then later dubious, he finally offered Daylight $100 for his share in the town site. "Cash?" Daylight queried. "Sure, there she is." So saying, Ladue pulled out his gold sack. Daylight hefted it absent-mindedly, and still absent-mindedly untied the strings and ran some of the gold dust out on his palm. It showed darker than any dust he had ever seen, with the exception of Carmack's. He ran the gold back, tied the mouth of the sack, and returned it to Ladue. "I guess you all need it more'n I do," was Daylight's comment. "Nope, got plenty more," the other assured him. "Where'd that come from?" Daylight was all innocence as he asked the question, and Ladue received the question as stolidly as an Indian. Yet for a swift instant they looked into each other's eyes, and in that instant an intangible something seemed to flash out from all the body and spirit of Joe Ladue. And it seemed to Daylight that he had caught this flash, sensed the secret something in the knowledge and plans behind the other's eyes. "You all know the creek better'n me," Daylight went on. "And if my share in the town site's worth 100 to you all with what you know, it's worth 100 to me whether I know it or not." "I'll give you 300," Ladue offered desperately. "Still the same reasoning. No matter what I don't know, it's worth to me whatever you all willing to pay for it." Then it was that Joe Ladue shamelessly gave over. He led Daylight away from the camp and the men, and told him things in confidence. "She's sure there," he said in conclusion. "I didn't sluice it or cradle it. I panned it, all in that sack, yesterday on the rim rock. I tell you, you can shake it out of the grass roots. And what's on bed rock down in the bottom of the creek, there ain't no way of telling. But she's big, I'll tell you, big. Keep it quiet and locate all you can. It's in spots, but I wouldn't be none surprised if some of them claims yielded as high as 50,000. The only trouble is that it's spotted." A month passed by, and Bonanza Creek remained quiet. A sprinkling of men had staked, but most of them, after staking, had gone on down to 40 Mile and Circle City. The few that possessed sufficient faith to remain were busy building log cabins against the coming of winter. Carmack and his Indian relatives were occupied in building a sluice box and getting a head of water. The work was slow, for they had to saw their lumber by hand from the standing forest. But farther down Bonanza were 4 men who had drifted in from upriver: Dan McGilvary, Dave McKay, Dave Edwards, and Harry Wall. They were a quiet party, neither asking nor giving confidences, and they herded by themselves. But Daylight, who had panned the spotted rim of Carmack's claim and shaken coarse gold from the grass roots, and who had panned the rim at 100 other places up and down the length of the creek and found nothing, was curious to know what lay on bed rock. He had noted the 4 quiet men sinking a shaft close by the stream, and he had heard their whipsaw going as they made lumber for the sluice boxes. He did not wait for an invitation, but he was present the first day they sluiced. At the end of 5 hours shoveling for 1 man, he saw them take out 13 ounces and a half of gold. It was coarse gold, running from pinheads to a $12 nugget, and it had come off bedrock. The first fall snow was flying that day, and the Arctic winter was closing down. But Daylight had no eyes for the bleak gray sadness of the dying, short-lived summer. He saw his vision coming true, and on the big flat was upreared anew his golden city of the snows. Gold had been found on bedrock. That was the big thing. Carmack's strike was assured. Daylight staked a claim in his own name, adjoining the 3 he had purchased with his plug tobacco. This gave him a block of property 2,000 feet long and extending in width from rim rock to rim rock. Returning that night to his camp at the mouth of the Klondike, he found in it Kama, the Indian he had left at Dyea. Kama was traveling by canoe, bringing in the last mail of the year. In his possession was some $200 in gold dust, which Daylight immediately borrowed. In return, he arranged to stake a claim for him, which he was to record when he passed through 40 Mile. When Kama departed next morning, he carried a number of letters for Daylight, addressed to all the old timers down river, in which they were urged to come up immediately and stake. Also, Kama carried letters of similar import given him by the other men on Bonanza. "It will sure be the gosh dangdest stampede that ever was," Daylight chuckled as he tried to vision the excited population of 40 Mile and Circle City tumbling into poling boats and racing the hundreds of miles up the Yukon, for he knew that his word would be unquestioningly accepted. With the arrival of the first stampeders, Bonanza Creek woke up, and thereupon began a long-distance race between unveracity and truth, wherein lie no matter how fast, men were continually overtaken and passed by truth. When men who doubted Carmack's report of 2½ to the pan, themselves panned 2½, they lied and said they were getting an ounce. And long ere their lie was fairly on its way, they were getting not 1 ounce, but 5 ounces. This they claimed was 10 ounces. But when they filled a pan of dirt to prove the lie, they washed out 12 ounces. And so it went. They continued valiantly to lie, but the truth continued to outrun them. One day in December, Daylight filled a pan from bedrock on his own claim and carried it into his cabin. Here a fire burned and enabled him to keep water unfrozen in a canvas tank. He squatted over the tank and began to wash. Earth and gravel seemed to fill the pan. As he imparted it to a circular movement, the lighter, coarser particles washed out over the edge. At times he combed the surface with his fingers, raking out handfuls of gravel. The contents of the pan diminished. As it drew near to the bottom for the purpose of fleeting and tentative examination, he gave the pan a sudden sloshing movement, emptying it of water. And the whole bottom showed as if covered with butter. Thus the yellow gold flashed up as the muddy water was flirted away. It was gold, gold dust, coarse gold, nuggets, large nuggets. He was all alone. He set the pan down for a moment and thought long thoughts. Then he finished the washing and weighed the results in his scales. At the rate of $16 to the ounce, the pan had contained 700 and odd dollars. It was beyond anything that he had ever dreamed. His fondest anticipations had gone no farther than $20,000 or $30,000 to a claim, but here were claims worth $500,000 each at the least, even if they were spotted. He did not go back to work in the shaft that day, nor the next, nor the next. Instead, capped and mittened, a light stampeding outfit, including his rabbit skin robe strapped on his back, he was out and away on a many days' tramp over creeks and divides, inspecting the whole neighboring territory. On each creek he was entitled to locate one claim, but he was chary in thus surrendering up his chances. On Hunker Creek only did he stake a claim. Bonanza Creek he found staked from mouth to source, while every little draw and pup and gulch that drained into it was likewise staked. Little faith was had in these side streams. They had been staked by hundreds of men who had failed to get in on Bonanza. The most popular of these creeks was Adams. The one least fancied was El Dorado, which flowed into Bonanza just above Carmack's Discovery claim. Even Daylight disliked the looks of El Dorado, but still, riding his hunch, he bought half a share in one claim on it for half a sack of flour. A month later, he paid $800 for the adjoining claim. 3 months later, enlarging his block of property, he paid $40,000 for a third claim, and though it was concealed in the future, he was destined, not long after, to pay $150,000 for a fourth claim on the creek that had been least liked of all the creeks. In the meantime, and from the day he washed $700 from a single pan and squatted over and thought a long thought,
he never again touched hand to pick and shovel. As he said to Joe Ladue the night of that wonderful washing, "Joe, I ain't never going to work hard again. Here's where I begin to use my brains. I'm going to farm gold. Gold will grow if you all have the savvy and can get hold of some of the seed. When I seen them $700 in the bottom of the pan, I knew I had the seed at last." "Where are you going to plant it?" Joe Ladue had asked. And Daylight, with a wave of his hand, definitely indicated the whole landscape and the creeks that lay beyond the divides. "There she is," he said, "and you all just watch my smoke. There's millions here for the man who can see them. And I seen all them millions this afternoon when them $700 peeped up at me from the bottom of the pan and chirruped. Well, if here ain't burning daylight come at last." End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The hero of the Yukon in the younger days before the Carmack strike, Burning Daylight now became the hero of the strike. The story of his hunch and how he rode it was told up and down the land. Certainly he had ridden it far and away beyond the boldest, for no five of the luckiest held the value and claims that he held. And furthermore, he was still riding the hunch, and with no diminution of daring. The wise ones shook their heads and prophesied that he would lose every ounce he had won. He was speculating, they contended, as if the whole country was made of gold, and no man could win who played a placer strike in that fashion. On the other hand, his holdings were reckoned as worth millions, and there were men so sanguine that they held the man a fool who coopered any bet Daylight laid. Behind his magnificent free-handedness and careless disregard for money were hard, practical judgment, imagination and vision, and the daring of the big gambler. He foresaw what with his own eyes he had never seen, and he played to win much or lose all. "There's too much gold here in Bonanza to be just a pocket," he argued. "It is sure come from a mother lode somewhere, and other creeks will show up. You-all keep your eyes on Indian River. The creeks that drain that side of the Klondike watershed are just as likely to have gold as the creeks that drain this side." And he backed this opinion to the extent of grub staking half a dozen parties of prospectors across the big divide into the Indian River region. Other men, themselves failing to stake on Lucky Creek, he put to work on his Bonanza claims. And he paid them well, $16 a day for an 8-hour shift, and he ran 3 shifts. He had grub to start them on, and when, on last the water, the Bella arrived loaded with provisions, he traded a warehouse site to Jack Kearns for a supply of grub that lasted all his men through the winter of 1896. And that winter, when famine pinched and flour sold for $2 a pound, he kept 3 shifts of men at work on all 4 of the Bonanza claims. Other mine owners paid $15 a day to their men, but he had been the first to put men to work, and from the first he paid them a full ounce a day. One result was that his were picked men, and they more than earned their higher pay. One of his wildest plays took place in early winter after the freeze-up. Hundreds of stampeders, after staking on other creeks than Bonanza, had gone on disgruntled downriver to 40 Mile and Circle City. Daylight mortgaged one of his Bonanza dumps with the Alaska Commercial Company and tucked a letter of credit into his pouch. Then he harnessed his dogs and went down on the ice at a pace that only he could travel. One Indian down, another Indian back, and 4 teams of dogs was his record. And at 40 Mile and Circle City he bought claims by the score, Many of these were to prove utterly worthless, but some few of them were to show up more astoundingly than any on Bonanza. He bought right and left, paying as low as $50 and as high as $5,000. This highest one he bought in the Tivoli Saloon. It was an upper claim on El Dorado, and when he agreed to the price, Jacob Wilkins, an old timer, just returned from a look at the moose pasture, got up and left the room, saying: "Daylight, I've known you 7 years, and you've always seemed sensible to now. And now you're just letting them rob you right and left. That's what it is, robbery. 5,000 for a claim on that damned moose pasture is bunco. I just can't stay in the room and see you buncoed that way." "I tell you all," Daylight answered, "Wilkins, Carmack's strike's so big that we all can't see it all. It's a lottery. Every claim I buy is a ticket, and there's sure going to be some capital prizes." Jacob Wilkins, standing in the open door, sniffed incredulously. "Now, supposing, Wilkins," Daylight went on, "supposing you all knew it was going to rain soup, what'd you all do? Buy spoons? Of course. Well, I'm sure buying spoons. She's going to rain soup up there on the Klondike, and them that has forks won't be catching none of it." But Wilkins here slammed the door behind him, and Daylight broke off to finish the purchase of the claim. Back in Dawson, though he remained true to his word and never touched hand to pick and shovel, he worked as hard as ever in his life. He had 1,000 irons in the fire, and they kept him busy. Representation work was expensive, and he was compelled to travel often over the various creeks in order to decide which claims should lapse and which should be retained. A quartz miner himself in his early youth, before coming to Alaska, he dreamed of finding the Mother Lode. A placer camp he knew was ephemeral, while a quartz camp abided, and he kept a score of men in the quest for months. The Mother Lode was never found, and years afterward he estimated that the search for it had cost him $50,000. But he was playing big. Heavy as were his expenses, he won more heavily. He took lays, bought half shares, shared with men he grub-staked, and made personal locations. Day and night his dogs were ready, and he owned the fastest teams, so that when a stampede to a new discovery was on, it was burning daylight to the fore through the longest, coldest nights, till he blazed his stakes next to discovery. In one way or another, to say nothing of the many worthless creeks, he came into possession of properties on the good creeks, such as Sulphur, Dominion, Excelsis, Siwash, Crystal, Alhambra, and Doolittle. The thousands he poured out flowed back in tens of thousands. 40-mile men told the story of his 2 tons of flour, and made calculations of what it had returned him that ranged from $500,000 to $1 million. One thing was known beyond all doubt, namely, that the half share in the first El Dorado claim, bought by him for half a sack of flour, was worth $500,000. On the other hand, it was told that when Freda, the dancer, arrived from over the passes in a Peterborough canoe in the midst of the drive of mush ice on the Yukon, and when she offered $1,000 for 10 sacks and could find no sellers, he sent the flour to her as a present without ever seeing her. In the same way, 10 sacks were sent to the lone Catholic priest who was starting the first hospital. His generosity was lavish. Others called it insane. At a time when, riding his hunch, he was getting $500,000 for half a sack of flour, it was nothing less than insanity to give 20 whole sacks to a dancing girl and a priest. But it was his way. Money was only a marker. It was the game that counted with him. The possession of millions made little change in him, except that he played the game more passionately. Temperate as he had always been, save on rare occasions, now that he had the wherewithal for unlimited drink, and had daily access to them, he drank even less. The most radical change lay in that, except when on the trail, he no longer did his own cooking. A broken down miner lived in his log cabin with him and now cooked for him. But it was the same food: bacon, beans, flour, prunes, dried fruit, and rice. He still dressed as formerly: overalls, German socks, moccasins, flannel shirt, fur cap, and a blanket coat. He did not take up with cigars, which cost, the cheapest, from $half to $1 each. The same Bull Durham and brown paper cigarette, hand rolled, contented him. It was true that he kept more dogs and paid enormous prices for them. They were not a luxury, but a matter of business. He needed speed in his traveling and stampeding, and by the same token he hired a cook. He was too busy to cook for himself, that was all. It was poor business, playing for millions, to spend time building fires and boiling water. Dawson grew rapidly that winter of 1896. Money poured in on Daylight from the sale of town lots. He promptly invested it where it would gather more. In fact, he played the dangerous game of pyramiding, and no more perilous pyramiding than in a placer camp could be imagined. But he played with his eyes wide open. "You-all just wait till this news of this strike reaches the outside," he told his old-timer cronies in the Moosehorn Saloon. "The news won't get out till next spring. Then there's going to be three rushes: a summer rush of men coming in light, a fall rush of men with outfits, and a spring rush the next year after that of 50,000. You-all won't be able to see the landscape for chechaquos. Well, there's a summer and fall rush of 1897 to commence with. What are you-all going to do about it?" "What are you going to do about it?" a friend demanded. "Nothing," he answered. "I sure already done it. I got a dozen gangs strung out up the Yukon getting out logs. You-all see their rafts coming down after the river breaks. Cabins, they'll sure be worth what a man can pay for them next fall. Lumber, it will sure go top notch. I've got 2 sawmills freighting in over the passes. They'll come down as soon as the lake opens up. And if you-all are thinking of needing lumber, I'll make you-all contracts right now. $300 a thousand, undressed." Corner lots in desirable locations were sold that winter for up to $10,000 to $30,000. Daylight sent word out over the trails and passes for the newcomers to bring down log rafts, and as a result, the summer of 1897 saw his sawmills working day and night on 3 shifts, and still he had logs left over with which to build cabins. These cabins, land included, sold from $1,000 to several $1,000s. 2-story log buildings in the business part of town brought him from $40,000 to $50,000 apiece. These fresh accretions of capital were immediately invested in other ventures. He turned gold over and over until everything that he touched seemed to turn to gold. But that first wild winter of Carmack's strike taught Daylight many things. Despite the prodigality of his nature, he had poise. He watched the lavish waste of the mushroom millionaires, and failed quite to understand it. According to his nature and outlook, it was all very well to toss an ante away in a night's frolic. That was what he had done the night of the poker game in Circle City when he lost 50,000, all that he possessed. But he had looked on that 50,000 as a mere ante. When it came to millions, it was different. Such a fortune was at stake and was not to be sown on bar-room floors, literally sown, flung broadcast out of the moose-hide sacks by drunken millionaires who had lost all sense of proportion. There was McMahon, who ran up a single bar-room bill of $38,000, and Jimmy the Rough, who spent $100,000 a month for 4 months in riotous living, and then fell down drunk in the snow one March night and was frozen to death; and Swiftwater Bill, who, after spending three valuable claims in an extravagance of debauchery, borrowed $3,000 with which to leave the country, and who, out of this sum, because the lady love that jilted him liked eggs, cornered the 110 dozen eggs on the Dawson market, paying $24 a dozen for them and promptly feeding them to the wolf dogs. Champagne sold at $40 to $50 a quart, and canned oyster stew at $15. Daylight indulged in no such luxuries. He did not mind treating a barroom of men to whiskey at 50 cents a drink, but there was somewhere in his own extravagant nature a sense of fitness and arithmetic that revolted against paying $15 for the contents of an oyster can. On the other hand, he possibly spent more money in relieving hard luck cases than did the wildest of the new millionaires on insane debauchery. Father Judge of the hospital could have told of far more important donations than that first 10 sacks of flour. Old timers who came to Daylight invariably went away relieved according to their need. But $50 for a quart of fizzy champagne, that was appalling. And yet he still, on occasion, made one of his old-time hell-roaring nights. But he did so for different reasons. First, it was expected of him, because it had been his way in the old days, and second, he could afford it. But he no longer cared quite so much for that form of diversion. He had developed, in a new way, the taste for power. It had become a lust with him. By far the wealthiest miner in Alaska, he wanted to be still wealthier. It was a big game he was playing in, and he liked it better than any other game. In a way, the part he played was creative. He was doing something, and at no time, striking another chord of his nature, could he take the joy in $1,000,000 Eldorado dump that was at all equivalent to the joy he took in watching his two sawmills working and the big downriver log rafts swinging into the bank in the Big Eddy just above Moosehide Mountain. Gold, even on the scales, was, after all, an abstraction. It represented things and the power to do. But the sawmills were the things themselves, concrete and tangible. And they were things that were a means to the doing of more things. They were dreams come true, hard and indubitable realizations of fairy gossamers. With the summer rush from the outside came special correspondence for the big newspapers and magazines, and one and all, using unlimited space, they wrote Daylight up, so that, as far as the world was concerned, Daylight loomed the largest figure in Alaska. Of course, after several months, the world became interested in the Spanish War and forgot all about him. But in the Klondike itself, Daylight still remained the most prominent figure. Passing along the streets of Dawson, all heads turned to follow him, and in the saloons, chechaquos watched him awesomely, scarcely taking their eyes from him as long as he remained in their range of vision. Not alone was he the richest man in the country, but he was Burning Daylight, the pioneer, the man who, almost in the midst of antiquity of that young land, had crossed the Chilcoot and drifted down the Yukon to meet those elder giants, Al Mayo and Jack McQuestion. He was the Burning Daylight of scores of wild adventures, the man who carried word to the icebound whaling fleet across the tundra wilderness to the Arctic Sea, who raced the mail from Circle to Saltwater and back again in 60 days, who saved the whole Tanana tribe from perishing in the winter of '91. In short, the man who smote the chechaquos' imaginations more violently than any other dozen men rolled into one. He had the fatal facility for self-advertisement. Things he did, no matter how adventurous or spontaneous, struck the popular imagination as remarkable. And the latest thing he had done was always on men's lips, whether it was being first in the heartbreaking stampede to Danish Creek, in killing the record bald-faced grizzly over on Sulphur Creek, or in winning the single paddle canoe race on the Queen's birthday after being forced to participate at the last moment by the failure of the Sourdough representative to appear. Then one night in the Moosehorn he locked horns with Jack Kearns in the long-promised return game of poker. The sky and 8 o'clock in the morning were made the limits, and at the close of the game Daylight's winnings were $230,000. To Jack Kearns, already several times millionaire, this loss was not vital, but the whole community was thrilled by the size of the stakes, and each one of the dozen correspondents in the field sent out a sensational article. End of Part 1, Chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Despite his many sources of revenue, Daylight's pyramiding kept him pinched for cash throughout the first winter. The pay gravel, thawed on bedrock and hoisted to the surface, immediately froze again. Thus his dumps, containing several millions of gold, were inaccessible. Not until the returning sun thawed the dumps and melted the water to wash them was he able to handle the gold they contained. And then he found himself with a surplus of gold, deposited in two of the newly organized banks, and he was promptly besieged by men and groups of men to enlist his capital in their enterprises. But he elected to play his own game, and he entered combinations only when they were generally defensive or offensive. Thus, though he had paid the highest wages, he joined the Mine Owners Association, engineered the fight, and effectually curbed the growing insubordination of the wage earners. Times had changed. The old days were gone forever. This was a new era, and Daylight, the wealthy mine owner, was loyal to his class affiliations. It was true the old-timers who worked for him in order to be saved from the club of the organized owners were made foremen over the gang of chechaquos, but this, with Daylight, was a matter of heart, not head. In his heart he could not forget the old days, while with his head he played the economic game according to the latest and most practical methods. But outside of such group combinations of exploiters, he refused to bind himself to any man's game. He was playing a great lone hand, and he needed all his money for his own backing. The newly founded stock exchange interested him keenly. He had never before seen such an institution, but he was quick to see its virtues and to utilize it. Most of all, it was gambling, and on many an occasion, not necessary for the advancement of his own schemes, he, as he called it, went the stock exchange a flutter out of sheer wantonness and fun. "It sure beats faro," was his comment one day, when, after keeping the Dawson speculators in a fever for a week, by alternate bulling and bearing, he showed his hand and cleaned up what would have been a fortune to any other man. Other men, having made their strike, had headed south for the States, taken a furlough from the grim Arctic battle. But asked when he was going outside, Daylight always laughed and said that when he had finished playing his hand. He added that a man was a fool to quit a game just when a winning hand had been dealt him. It was held by the thousands of hero-worshipping chechaquos that Daylight was a man absolutely without fear. But Bettles and Dan McDonald and other sourdoughs shook their heads and laughed as they mentioned women, and they were right. He had always been afraid of them from the time, himself a lad of 17, when Queen Anne of Juneau made open and ridiculous love to him. For that matter, he never had known women. Born in a mining camp where they were rare and mysterious,
Having no sisters, his mother dying when he was an infant, he had never been in contact with them. True, running away from Queen Anne, he had later encountered them on the Yukon and cultivated an acquaintance with them, the pioneer ones who crossed the passes on the trail of the men who had opened up the first diggings. But no lamb had ever walked with a wolf in greater fear and trembling than he had walked with them. It was a matter of masculine pride that he should walk with them, and he had done so in fair seeming. But women had remained to him a closed book, and he preferred a game of solo or 7-up any time. And now, known as the King of the Klondike, carrying several other royal titles, such as Eldorado King, Bonanza King, the Lumber Baron, and the Prince of the Stampeders, not to omit the proudest appellation of all, namely, the Father of the Sourdoughs, he was more afraid of women than ever, as never before they held out their arms to him, and more women were flocking into the country day by day. It mattered not whether he sat at dinner in the Gold Commissioner's house, called for the drinks in a dance hall, or submitted to an interview from the woman representative of the New York Sun, one and all of them held out their arms. There was one exception, and that was Freda, the girl that danced, and to whom he had given the flower. She was the only woman in whose company he felt at ease, for she alone never reached out her arms, and yet it was from her that he was destined to receive next his severest fright. It came about in the fall of 1897. He was returning from one of his dashes, this time to inspect Henderson, a creek that entered the Yukon just below the Stewart. Winter had come on with a rush, and he fought his way down the Yukon 70 miles in a frail Peterborough canoe in the midst of a run of mush ice. Hugging the rim ice that had already solidly formed, he shot across the ice-spewing mouth of the Klondike just in time to see a lone man dancing excitedly on the rim and pointing into the water. Next, he saw the fur-clad body of a woman, face under, sinking in the midst of the driving mush ice. A lane opening in the swirl of the current, it was a matter of seconds to drive the canoe to the spot, reach to the shoulder in the water, and draw the woman gingerly to the canoe's side. It was Freda, and all might have yet been well with him, had she not later, when brought back to consciousness, blazed at him with angry blue eyes and demanded, "Why did you? Oh, why did you?" This worried him. In the nights that followed, instead of sinking immediately to sleep as was his wont, he lay awake, visioning her face and that blue blaze of wrath, and conning her words over and over. They rang with sincerity. The reproach was genuine. She had meant just what she said, and still he pondered. The next time he encountered her, she had turned away from him angrily and contemptuously, and yet again she came to him to beg his pardon, and she dropped a hint of a man somewhere, sometime, she said not how, who had left her with no desire to live. Her speech was frank but incoherent, and all he gleaned from it was that the event, whatever it was, had happened years before. Also he gleaned that she had loved the man. That was the thing, love. It caused the trouble. It was more terrible than frost or famine. Women were all very well in themselves, good to look upon and likable, but along came this thing called love, and they were seared to the bone by it, made so irrational that one could never guess what they would do next. This Freda woman was a splendid creature, full-bodied, beautiful, and nobody's fool. But love had come along and soured her on the world, driving her to the Klondike and to suicide so compelling that she was made to hate the man that saved her life. Well, he had escaped love so far, just as he had escaped smallpox. Yet there it was, contagious as smallpox, and a whole lot worse in running its course. It made men and women do such fearful and unreasonable things. It was like delirium tremens, only worse. And if he, Daylight, caught it, he might have it badly as any of them. It was lunacy, stark lunacy, and contagious on top of it all. Half a dozen young fellows were crazy over Freda. They all wanted to marry her, yet she in turn was crazy over that some other fellow on the other side of the world, and would have nothing to do with them. But it was left to the Virgin to give him his final fright. She was found one morning dead in her cabin. A shot through the head had done it, and she had left no message, no explanation. Then came the talk. Some wit, voicing public opinion, called it a case of too much daylight. She had killed herself because of him. Everybody knew this and said so. The correspondents wrote it up, and once more Burning Daylight, king of the Klondike, was sensationally featured in the Sunday supplements of the United States. The Virgin had straightened up, so the feature stories ran, and correctly so. Never had she entered a Dawson City dance hall. When she first arrived from Circle City, she had earned her living by washing clothes. Next, she had bought a sewing machine and made men's drill parkas, fur caps, and moose-hide mittens. Then she had gone as a clerk into the First Yukon Bank. All this and more was known and told, though one and all were agreed that Daylight, while the cause, had been the innocent cause of her untimely end. And the worst of it was that Daylight knew it was true. Always he would remember that last night he had seen her. He had thought nothing of it at the time, but looking back, he was haunted by every little thing that had happened. In the light of the tragic event, he could understand everything. Her quietness, the calm certitude, as if all vexing questions of living had been smoothed out and were gone. And that certain ethereal sweetness about all that she had said and done that had been almost maternal. He remembered the way she had looked at him, how she had laughed when he narrated Mickey Dolan's mistake in staking the fraction on Skookum Gulch. Her laughter had been lightly joyous, while at the same time it had lacked the old-time robustness. Not that she had been grave or subdued. On the contrary, she had been so patently content, so filled with peace. She had fooled him, fool that he was. He had even thought that night that her feeling for him had passed, and he had taken delight in the thought, and caught visions of the satisfying future friendship that would be theirs with this perturbing love out of the way. And then, when he stood at the door, cap in hand, and said good night, it had struck him at the time as a funny and embarrassing thing, her bending over his hand and kissing it. He felt like a fool, but he shivered now when he looked back on it and felt again the touch of her lips on his hand. She was saying good-bye, an eternal good-bye, and he had never guessed. At that very moment, and for all the moments of the evening, coolly and deliberately, as he well knew her way, she had been resolved to die. If he had only known it. Untouched by the contagious malady himself, nevertheless, he would have married her if he had had the slightest inkling of what she contemplated. And yet he knew, furthermore, that hers was a certain stiff-kneed pride that would not have permitted her to accept marriage as an act of philanthropy. There had really been no saving her after all. The love disease had fastened upon her, and she had been doomed from the first to perish of it. Her one possible chance had been that he, too, should have caught it, and he had failed to catch it. Most likely, if he had, it would have been from Freda or some other woman. There was Dartworthy, the college man, who had staked the rich fraction on Bonanza above Discovery. Everybody knew that old Doolittle's daughter, Bertha, was madly in love with him. Yet, when he contracted the disease, of all women, it had been with the wife of Colonel Walthstone, the great Guggenhammer mining expert.
Result: 3 lunacy cases. Dartworthy selling out his mine for 1/10 its value. The poor woman sacrificing her respectability and sheltered nook in society to flee with him in an open boat down the Yukon, and Colonel Walthstone, breathing murder and destruction, taking out after them in another open boat. The whole impending tragedy had moved on down the muddy Yukon, passing 40 Mile in circle and losing itself in the wilderness beyond. But there it was, love, disorganizing men's and women's lives, driving toward destruction and death, turning topsy-turvy everything that was sensible and considerate, making bawds or suicides out of virtuous women, and scoundrels and murderers out of men who had always been clean and square. For the first time in his life, Daylight lost his nerve. He was badly and avowedly frightened. Women were terrible creatures, and the love germ was especially plentiful in their neighborhood. And they were so reckless, so devoid of fear. They were not frightened by what had happened to the Virgin. They held out their arms to him more seductively than ever, even without his fortune. Reckoned as a mere man, just past 30, magnificently strong and equally good-looking and good-natured, he was a prize for most normal women. But when to his natural excellences were added the romance that linked with his name and the enormous wealth that was his, practically every free woman he encountered measured him with an appraising and delighted eye, to say nothing of more than one woman who was not free. Other men might have been spoiled by this and led to lose their heads, but the only effect on him was to increase his fright. As a result, he refused most invitations to houses where women might be met, and frequented bachelor boards and the Moosehorn Saloon, which had no dance hall attached. End of Part 1, Chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6,000 spent the winter of 1897 in Dawson, and work on the creeks went on apace, while beyond the passes it was reported that 100,000 more were waiting for the spring. Late one brief afternoon, Daylight, on the benches between French Hill and Skookum Hill, caught a wider vision of things. Beneath him lay the richest part of Eldorado Creek, while up and down Bonanza he could see for miles. It was a scene of a vast devastation. The hills to their tops had been shorn of trees. Their naked sides showed signs of goring and perforating that even the mantle of snow could not hide. Beneath him in every direction were the cabins of men, but not many men were visible. A blanket of smoke filled the valleys and turned the gray day to melancholy twilight. Smoke arose from 1,000 holes in the snow, where, deep down on bedrock, in the frozen muck and gravel, the men crept and scratched and dug, and ever built more fires to break the grip of the frost. Here and there, where new shafts were starting, these fires flamed redly. Figures of men crawled out of the holes or disappeared into them, or, on raised platforms of hand-hewn timber, windlassed the thawed gravel to the surface, where it immediately froze. The wreckage of the spring washings appeared everywhere. Piles of sluice boxes, sections of elevated flumes, huge water wheels, all the debris of an army of gold-mad men. "It's plain gophering," Daylight muttered aloud. He looked at the naked hills and realized the enormous wastage of wood that had taken place. From this bird's eye view he realized the monstrous confusion of their excited workings. It was a gigantic inadequacy. Each worked for himself, and the result was chaos. In this richest of diggings, it cost out by their feverish, unthinking methods, another dollar was left hopelessly in the earth. given another year, and most of the claims would be worked out, the sum of the gold taken out would no more equal what was left behind. Organization was what was needed, he decided, and his quick imagination sketched Eldorado Creek from mouth to source, and from mountain top to mountain top, in the hands of one capable management. Even stream thawing, as yet untried, but bound to come, he saw would be makeshift. What should be done was to hydraulic the valley sides and benches, and then, on the creek bottom, to use gold dredges such as he had heard described as operating in California. There was the very chance of another big killing. He had wondered just what was precisely the reason for the Guggenhammers and the big English concerns sending in their high-salaried experts. That was their scheme. That was why they had approached him for the sale of worked-out claims and tailings. They were content to let the small mine owners gopher out what they could, for there would be millions in their leavings. And gazing down on the smoky inferno of crude effort, Daylight outlined the new game he would play, a game in which the Guggenhammers and the rest would have to reckon with him. Cut along with the delight in the new conception came a weariness. He was tired of the long Arctic years, and he was curious about the outside, the great world of which he had heard other men talk, and of which he was as ignorant as a child. There were games out there to play. It was a larger table, and there was no reason why he, with his millions, should not sit in and take a hand. So it was that afternoon on Skookum Hill that he resolved to play his last best Klondike hand and pull for the outside. It took time, however. He put trusted agents to work on the heels of great experts, and on the creeks where they began to buy he likewise bought. Wherever they tried to corner a worked-out creek, they found him standing in the way, owning blocks of claims or artfully scattered claims that put all their plans to naught. "I play you all wide open to win, am I right?" he told them once in a heated conference. Followed wars, truces, compromises, victories, and defeats. By 1898, 60,000 men were on the Klondike, and all their fortunes and affairs rocked back and forth and were affected by the battles Daylight fought. And more, the taste for the larger game urged in Daylight's mouth. Here he was already locked in grapples with the great Guggenhammers and winning, fiercely winning. Possibly the severest struggle was waged on Ophir, the veriest of moose pastures, whose low-grade dirt was valuable only because of its vastness. The ownership of a block of 7 claims in the heart of it gave Daylight his grip, and they could not come to terms. The Guggenhammer experts concluded that it was too big for him to handle, and when they gave him an ultimatum to that effect, he accepted and bought them out. The plan was his own, but he sent down to the States for competent engineers to carry it out. In the Rinkabilly watershed, 80 miles away, he built his reservoir, and for 80 miles the huge wooden conduit carried the water across country to the Ophir. Estimated at $3 millions, the reservoir and conduit cost nearly $4. Nor did he stop with this. Electric power plants were installed, and his workings were lighted as well as run by electricity. Other sourdoughs who had struck it rich in excess of all their dreams shook their heads gloomily, warned him that he would go broke, and declined to invest in so extravagant a venture. But Daylight smiled and sold out the remainder of his townside holdings. He sold at the right time, at the height of the placer boom. When he prophesied to his old cronies in the Moosehorn Saloon that within 5 years town lots in Dawson could not be given away, while the cabins would be chopped up for firewood, he was laughed at roundly and assured that the mother lode would be found ere that time. But he went ahead, when his need for lumber was finished, selling out his sawmills as well. Likewise, he began to get rid of his scattered holdings on the various creeks, and without thanks to anyone he finished his conduit, built his dredges, imported his machinery, and made the gold at Ophir immediately accessible. And he, who 5 years before had crossed over the divide from Indian River and threaded the silent wilderness, his dogs packing Indian fashion, himself living Indian fashion on straight moose meat, now heard the hoarse whistles calling his hundreds of laborers to work, and watched them toil under the white glare of the arc lamps. But having done this thing, he was ready to depart. And when he let the word go out, the Guggenhammers vied with the English concerns and with the new French company in bidding for the Ophir and all its plant. The Guggenhammers bid highest, and the price they paid netted Daylight a clean $1,000,000. It was current rumor that he was worth anywhere from 20 to 30 millions. But he alone knew just how he stood, and that, with his last claim sold and the table swept clean of his winnings, he had ridden his hunch to the tune of just a trifle over 11 millions. His departure was a thing that passed into the history of the Yukon along with his other deeds. All the Yukon was his guest. Dawson, the seat of the festivity. On that one last night, no man's dust save his own was good. Drinks were not to be purchased. Every saloon ran open, with extra relays of exhausted bartenders. And the drinks were given away. A man who refused this hospitality and persisted in paying found a dozen fights on his hands. The various chechikos rose up to defend the name of Daylight from such insult. And through it all, on moccasined feet, moved Daylight, hell-roaring, burning Daylight, overspilling with good nature and camaraderie, howling his he-wolf howl, and claiming the night as his, bending men's arms down to the bars, performing feats of strength, his bronzed face flushed with drink, his black eyes flashing, clad in overalls and blanket coat, his ear flaps dangling, and his gauntleted mittens swinging from the cord across the shoulders. But this time it was neither an ante nor a stake that he threw away, but a mere marker in the game that he, who held so many markers, would not miss. As a night, it eclipsed anything that Dawson had ever seen. It was Daylight's desire to make it memorable, and his attempt was a success. A goodly portion of Dawson got drunk that night. The fall weather was on, and though the freeze up on the Yukon was still delayed, the thermometer was down to 25 below zero and falling. Wherefore, it was necessary to organize gangs of life-savers who patrolled the streets to pick up drunken men from where they fell in the snow and where an hour's sleep would be fatal. Daylight, whose whim it was to make them drunk by hundreds and by thousands, was the one who initiated this life-saving. He wanted Dawson to have its night, but in his deeper processes, never careless nor wanton, he saw to it that it was a night without accident. And like his olden nights, his ukase went forth that there should be no quarreling, no fighting, offenders to be dealt with by him personally. Nor did he have to deal with any. Hundreds of devoted followers saw to it that the evilly disposed were rolled in the snow and hustled off to bed. In the great world, where great captains of industry die, all wheels under their erstwhile management are stopped for a minute. But in the Klondike, such was its hilarious sorrow at the departure of its captain that for 24 hours no wheels revolved. Even great Ophir, with its 1,000 men on the payroll, closed down. On the day after the night there were no men present or fit to go to work. Next morning, at break of day, Dawson said good-bye. The thousands that lined the bank wore mittens, and their ear flaps pulled down and tied. It was 30 below zero, the rim ice was thickening, and the Yukon, carried a run of mush ice. From the deck of the Seattle, Daylight waved and called his farewells. As the lines were cast off and the steamer swung out into the current, those near him saw the moisture well up in Daylight's eyes. In a way it was to him departure from his native land, this grim Arctic region which was practically the only land he had known. He tore off his cap and waved it. "Good bye, you-all," he called. "Good bye, you-all." End of Part 1, Chapter 13.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In no blaze of glory did Burning Daylight descend upon San Francisco. Not only had he been forgotten, but the Klondike along with him. The world was interested in other things, and the Alaskan adventure, like the Spanish War, was an old story. Many things had happened since then. Exciting things were happening every day, and the sensation space of newspapers was limited. The effect of being ignored, however, was an exhilaration. Big man as he had been in the Arctic game, it merely showed how much bigger was this new game. When a man worth 11 millions, and with a history such as his, passed unnoticed. He settled down in the St. Francis Hotel, was interviewed by cub reporters on the hotel run, and received brief paragraphs of notice for 24 hours. He grinned to himself and began to look around and get acquainted with the new order of beings and things. He was very awkward and very self-possessed. In addition to the stiffening afforded his backbone by the conscious ownership of 11 millions, he possessed an enormous certitude. Nothing abashed him, nor was he appalled by the display and culture and power around him. It was another kind of wilderness, that was all, and it was for him to learn the ways of it, the signs and trails and water holes where good hunting lay, and the bad stretches of field and flood to be avoided. As usual, he fought shy of the women. He was still too badly scared to come close quarters with the dazzling and resplendent creatures his own millions made accessible. They looked and longed, but he so concealed his timidity that he had all the seeming of moving boldly among them. Nor was it his wealth alone that attracted them. He was too much a man, and too much an unusual type of man. Young yet, barely 36, eminently handsome, magnificently strong, almost bursting with a splendid virility, his free trail stride, never learned on pavements, and his black eyes, hinting of great spaces and unwearied with the close perspective of the city dwellers, drew many a curious and wayward feminine glance. He saw, grinned knowingly to himself, and faced them as so many dangers, with a cool demeanor that was a far greater personal achievement than had they been famine, frost, or flood. He had come down to the States to play the man's game, not the woman's game, and the men he had not yet learned. They struck him as soft, soft physically, yet he divined them hard in their dealings, but hard under an exterior of supple softness. It struck him that there was something cat-like about them. He met them in the clubs and wondered how real was the good fellowship they displayed, and how quickly they would unsheath their claws and gouge and rend. "That's the proposition," he repeated to himself. "What will they do when the play is close and down to brass tacks?" He felt unwarrantably suspicious of them. "They're sure slick," was his secret judgment, and from bits of gossip dropped now and again, he felt his judgment well buttressed. On the other hand, they radiated an atmosphere of manliness, and the fair play that goes with manliness. They might gouge and rend in a fight, which was no more than natural, but he felt, somehow,
that they would gouge and rend according to rule. This was the impression he got of them, a generalization tempered by knowledge that there was bound to be a certain percentage of scoundrels among them. Several months passed in San Francisco, during which time he studied the game and its rules, and prepared himself to take a hand. He even took private instruction in English, and succeeded in eliminating his worst faults, though in moments of excitement he was prone to lapse into "y'all," "knowed," "sure," and similar solecisms. He learned to eat and dress and generally comport himself after the manner of civilized man. But through it all he remained himself, not unduly reverential nor considerative, and never hesitating to stride roughshod over any soft-faced convention if it got in his way and the provocation was great enough. Also, and unlike the average run of weaker men coming from back countries and far places, he failed to reverence the particular tin gods worshipped variously by the civilized tribes of men. He had seen totems before, and he knew them for what they were. Tired of being merely an onlooker, he ran up to Nevada, where the new gold mining boom was fairly started, just to try a flutter, as he phrased it to himself. The flutter on the Tonopah Stock Exchange lasted just 10 days, during which time his smashing wild bull game played ducks and drakes with the more stereotyped gamblers, and at the end of which time, having gambled Floridel into his fist, he let go for a net profit of $500,000. Whereupon, smacking his lips, he departed for San Francisco and the St. Francis Hotel. It tasted good, and his hunger for the game became more acute. And once more the papers sensationalized him. "Burning Daylight" was a big letter headline again. Interviewers flocked about him. Old files of magazines and newspapers were searched through, and the romantic and historic Elam Harnish, adventurer of the frost, king of the Klondike and father of the sourdoughs, strode upon the breakfast table of a million homes, along with the toast and breakfast foods. Even before his elected time, he was forcibly launched into the game. Financiers and promoters and all the flotsam and jetsam of the sea of speculation surged upon the shores of his 11 millions. In self-defense, he was compelled to open offices. He had made them sit up and take notice, and now, willy-nilly, they were dealing him hands and clamoring for him to play. Well, play he would. He'd show 'em, even despite the elated prophecies made of how swiftly he would be trimmed, prophecies coupled with the descriptions of the bucolic game he would play and of his wild and woolly appearance. He dabbled in little things at first, stalling for time, as he explained it, to Holdsworthy, a friend he had made at the Alta Pacific Club. Daylight himself was a member of the club, and Holdsworthy had proposed him. And it was well that Daylight played closely at first, for he was astounded by the multitudes of sharks, ground sharks he called them, that flocked about him. He saw through their schemes readily enough, and even marveled that such numbers of them could find sufficient prey to keep them going. Their rascality and general dubiousness was so transparent that he could not understand how anyone could be taken in by them. And then he found that there were sharks and sharks. Holdsworthy treated him more like a brother than a mere fellow clubman, watching over him, advising him, and introducing him to the magnates of the local financial world. Holdsworth's family lived in a delightful bungalow near Menlo Park, and here Daylight spent a number of weekends, seeing a fineness and kindness of home life of which he had never dreamed. Holdsworthy was an enthusiast over flowers, and a half lunatic over raising prize poultry, and these engrossing madnesses were a source of perpetual joy to Daylight, who looked on in tolerant good humor. Such amiable weaknesses tokened the healthfulness of the man, and Daylight drew closer to him. A prosperous, successful business man, without great ambitions, was Daylight's estimate of him. A man too easily satisfied with the small stakes of the game ever to launch out in a big play. On one such week end visit Holdsworthy let him in on a good thing, a good little thing, a brickyard at Glen Ellen. Daylight listened closely to the other's description of the situation. It was a most reasonable venture, and Daylight's one objection was that it was so small a matter and so far out of his line, and he went into it only as a matter of friendship. Holdsworthy explaining that he was himself already in a bit, and that while it was a good thing, he would be compelled to make sacrifices in other directions in order to develop it. Daylight advanced the capital, $50,000, and as he laughingly explained it afterward, "I was stung all right, but it wasn't Holdsworthy that did it half as much as those blamed chickens and fruit trees of his." It was a good lesson, however, for he learned that there were few faiths in the business world, and that even the simple, homely faith of breaking bread and eating salt counted for little in the face of a worthless brickyard and $50,000 in cash. But the sharks and sharks of various orders and degrees, he concluded, were on the surface. Deep down, he divined, were the integrities and the stabilities. These big captains of industry and masters of finance, he decided, were the men to work with. By the very nature of their huge deals and enterprises, they had to play fair. No room there for little sharpers' tricks and bunco games. It was to be expected that little men should salt gold mines with a shotgun and work off worthless brickyards on their friends. But in high finance, such methods were not worth while. There the men were engaged in developing the country, organizing its railroads, opening up its mines, making accessible its vast natural resources. Their play was bound to be big and stable. "They sure can't afford tin horn tactics," was his summing up. So it was that he resolved to leave the little men, the Holdsworthys, alone, and, while he met them in good fellowship, he chummed with none and formed no deep friendships. He did not dislike the little men, the men of the Alta Pacific, for instance. He merely did not elect to choose them for partners in the big game in which he intended to play. What the big game was, he did not know. He was waiting to find it, and in the meantime he played small hands, investing in several arid lands reclamation projects and keeping his eyes open for the big chance when it should come along. And then he met John Dowsett, the great John Dowsett. The whole thing was fortuitous. This cannot be doubted, as Daylight himself knew. It was by the merest chance, when in Los Angeles, that he heard the tuna were running strong at Santa Catalina, and went over to the island instead of returning directly to San Francisco as he had planned. There he met John Dowsett, resting off for several days in the middle of a flying Western trip. Dowsett had, of course, heard of the spectacular Klondike King and his rumored 30 millions, and he certainly found himself interested by the man in the acquaintance that was formed. Somewhere along in this acquaintanceship the idea must have popped into his brain, but he did not broach it, preferring to mature it carefully. So he talked in large general ways and did his best to be agreeable and win Daylight's friendship. It was the first big magnate Daylight had met face to face, and he was pleased and charmed. There was such a kindly humanness about the man, such a genial democraticness, that Daylight found it hard to realize that this was the John Dowsett, president of a string of banks, insurance manipulator, reputed ally of lieutenants of Standard Oil, and known ally of the Guggenhammers. Nor did his looks belie his reputation and his manner. Physically, he guaranteed all that Daylight knew of him. Despite his 60 years and snow-white hair, His handshake was firmly hearty, and he showed no signs of decrepitude, walking with a quick, snappy step, making all movements definitely and decisively. His skin was a healthy pink, and his thin, clean lips knew the way to writhe heartily over a joke. He had honest blue eyes of palest blue. They looked out at one keenly and frankly from under shaggy gray brows. His mind showed itself disciplined and orderly, and its working struck Daylight as having all the certitude of a steel trap. He was a man who knew, and who never decorated his knowledge with foolish frills or sentiment or emotion. That he was accustomed to command was patent, and every word and gesture tingled with power. Combined with this was his sympathy and tact, and Daylight could note easily enough all the earmarks that distinguished him from a little man of the Holdsworthy caliber. Daylight knew also his history, the prime old American stock from which he had descended, his own war record, the John Dowsett before him who had been one of the banking buttresses of the cause of the Union, the Commodore Dowsett of the War of 1812, the General Dowsett of Revolutionary fame, and that first Farr Dowsett, owner of lands and slaves in early New England. "He is sure the real thing," he told one of his fellow clubmen afterwards in the smoking room of the Alta Pacific. "I'll tell you, Gallon, he was a genuine surprise to me. I knew the big ones had to be like that, but I had to see him to really know it. He's one of the fellows that does things. You can see it sticking out all over him. He's 1 in 1,000. That's straight. A man to tie to. There's no limit to any game he plays, and you can stack on it that he plays right up to the handle. I bet he could lose or win 6 million without batting an eye." Gallon puffed at his cigar, and at the conclusion of the panegyric regarded the other curiously. But Daylight, ordering cocktails, failed to note this curious stare. "Going in with him on some deal, I suppose," Gallon remarked. "Nope, not the slightest idea. Here's kindness. I was just explaining that I'd come to understand how these big fellows do big things. Why, do you know, he gave me such a feeling that he knew everything that I was plumb ashamed of myself. I guess I could give him cards and spades when it comes to driving a dog team, though," Daylight observed after a meditative pause. "And I really believe I could put him on to a few wrinkles in poker and placer mining, and maybe in paddling a birch canoe. And maybe I stand a better chance to learn the game he's been playing all his life than he would stand of learning the game I played up north." End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was not long afterward that Daylight came to New York. A letter from John Dowsett had been the cause, a simple little typewritten letter of several lines. But Daylight had thrilled as he read it. He remembered the thrill that was his, a callow youth of 15, when, in Tempest Butte, through lack of a fourth man, Tom Galsworthy, gambler, had said, "Get in, kid. Take a hand." That thrill was his now. The bald typewritten sentences seemed gorged with mystery. "Our Mr. Howison will call upon you at your hotel. He is to be trusted. We must not be seen together. You will understand after we have had our talk." Daylight conned the words over and over. That was it. The big game had arrived, and it looked as if he were being invited to sit in and take a hand. Surely, for no other reason, would one man so peremptorily invite another man to make a journey across the continent. They met, thanks to our Mr. Howison, up the Hudson in a magnificent country home. Daylight, according to instructions, arrived in a private motor car which had been furnished him,
Whose car it was he did not know, any more than he did know the owner of the house, with its generous rolling, tree-studded lawns. Dowsett was already there, and another man whom Daylight recognized before the introduction was begun. It was Nathaniel Letton, and none other. Daylight had seen his face a score of times in the magazines and newspapers, and read about his standing in the financial world and about his endowed University of Daratona. He, likewise, struck Daylight as a man of power, though he was puzzled in that he could find no likeness to Dowsett, except in the matter of cleanliness, a cleanliness that seemed to go down to the deepest fibers of him. Nathaniel Letton was unlike the other in every particular. Thin to emaciation, he seemed the cold flame of a man of mysterious, chemic sort of flame, who, under a glacier-like exterior, conveyed, somehow, the impression of the ardent heat of 1,000 suns. His large gray eyes were mainly responsible for this feeling, and they blazed out feverishly from what was almost a death's head, so thin was the face, the skin of which was a ghastly, dull, dead white. Not more than 50, thatched with a sparse growth of iron-gray hair, he looked several times the age of Dowsett. Yet Nathaniel Letton possessed control. Daylight could see that plainly. He was a thin-faced ascetic, living in a state of high, attenuated calm, a molten planet under a transcontinental ice sheet. And yet, above all, most of all, Daylight was impressed by the terrific and almost awful cleanliness of the man. There was no dross in him. He had all the seeming of having been purged by fire. Daylight had the feeling that a healthy man oath would be a deadly offense to his ears, a sacrilege and a blasphemy. They drank. That is, Nathaniel Letton took mineral water served by the smoothly operating machine of a lackey who inhabited the place, while Dowsett took Scotch and soda, and Daylight a cocktail. Nobody seemed to notice the unusualness of a martini at midnight, though Daylight looked sharply for that very thing, for he had long since learned that martinis had their strictly appointed times and places. But he liked martinis, and being a natural man, he chose deliberately to drink when and how he pleased. Others had noticed this peculiar habit of his, but not so Dowsett and Letton, and Daylight's secret thought was, they sure wouldn't bat an eye if I called for a glass of corrosive sublimate. Leon Guggenhammer arrived in the midst of the drink, and ordered Scotch. Daylight studied him curiously. This was one of the great Guggenhammer family, a younger one, but nevertheless one of the crowd with which he had locked grapples in the North. Nor did Leon Guggenhammer fail to mention cognizance of that old affair. He complimented Daylight on his prowess. The echoes of Ophir came down to us, you know, and I must say, Mr. Daylight, Mr. Harnish, that you whipped us roundly in that affair. Echoes? Daylight could not escape the shock of the phrase. Echoes had come down to them of the fight into which he had flung all his strength and the strength of his Klondike millions. The Guggenhammers sure must go some when a fight of that dimension was no more than a skirmish, of which they deigned to hear echoes. They sure play an almighty big game down here, was his conclusion, accompanied by a corresponding elation that it was just precisely that almighty big game in which he was about to be invited to play a hand. For the moment he poignantly regretted that the rumor was not true, and that his 11 millions were not in reality 30 millions. Well, that much he would be frank about. He would let them know exactly how many stacks of chips he could buy. Leon Guggenhammer was young and fat. Not a day more than 30, his face, save for the adumbrated puff sacks under the eyes, was as smooth and lineless as a boy's. He, too, gave the impression of cleanliness. He showed in the pink of health. His unblemished, smooth-shaven skin shouted advertisement of his splendid physical condition.
In the face of that perfect skin, his very fatness and mature, rotund paunch could be nothing other than normal. He was constituted to be prone to fatness, that was all. The talk soon centered down to business, though Guggenhammer had first to say his say about the forthcoming international yacht race and about his own palatial steam yacht, the Electra, whose recent engines were already antiquated. Dowsett broached the plan, aided by an occasional remark from the other two, while Daylight asked questions. Whatever the proposition was, he was going into it with his eyes open, and they filled his eyes with a practical vision of what they had in mind. "They will never dream you are with us," Guggenhammer interjected, as the outline of the matter drew to a close, his handsome Jewish eyes flashing enthusiastically. "They'll think you are raiding on your own in proper buccaneer style." "Of course you understand, Mr. Harnish, the absolute need for keeping our alliance in the dark," Nathaniel Letton warned gravely. Daylight nodded his head. "And you also understand," Letton went on, "that the result can only be productive of good. The thing is legitimate and right, and the only ones who may be hurt are the stock gamblers themselves. It is not an attempt to smash the market. As you see for yourself, you are to bull the market. The honest investor will be the gainer." "Yes, that's the very thing," Dowsett said. "The commercial need for copper is continually increasing. Ward Valley Copper and all that it stands for, practically 1/4 of the world's supply, as I have shown you, is a big thing. How big, even we can scarcely estimate. Our arrangements are made. We have plenty of capital ourselves, and yet we want more. Also, there is too much Ward Valley out to suit our present plans. Thus we kill both birds with one stone." "And I am the stone?" Daylight broke in with a smile. "Yes, just that. Not only will you bull Ward Valley, but you will at the same time gather Ward Valley in. This will be of inestimable advantage to us, while you and all of us will profit by it as well. And as Mr. Letton has pointed out, the thing is legitimate and square. On the 18th the directors meet, and instead of the customary dividend, a double dividend will be declared." "And where will the shorts be then?" Leon Guggenhammer cried excitedly. "The shorts will be the speculators," Nathaniel Letton explained. "The gamblers, the froth of Wall Street, you understand. The genuine investors will not be hurt. Furthermore, they will have learned for the thousandth time to have confidence in Ward Valley. And with their confidence we can carry through the large developments we have outlined to you." "There will be all sorts of rumors on the street," Dowsett warned Daylight, "but do not let them frighten you. These rumors may even originate with us. You can see how and why clearly. But the rumors are to be no concern of yours. You are on the inside, and all you have to do is buy, and keep on buying to the last stroke, when the directors declare the double dividend. Ward Valley will jump so that it won't be feasible to buy after that." "What we want," Letton took up the strain, pausing significantly to sip his mineral water, "what we want is to take large blocks of Ward Valley off the hands of the public. We could do this easily enough by depressing the market and frightening the holders, and we could do it more cheaply in such a fashion. But we are absolute masters of the situation, and we are fair enough to buy Ward Valley on a rising market. Not that we are philanthropists, but that we need the investors in our big development scheme. Nor do we lose directly by the transaction. The instant the action of the directors becomes known, Ward Valley will rush heavenward. In addition, and outside the legitimate field of the transaction, we will pinch the shorts for a very large sum. But that is only incidental, you understand, and in a way unavoidable. On the other hand, we shall not turn up our noses at that phase of it. The shorts shall be the veriest gamblers, of course,
and they will get no more than they deserve. "And one other thing, Mr. Harnish," Guggenhammer said. "If you exceed your available cash, or the amount you care to invest in the venture, don't fail immediately to call on us. Remember, we are behind you." "Yes, we are behind you," Dowsett repeated. Nathaniel Letton nodded his head in affirmation. "Now about that double dividend on the 18th." John Dowsett drew a slip of paper from his notebook and adjusted his glasses. "Let me show you the figures. Here, you see." And thereupon he entered into a long technical and historic explanation of the earnings and dividends of Ward Valley from the day of its organization. The whole conference lasted no more than an hour, during which time Daylight lived at the topmost of the highest peak of life that he had ever scaled. These men were big players. They were powers. True, as he knew himself, they were not the real inner circle. They did not rank with the Morgans and Harrimans, and yet they were in touch with those giants and were themselves lesser giants. He was pleased, too, with their attitude toward him. They met him deferentially, but not patronizingly. It was the deference of equality, and Daylight could not escape the subtle flattery of it, for he was fully aware that in experience as well as wealth they were far and away beyond him. "We shall shake up the speculating crowd," Leon Guggenhammer proclaimed jubilantly as they rose to go. "And you are the man to do it, Mr. Harnish. They are bound to think you are on your own, and their shears are all sharpened for the trimming of newcomers like you." "They will certainly be misled," Letton agreed, his eerie gray eyes blazing out from the voluminous folds of the huge Mueller with which he was swathing his neck to the ears. "Their minds run in ruts. It is the unexpected that upsets their stereotyped calculations. Any new combination, any strange factor, any fresh variant. And you will be all that to them, Mr. Harnish. And I repeat, they are gamblers, and they will deserve all that befalls them. They clog and cumber all legitimate enterprise. You have no idea of the trouble they cause men like us, sometimes by their gambling tactics, upsetting the soundest plans, even overturning the stablest institutions." Dowsett and young Guggenhammer went away in one motor car, and Letton by himself in another. Daylight, with still in the forefront of his consciousness all that had occurred in the preceding hour, was deeply impressed by the scene at the moment of departure. The three machines stood like weird night monsters at the graveled foot of the wide stairway under the unlighted porte cochere. It was a dark night, and the lights of the motor cars cut as sharply through the blackness as knives would cut through solid substance. The obsequious lackey, the automatic genie of the house which belonged to none of the three men, stood like a graven statue after having helped them in. The fur-coated chauffeurs bulked dimly in their seats. One after the other, like spurred steeds, the cars leaped into the blackness, took the curve of the driveway, and were gone. Daylight's car was the last, and peering out, he caught a glimpse of the unlighted house that loomed hugely through the darkness like a mountain. Whose was it, he wondered? How came they to use it for their secret conference? Would the lackey talk? How about the chauffeurs? Were they trusted men like our Mr. Howison? Mystery. The affair was alive with it, and hand in hand with mystery walked power. He leaned back and inhaled his cigarette. Big things were afoot. The cards were shuffled even for a mighty deal, and he was in on it. He remembered back to his poker games with Jack Kearns and laughed aloud. He had played for thousands in those days on the turn of a card. Now he was playing for millions. And on the 18th, when that dividend was declared, he chuckled at the confusion that would inevitably descend upon the men with the sharpened shears waiting to trim him, Burning Daylight. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part Two, Chapter 3 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Back at his hotel, though nearly 2 in the morning, he found the reporters waiting to interview him. Next morning there were more, and thus, with blare of paper trumpet, he was received by New York. Once more, with beating of tom-toms and wild hullabaloo, his picturesque figure strode across the printed sheet. The king of the Klondike, the hero of the Arctic, the $30 million millionaire of the North, had come to New York. What had he come for? To trim the New Yorkers, as he had trimmed the Tonopah crowd in Nevada? Wall Street had best watch out, for the wild man of the Klondike had just come to town. Or perchance would Wall Street trim him? Wall Street had trimmed many wild men. Would this be Burning Daylight's fate? Daylight grinned to himself and gave out ambiguous interviews. It helped the game, and he grinned again as he meditated that Wall Street would sure have to go some before it trimmed him. They were prepared for him to play, and when heavy buying of Ward Valley began, it was quickly decided that he was the operator. Financial gossip buzzed and hummed. He was after the Guggenhammers once more. The story of Ophir was told over again and sensationalized until even Daylight scarcely recognized it. Still, it was grist to his mill. The stock gamblers were clearly befooled. Each day he increased his buying, and so eager were the sellers that Ward Valley rose but slowly. "It sure beats poker," Daylight whispered gleefully to himself as he noted the perturbation he was causing. The newspapers hazarded countless guesses and surmises, and Daylight was constantly dogged by a small battalion of reporters. His own interviews were gems. Discovering the delight the newspapers took in his vernacular, in his you-alls and sures and surged up, he even exaggerated these peculiarities of speech, exploiting the phrases he had heard other frontiersmen use, and inventing occasionally a new one of his own. A wildly exciting time was his during the week preceding Thursday, the 18th. Not only was he gambling as he had never gambled before, but he was gambling at the biggest table in the world and for stakes so large that even the case-hardened habitués of that table were compelled to sit up. In spite of the unlimited selling, his persistent buying compelled Ward Valley steadily to rise, and as Thursday approached, the situation became acute. Something had to smash. How much Ward Valley was this Klondike gambler going to buy? How much could he buy? What was the Ward Valley crowd doing all this time? Daylight appreciated the interviews with them that appeared, interviews delightfully placid and non-committal. Leon Guggenhammer even hazarded the opinion that this Northland Croesus might possibly be making a mistake. But not that they cared, John Dowsett explained, nor did they object. While in the dark regarding his attentions, of one thing they were certain, namely, that he was bulling Ward Valley, and they did not mind that. No matter what happened to him and his spectacular operations, Ward Valley was all right, and would remain all right, as firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. No, they had no Ward Valley to sell. Thank you. This purely fictitious state of the market was bound shortly to pass, and Ward Valley was not to be induced to change even the tenor of its way by any insane stock exchange flurry. "It is purely gambling from beginning to end," were Nathaniel Layton's words, "and we refuse to have anything to do with it, or to take notice of it in any way." During this time Daylight had several secret meetings with his partners, one with Leon Guggenhammer, one with John Dowsett, and two with Mr. Howison. Beyond congratulations, they really amounted to nothing, for as he was informed, everything was going satisfactorily. But on Tuesday morning a rumor that was disconcerting came to Daylight's ears.
It was also published in the Wall Street Journal, and it was to the effect, on apparently straight inside information, that on Thursday, when the directors of Ward Valley met, instead of the customary dividend being declared, an assessment would be levied. It was the first check Daylight had received. It came to him with a shock that if the thing were so he was a broken man. And it also came to him that all this colossal operating of his was being done on his own money. Dowsett, Guggenhammer, and Letton were risking nothing. It was a panic short-lived, it was true, but sharp enough while it lasted to make him remember Holsworthy and the brickyard, and to impel him to cancel all buying orders while he rushed to a telephone. "Nothing in it, only a rumor," came Leon Guggenhammer's throaty voice in the receiver. "As you know," said Nathaniel Letton, "I am one of the directors, and I should certainly be aware of it were such action contemplated. And John Dowsett, I warned you against just such rumors. There is not an iota of truth in it, certainly not. I tell you on my honor as a gentleman." Heartily ashamed of himself for his temporary loss of nerve, Daylight returned to his task. The cessation of buying had turned the stock exchange into a bedlam, and down all the line of stocks the bears were smashing. Ward Valley, as the ape, received the brunt of the shock, and was already beginning to tumble. Daylight calmly doubled his buying orders. And all through Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday morning he went on buying, while Ward Valley rose triumphantly higher. Still they sold, and still he bought, exceeding his power to buy many times over, when delivery was taken into account. What of that? On this day the double dividend would be declared, he assured himself. The pinch of delivery would be on the shorts. They would be making terms with him. And then the thunderbolt struck. True to the rumor, Ward Valley levied the assessment. Daylight threw up his arms. He verified the report and quit. Not alone Ward Valley, but all securities were being hammered down by the triumphant bears. As for Ward Valley, Daylight did not even trouble to learn if it had fetched bottom or was still tumbling. Not stunned, not even bewildered, while Wall Street went mad, Daylight withdrew from the field to think it over. After a short conference with his brokers, he proceeded to his hotel, on the way picking up the evening papers and glancing at the headlines. "Burning Daylight cleaned out," he read. "Daylight gets his. Another Westerner fails to find easy money." As he entered his hotel, a later edition announced the suicide of a young man, a lamb, who had followed Daylight's play. "What in hell do he want to kill himself for?" was Daylight's muttered comment. He passed up to his rooms, ordered a martini cocktail, took off his shoes, and sat down to think. After half an hour, he roused himself to take the drink, and as he felt the liquor pass warmingly through his body, his features relaxed into a slow, deliberate, yet genuine grin. He was laughing at himself. "Buncoed, by gosh," he muttered. Then the grin died away, and his face grew bleak and serious. Leaving out his interests in the several Western reclamation projects, which were still assessing heavily, he was a ruined man. But harder hit than this was his pride. He had been so easy. They had gold bricked him, and he had nothing to show for it. The simplest farmer would have had documents, while he had nothing but a gentleman's agreement, and a verbal one at that. Gentleman's agreement? He snorted over it. John Dowsett's voice, just as he heard it in the telephone receiver, sounded in his ears the words, "On my honor as a gentleman." They were sneak thieves and swindlers. That's what they were. And they had given him the double cross. The newspapers were right. He had come to New York to be trimmed, and Messrs. Dowsett, Letton, and Guggenhammer had done it. He was a little fish, and they had played with him 10 days, ample time in which to swallow him, along with his 11 millions. Of course, they had been unloading on him all the time, and now they were buying Ward Valley back for a song ere the market righted itself. Most probably out of his share of the swag. Nathaniel Letton would erect a couple of new buildings for that university of his. Leon Guggenhammer would buy new engines for that yacht or a whole fleet of yachts. But what the devil Dowsett would do with his whack was beyond him. Most likely start another string of banks. And Daylight sat and consumed cocktails as he saw back in his life to Alaska, and lived over the grim years in which he had battled for his 11 millions. For a while murder ate at his heart, and wild ideas and sketchy plans of killing his betrayers flashed through his mind. That was what that young man should have done instead of killing himself. He should have gone gunning. Daylight unlocked his grip and took out his automatic pistol, a big Colt's .44. He released the safety catch with his thumb, and operating the sliding outer barrel, ran the contents of the clip through the mechanism. The 8 cartridges slid out in a stream. He refilled the clip, threw a cartridge into the chamber, and, with the trigger at full cock, thrust up the safety ratchet. He shoved the weapon into the side pocket of his coat, ordered another martini, and resumed his seat. He thought steadily for an hour, but he grinned no more. Lines formed in his face, and in those lines were the travail of the North, the bite of the frost, all that he had achieved and suffered, the long, unending weeks of trail, the bleak tundra shore of Point Barrow, the smashing ice jam of the Yukon, the battles with animals and men, the lean, dragged days of famine, the long months of stinging hell among the mosquitoes of the Koyokuk, the toil of pick and shovel, the scars and mars of packstrap and tump line, the straight meat diet with the dogs, and all the long procession of 20 full years of toil and sweat and endeavor. At 10 o'clock he arose and pored over the city directory. Then he put on his shoes, took a cab, and departed into the night. Twice he changed cabs, and finally fetched up at the night office of a detective agency. He superintended the thing himself, laid down money in advance in profuse quantities, selected the 6 men he needed, and gave them their instructions. Never for so simple a task had they been so well paid, for to each, in addition to office charges, he gave a $500 bill with the promise of another if he succeeded. Sometime next day, he was convinced, if not sooner, his 3 silent partners would come together. To each one, 2 of his detectives were to be attached. Time and place was all he wanted to learn. "Stop at nothing, boys," were his final instructions. "I must have this information. Whatever you do, whatever happens, I'll sure see you through." Returning to his hotel, he changed cabs as before, went up to his room, and with one more cocktail for a nightcap, went to bed and to sleep. In the morning he dressed and shaved, ordered breakfast and the newspapers sent up, and waited. But he did not drink. By 9 o'clock his telephone began to ring and the reports to come in. Nathaniel Letton was taking the train at Tarrytown. John Dowsett was coming down by the subway. Leon Guggenhammer had not stirred out yet, though he was assuredly within. And in this fashion, with a map of the city spread out before him, Daylight followed the movements of his 3 men as they drew together. Nathaniel Letton was at his offices in the Mutual Solander building. Next arrived Guggenhammer. Dowsett was still in his own offices, but at 11 came the word that he also had arrived, and several minutes later Daylight was in a hired motor car and speeding for the Mutual Solander building. End of Part 2, Chapter 3.
Part 2, Chapter 4 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nathaniel Letton was talking when the door opened. He ceased, and with his two companions, gazed with controlled perturbation at Burning Daylight striding into the room. The free swinging movements of the trail traveler were unconsciously exaggerated in that stride of his. In truth, it seemed to him that he felt the trail beneath his feet. "Howdy, gentlemen, howdy," he remarked, ignoring the unnatural calm with which they greeted his entrance. He shook hands with them in turn, striding from one to another, and gripping their hands so heartily that Nathaniel Letton could not forbear to wince. Daylight flung himself into a massive chair and sprawled lazily, with an appearance of fatigue. The leather grip he had brought into the room he dropped carelessly beside him on the floor. "God Almighty, I've sure been going some," he sighed. "We sure trimmed them beautiful. It was real slick. And the beauty of the play never dawned on me till the very end. It was pure and simple knock down and drag out, and the way they fell for it was amazing." The geniality in his lazy Western drawl reassured them. He was not so formidable after all. Despite the act that he had effected an entrance into the face of Letton's instructions to the outer office, he showed no indication of making a scene or playing rough. "Well," Daylight demanded good-humoredly, "ain't you all got a good word for your partner? Or has his sure enough brilliance plumb dazzled you all?" Letton made a dry sound in his throat. Dowsett sat quietly and waited, while Leon Guggenhammer struggled into articulation. "You have certainly raised Cain," he said. Daylight's black eyes flashed in a pleased way. "Didn't I, though?" he proclaimed jubilantly. "And didn't we fool 'em? I was totally surprised. I never dreamed they would be that easy. And now," he went on, not permitting the pause to grow awkward, "we all might as well have an accounting. I'm pulling west this afternoon on that blamed 20th Century." He tugged at his grip, got it open, and dipped into it with both his hands. "But don't forget, boys, when you all want me to hornswoggle Wall Street another flutter, all you have to do is whisper the word. I'll sure be right there with the goods." His hands emerged, clutching a great mass of stubs, checkbooks, and brokers' receipts. These he deposited in a heap on the big table, and dipping again, he fished out the stragglers and added them to the pile. He consulted a slip of paper drawn from his coat pocket and read aloud: $10,027,042.68 is my figuring on my expenses. Of course that was all taken from the winnings before we all get to figuring on the whack-up. Where's your figures? It must have been a good old mighty big clean-up." The three men looked their bepuzzlement at one another. The man was a bigger fool than they had imagined, or else he was playing a game which they could not divine. Nathaniel Letton moistened his lips and spoke up. "It will take some hours yet, Mr. Harnish, before the full accounting can be made. Mr. Howison is at work upon it now. As you say, it has been a gratifying clean-up. Suppose we have lunch together and talk it over. I'll have the clerks work through the noon hour so that you will have ample time to catch your train." Dowsett and Guggenhammer manifested a relief that was almost obvious. The situation was clearing. It was disconcerting, under the circumstances, to be pent in the same room with this heavy-muscled, Indian-like man whom they had robbed. They remembered unpleasantly the many stories of his strength and recklessness. If Letton could only put him off long enough for the men to escape into the policed world outside the office door, all would be well. And Daylight showed all the signs of being put off. "I'm really glad to hear that," he said. "I don't want to miss that train, and you all have done me proud, gentlemen. letting me in on this deal. I just do appreciate it without being able to express my feelings. But I am sure almighty curious, and I'd like terrible to know, Mr. Letton, what your figures of our winnings is. Can you all give me a rough estimate?" Nathaniel Letton did not look appealingly at his two friends, but in the brief pause they felt that appeal pass out from him. Dowsett, of sterner mold than the others, began to divine that the Klondiker was playing, but the other two were still older the blandishment of his childlike innocence. "It's extremely difficult," Leo Guggenheimer began. "You see, Ward Valley has fluctuated so that no estimate can possibly be made in advance," Letton supplemented. Approximated," Daylight counseled cheerfully. "It don't hurt if you all are a million or so off one side or the other. The figures'll straighten that up. But I'm that curious I'm just itching all over. What do you say?" "Why continue to play at cross purposes?" Dawson demanded abruptly and coldly. "Let us have the explanation here and now. Mr. Harnish is laboring under a false impression, and he should be set straight. In this deal " But Daylight interrupted. He had played too much poker to be unaware or unappreciative of the psychological factor, and he headed Dowsett off in order to play the denouncement of the present game in his own way. "Speaking of deals," he said, "reminds me of a poker game I once seen in Reno, Nevada. It wasn't what you all would call a square game. They all was tin horns that sat in. But there was a tenderfoot, short horns they are all called out there. He stands in behind the dealer and sees the same dealer give himself four aces often the bottom of the deck. The tenderfoot is sure shocked. He slides around to the player facing the dealer across the table. 'Say,' he whispers, 'I seen that dealer deal himself four aces.' 'Well, what of it?' said the player. 'I'm trying to tell you-all because I think you ought to know,' says the tenderfoot. 'I tell you-all I seen him deal himself four aces.' 'Say, mister,' says the player, 'you-all better get out of here. You-all don't understand the game. It's his deal, ain't it?' The laughter that greeted his story was hollow and perfunctory, but Daylight appeared not to notice it. "Your story has some meaning, I suppose," Dowsett said pointedly. Daylight looked at him innocently and did not reply. He turned jovially to Nathaniel Letton. "Fire away," he said. "Give us an approximation of our winnings. As I said before, a million out one way or the other won't matter. It's bound to be such an almighty big winning." By this time Letton was stiffened by the attitude Dowsett had taken, and his answer was prompt and definite. "I fear you are under a misapprehension, Mr. Harnish. There are no winnings to be divided with you. Now don't get excited, I beg of you. I have but to press this button." Far from excited, Daylight had all the seeming of being stunned. He felt absently in his vest pocket for a match, lighted it, and discovered that he had no cigarette. The three men watched him with the tense closeness of cats. Now that it had come, they knew that they had a nasty few minutes before them. "Do you all mind saying that over again?" Daylight said. "Seems to me I ain't got it just exactly right. You-all said." He hung with painful expectancy on Nathaniel Letton's utterance. "I said you were under a misapprehension, Mr. Harnish, that was all. You have been stock gambling, and you have been hard hit. But neither Ward Valley nor I nor my associates feel that we owe you anything." Daylight pointed at the heap of receipts and stubs on the table. "That all represents $10,027,042.68 hard cash. Ain't it good for anything here?" Letton smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Daylight looked at Dowsett and murmured, "I guess that story of mine had some meaning after all." He laughed in a sickly fashion. "It was your deal, all right, and you-all dole them right, too. Well, I ain't kicking. I'm like the player in the poker game. It was your deal, and you-all had a right to do your best, and you done it.
Cleaned me out slicker'n a whistle." He gazed at the heap on the table with an air of stupefaction. "And that all ain't worth the paper it's written on. Gol dast it, you all can sure deal 'em round when you get a chance. Oh, no, I ain't a kicking. It was your deal, and you all certainly done me, and a man ain't half a man that squeals on another man's deal. And now the hand is played out, and the cards are on the table, and the deal's over, but" his hand dipping swiftly into his inside breast pocket appeared with a big Colt's automatic. "As I was saying, the old deal's finished. Now it's my deal, and I'm going to see if I can hold them four aces." "Take your hand away, you white sepulchre!" he cried sharply. Nathaniel Letton's hand, creeping toward the push button on the desk, was abruptly arrested. "Change chairs," Daylight commanded. "Take that chair over there, you gangrene-livered skunk. Jump, by God, or I'll make you leak till folks think your father was a water hydrant and your mother a sprinkling cart. You all move your chair alongside, Guggenhammer, and you all, Dowsett, sit right there while I just irreverently explain the virtues of this here automatic. She's loaded for big game, and she goes off 8 times. She's sure a hummer when she gets started." Preliminary remarks being over, I now proceed to deal. Remember, I ain't making no remarks about your deal. You done your darnest, and it was all right. But this is my deal, and it's up to me to do my darndest. In the first place, you all know me. I'm Burning Daylight, savvy? Ain't afraid of God, devil, death, nor destruction. Them's my four aces, and they sure cooper your bets. Look at that there living skeleton, Letton. You're sure afraid to die. Your bones is all rattling together, you're that scared. And look at that fat Jew there. The little weapon sure put the fear of God in his heart. He's yellow as a sick persimmon. Dowsett, you're a cool one. You ain't batted an eye nor turned a hair. That's because you're great on arithmetic, and that makes you all dead easy in this deal of mine. You're sitting there and adding 2 and 2 together, and you all know I sure got you skinned. You know me, and that I ain't afraid of nothing, and you all adds up all your money, and you knows you ain't going to die if you can help it." "I'll see you hanged," was Dowsett's retort. "Not by a damn sight. When the fun starts, you're the first I plug. I'll hang all right, but you all won't live to see it. You all die here now while I die subject to the law's delay. Savvy? Being dead, with grass growing out of your carcasses, you won't know when I hang, but I'll sure have the pleasure a long time of knowing you all beat me to it." Daylight paused. "You surely wouldn't kill us?" Letton asked in a queer, thin voice. Daylight shook his head. "It's sure too expensive. You all ain't worth it. I'd sooner have my chips back, and I guess you all'd sooner give my chips back than go to the dead house." A long silence followed. "Well, I've done dealt. It's up to you all to play. But while you're deliberating, I want to give you all a warning. If that door opens and any one of you cusses lets on there's anything unusual, right here and then I sure start plugging. There ain't a soul that'll get out the room except feet first." A long session of 3 hours followed. The deciding factor was not the big automatic pistol, but the certitude that Daylight would use it. Not alone were the 3 men convinced of this, but Daylight himself was convinced. He was firmly resolved to kill the men if his money was not forthcoming. It was not an easy matter on the spur of the moment to raise 10 millions in paper currency, and there were vexatious delays. A dozen times Mr. Howerson and the head clerk were summoned into the room. On these occasions the pistol lay on Daylight's lap, covered carelessly by a newspaper, while he was usually engaged in rolling or lighting his brown paper cigarettes. But in the end the thing was accomplished. A suitcase was brought up by one of the clerks from the waiting motor car, and Daylight snapped it shut on the last package of bills. He paused at the door to make his final remarks.
There's three several things I sure want to tell you-all. When I get outside this door, you-all be set free to act. And I just want to warn you-all about what to do. In the first place, no warrants for my arrest, savvy? This money's mine, and I ain't robbed you of it. If it gets out how you gave me the double cross and how I done you back again, the laugh'll be on you, and it'll sure be an almighty big laugh. You can't afford that laugh. Besides, having got back my stake that you-all robbed me of, if you arrest me and try to rob me a second time, I'll go gunning for you-all, and I'll sure get you. No little fraid cat shrimps like you can skin Burning Daylight. If you win, you lose, and there'll sure be some several unexpected funerals around this burg. Just look me in the eye, and you-all savvy I mean business. Them stubs and receipts on the table is all yourn. Good day." As the door shut behind him, Nathaniel Letton sprang for the telephone, and Dowsett intercepted him. "What are you going to do?" Dowsett demanded. "The police! It's downright robbery. I won't stand it. I tell you I won't stand it." Dawson smiled grimly, but at the same time bore the slender financier back and down into his chair. "We'll talk it over," he said, and in Leon Guggenhammer he found an anxious ally. And nothing ever came of it. The thing remained a secret with the three men, nor did Daylight ever give the secret away, though that afternoon, leaning back in his stateroom at the 20th Century, his shoes off and feet on a chair, he chuckled long and heartily. New York remained forever puzzled over the affair, nor could it hit upon a rational explanation. By all rights, Burning Daylight should have gone broke, yet it was known that he immediately reappeared in San Francisco, possessing an apparently unimpaired capital. This was evidenced by the magnitude of the enterprises he engaged in, such as, for instance, Panama Mail, by sheer weight of money and fighting power wresting the control away from Shiftily and selling out in 2 months to the Harriman interests at a rumored enormous advance. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Back in San Francisco, Daylight quickly added to his reputation. In ways it was not an enviable reputation. Men were afraid of him. He became known as a fighter, a fiend, a tiger. His play was a ripping and smashing one, and no one knew where or how his next blow would fall. The element of surprise was large. He balked on the unexpected, and fresh from the wild North, his mind not operating in stereotyped channels, he was able in unusual degree to devise new tricks and stratagems. And once he won the advantage, he pressed it remorselessly. As relentless as a red Indian was said of him, and it was said truly. On the other hand, he was known as square. His word was as good as his bond, and this despite the fact that he accepted nobody's word. He always shied at a proposition based on a gentleman's agreement, and a man who'd ventured his honor as a gentleman in dealing with Daylight inevitably was treated to an unpleasant time. Daylight never gave his own word unless he held the whip hand. It was a case with the other fellow taking it or nothing. Legitimate investment had no place in Daylight's play. It tied up his money and reduced the element of risk. It was the gambling side of business that fascinated him, and the play in his slashing manner required that his money must be ready to hand. It was never tied up save for short intervals, for he was principally engaged in turning it over and over, raiding here and there and everywhere, a veritable pirate of the financial main. A 5% safe investment had no attraction for him, but to risk millions in sharp, harsh skirmish, standing to lose everything or to win 50 or 100% was the savor of life to him. He played according to the rules of the game, but he played mercilessly. When he got a man or a corporation down and they squealed, he gouged no less hard. Appeals for financial mercy fell on deaf ears. He was a free lance, and he had no friendly business associations. Such alliances as were formed from time to time were purely affairs of expediency, and he regarded his allies as men who would give him the double cross or ruin him if a profitable chance presented. In spite of this point of view, he was faithful to his allies. But he was faithful just as long as they were, and no longer. The treason had to come from them, and then it was, where Daylight? The businessmen and financiers of the Pacific Coast never forgot the lesson of Charles Klinkner and the California and Altamont Trust Company. Klinkner was the president. In partnership with Daylight, the pair raided the San Jose Interurban. The powerful Lake Power and Electric Lighting Corporation came to the rescue, and Klinkner, seeing what he thought was the opportunity, went over to the enemy in the thick of the pitched battle. Daylight lost $3 millions before he was done with it, and before he was done with it, he saw the California and Altamont Trust Company hopelessly wrecked, and Charles Klinkner a suicide in a felon's cell. Not only did Daylight lose his grip on San Jose Interurban, but in the crash of his battlefront he lost heavily all along the line. It was conceded by those competent to judge that he could have compromised and saved much, but instead he deliberately threw up the battle with San Jose Interurban and Lake Power, and apparently defeated, with Napoleonic suddenness struck at Klinkner. It was the last unexpected thing Klinkner would have dreamed of, and Daylight knew it. He knew further that the California and Altamont Trust Company has an intrinsically sound institution, but that just then it was in a precarious condition due to Klinkner's speculations with its money. He knew also that in a few months the trust company would be more firmly on its feet than ever, thanks to those same speculations, and that if he were to strike, he must strike immediately. It was just that much money in pocket and a whole lot more, he was reported to have said in connection with his heavy losses. It was just so much insurance against the future. Henceforth, men who go in with me on deals will think twice before they try to double-cross me, and then some. The reason for his savageness was that he despised the men with whom he played. He had a conviction that not one in 100 of them was intrinsically square, and as for the square ones, he prophesied that, playing in a crooked game, they were sure to lose and in the long run go broke. His New York experience had opened his eyes. He tore the veils of illusion from the business game and saw its nakedness. He generalized upon industry and society somewhat as follows. Society as organized was a vast bunco game. There were many hereditary inefficients, men and women who were not weak enough to be confined in feeble-minded homes, but who were not strong enough to be aught else than hewers of wood and drawers of water. Then there were the fools who took the organized bunco game seriously, honoring and respecting it. They were easy game for the others, who saw clearly and knew the bunco game for what it was. Work, legitimate work, was the source of all wealth. That was to say, whether it was a sack of potatoes, a grand piano, or a 7-passenger touring car, it came into being only by the performance of work. Where the bunco came in was in the distribution of these things after labor had created them. He failed to see the horny-handed sons of toil enjoying grand pianos or riding in automobiles. How this came about was explained by the bunco. By tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, men sat up nights and schemed how they could get between the workers
and the things the workers produced. These schemers were the business men. When they got between the worker and his product, they took a whack out of it for themselves. The size of the whack was determined by no rule of equity, but by their own strength and swinishness. It was always a case of all the traffic can bear. He saw all men in the business game doing this. One day, in a mellow mood, induced by a string of cocktails and a hearty lunch, he started a conversation with Jones, the elevator boy. Jones was a slender, mop-headed, man-grown, truculent flame of an individual who seemed to go out of his way to insult his passengers. It was this that attracted Daylight's interest, and he was not long in finding out what was the matter with Jones. He was a proletarian, according to his own aggressive classification, and he had wanted to write for a living. Failing to win with the magazines, and compelled to find himself in food and shelter, he had gone to the little valley of Pacheco, not 100 miles from Los Angeles. Here, toiling in the daytime, he planned to write and study at night. But the railroad charged all the traffic would bear. Pacheco was a desert valley and produced only three things: cattle, firewood, and charcoal. For freight to Los Angeles on a carload of cattle, the railroad charged $8. This, Jones explained, was due to the fact that the cattle had legs and could be driven to Los Angeles at a cost equivalent to the charge per carload. But firewood had no legs, and the railroad charged just precisely $24 a carload. This was a fine adjustment, for by working hammer and tongs through a 12-hour day, after freight had been deducted from the selling price of the wood in Los Angeles, the wood chopper received $1.60. Jones had thought to get ahead of the game by turning his wood into charcoal. His estimates were satisfactory, but the railroad also made estimates. It issued a rate of $42 a car on charcoal. At the end of 3 months, Jones went over his figures and found that he was still making $1.60 a day. So I quit, Jones concluded. I went hobbling for a year, and I got back at the railroads. Leaving out the little things, I came across the Sierras in the summer and touched a match to the snow sheds. They only had a little $30,000 fire. I guess that squared up all balances due on Pacheco. Son, ain't you afraid to be turning loose such information? Daylight gravely demanded. Not on your life, quoth Jones. They can't prove it. You could say I said so, and I could say I didn't say so, and a hell of a lot that evidence would amount to with a jury. Daylight went into his office and meditated a while. That was it. All the traffic would bear. From top to bottom, that was the rule of the game. And what kept the game going was the fact that a sucker was born every minute. If a Jones were born every minute, the game wouldn't last very long. Lucky for the players that the workers weren't Joneses. But there were other and larger phases of the game. Little businessmen, shopkeepers, and such ilk took what whack they could out of the product of the worker. But after all, it was the large businessmen who formed the workers through the little businessmen. When all was said and done, the latter, like Jones in Pacheco Valley, had no more than wages out of their whack. In truth, they were hired men for the large businessmen. Still again, higher up were the big fellows. They used vast and complicated paraphernalia for the purpose, on a large scale, of getting between hundreds of thousands of workers and their products. These men were not so much mere robbers as gamblers, and not content with their direct winnings, being essentially gamblers, they rated one another. They called this feature of the game high finance. They were all engaged primarily in robbing the worker, but every little while they formed combinations and robbed one another of the accumulated loot. This explained the $50,000 raid on him by Holdsworthy and the $10 million raid on him by Dowsett, Letton, and Guggenhammer. And when he raided Panama mail he had done exactly the same thing. Well, he concluded, it was finer sport robbing the robbers than robbing the poor, stupid workers. Thus, all unread in philosophy, Daylight preempted for himself the position and vocation of a 20th century Superman. He found, with rare and mythical exceptions, that there was no noblesse oblige among the business and financial supermen. As a clever traveler had announced in an after-dinner speech at the Alta Pacific, there was honor among thieves, and this was what distinguished thieves from honest men. That was it. It hit the nail on the head. These modern supermen were a lot of sordid banditti who had the successful effrontery to preach a code of right and wrong to their victims which they themselves did not practice. With them a man's word was good just as long as he was compelled to keep it. Thou shalt not steal was only applicable to the honest worker. They, the supermen, were above such commandments. They certainly stole and were honored by their fellows according to the magnitude of their stealings. The more Daylight played the game, the clearer the situation grew. Despite the fact that every robber was keen to rob every other robber, the band was well organized. It practically controlled the political machinery of society, from the ward politician up to the Senate of the United States. It passed laws that gave it privilege to rob. It enforced these laws by means of the police, the marshals, the militia, and the regular army, and the courts. And it was a snap. A Superman's chiefest danger was his fellow Superman. The great stupid mass of the people did not count. They were constituted of such inferior clay that the veriest chicanery fooled them. The Superman manipulated the strings, and when robbery of the workers became too slow or monotonous, they turned loose and robbed one another. Daylight was philosophical, but not a philosopher. He had never read the books. He was a hard-headed, practical man, and farthest from him was any intention of ever reading the books. He had lived life in the simple, where books were not necessary for an understanding of life, and now life in the complex appeared just as simple. He saw through its frauds and fictions, and found it as elemental as on the Yukon. Men were made of the same stuff. They had the same passions and desires. Finance was poker on a larger scale. The men who played were the men who had stakes. The workers were the fellows toiling for grub stakes. He saw the game played out accordingly to the everlasting rules, and he played a hand himself. The gigantic futility of humanity organized and befuddled by the bandits did not shock him. It was the natural order. Practically all human endeavors were futile. He had seen so much of it. His partners had starved and died on the Stewart. Hundreds of old-timers had failed to locate on Bonanza and El Dorado, while Swedes and Chechakoes had come in on the moose pasture and blindly staked millions. It was life, and life was a savage proposition at best. Men in civilization robbed because they were so made. They robbed just as cats scratched, famine pinched, and frost bit. So it was that Daylight became a successful financier. He did not go in for swindling the workers. Not only did he not have the heart for it, but it did not strike him as a sporting proposition. The workers were so easy, so stupid. It was almost like slaughtering fat, hand-reared pheasants on the English preserves he had heard about. The sport to him was in waylaying the successful robbers and taking their spoils from them. There was fun and excitement in that, and sometimes they put up the very devil of a fight. Like Robin Hood of old, Daylight proceeded to rob the rich, and in small way to distribute to the needy. But he was charitable after his own fashion. The great mass of human misery meant nothing to him. That was part of the everlasting order. He had no patience with the organized charities and the professional charity mongers. Nor, on the other hand, was what he gave a conscious dole. He owed no man, and restitution was unthinkable. What he gave was a largesse, a free, spontaneous gift, and it was for those about him. He never contributed to an earthquake fund in Japan, nor to an open air fund in New York City. Instead, he financed Jones, the elevator boy, for a year that he might write a book. When he learned that the wife of his waiter at the St. Francis was suffering from tuberculosis, he sent her to Arizona, and later, when her case was declared hopeless, he sent the husband too, to be with her to the end. Likewise, he bought a string of horsehair bridles from a convict in a Western penitentiary, who spread the good news until it seemed to Daylight that half the convicts in that institution were making bridles for him. He bought them all, paying from $20 to $50 each for them. They were beautiful and honest things, and he decorated all the available wall space of his bedroom with them. The grim Yukon life had failed to make Daylight hard. It required civilization to produce this result. In the fierce, savage game he now played, his habitual geniality imperceptibly slipped away from him, as did his lazy Western drawl. His speech became sharp and nervous. So did his mental processes. In the swift rush of the game, he found less and less time to spend on being merely good-natured. The change marked his face itself. The lines grew sterner. Less often appeared the playful curl of his lips, the smile in the wrinkling corners of his eyes. The eyes themselves, black and flashing like an Indian's, betrayed glints of cruelty and brutal consciousness of power. His tremendous vitality remained and radiated from all his being. But it was vitality under the new aspect of the man-trampling, man-conqueror. His battles with elemental nature had been, in a way, impersonal. His present battles were wholly with the male of his species, and the hardships of the trail, the river, and the frost marred him far less than the bitter keenness of the struggle with his fellows. He still had recrudescence of geniality, but they were largely periodical and forced, and they were usually due to cocktails he took prior to meal time. In the North he had drunk deeply and at irregular intervals, but now his drinking became systematic and disciplined. It was an unconscious development, but it was based upon physical and mental condition. The cocktail served as an inhibition. Without reasoning or thinking about it, the strain of the office, which was essentially due to the daring and audacity of his ventures, required check or cessation, and he found, through the weeks and months, that the cocktail supplied this very thing. They constituted a stone wall. He never drank during the morning nor in office hours, but the instant he left the office, he proceeded to rear this wall of alcohol inhibition athwart his consciousness. The office became immediately a closed affair. It ceased to exist. In the afternoon, after lunch, it lived again for 1 or 2 hours, when, leaving it, he rebuilt the wall of inhibition. Of course there were exceptions to this, and such was the rigor of his discipline that if he had a dinner or a conference before him in which, in a business way, he encountered enemies or allies and planned to prosecute campaigns, he abstained from drinking. But the instant the business was settled, his everlasting call went out for a martini, and for a double martini at that, served in a long glass, so as not to excite comment. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Burning Daylight by Jack London.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Into Daylight's life came Dede Mason. She came rather imperceptibly. He had accepted her impersonally along with the office furnishings, the office boy, Morrison, the chief, confidential, and only clerk, and all the rest of the accessories of a superman's gambling place of business. Had he been asked any time during the first months she was in his employ, he would have been unable to tell the color of her eyes. From the fact that she was a demi-blonde, there resided dimly in his subconsciousness a conception that she was a brunette. Likewise, he had an idea that she was not thin, while there was an absence in his mind of any idea that she was fat. As to how she dressed, he had no ideas at all. He had no trained eye in such matters, nor was he interested. He took it for granted, in the lack of any impression to the contrary, that she was dressed somehow. He knew her as Miss Mason, and that was all, though he was aware that as a stenographer she seemed quick and accurate. This impression, however, was quite vague, for he had no experience with other stenographers, and naturally believed that they were all quick and accurate. One morning, signing up letters, he came upon an "I shall." Glancing quickly over the page for similar constructions, he found a number of "I wills." The "I shall" was alone. It stood out conspicuously. He pressed the call bell twice, and a moment later Dede Mason entered. "Did I say that, Miss Mason?" he asked, extending the letter to her and pointing out the criminal phrase. A shade of annoyance crossed her face. She stood convicted. "My mistake," she said. "I'm sorry, but it's not a mistake, you know," she added quickly. "How do you make that out?" challenged Daylight. "It sure don't sound right, in my way of thinking." She had reached the door by this time, and now turned the offending letter in her hand. "It's right just the same." "But that would make all those 'I wills' wrong, then," he argued. "It does," was her audacious answer. "Shall I change them?" "I shall be over to look up that affair on Monday." Daylight repeated the sentence from the letter aloud. He did it with a grave, serious air, listening intently to the sound of his own voice. He shook his head. "It don't sound right, Miss Mason. It just don't sound right. Why, nobody writes to me that way. They all say 'I will.' Educated men, too, some of them. Ain't that so?" "Yes," she acknowledged, and passed out to her machine to make the correction. It chanced that day that among several men with whom he sat at luncheon was a young Englishman, a mining engineer. Had it happened at any other time, it would have passed unnoticed. But, fresh from the tilt with his stenographer, Daylight was struck immediately by the Englishman's "I shall." Several times in the course of the meal the phrase was repeated, and Daylight was certain there was no mistake about it. After luncheon he cornered McIntosh, one of the members whom he knew to have been a college man, because of his football reputation. "Look here, Bunny," Daylight demanded, "which is right? I shall be over to look that affair up on Monday, or I will be over to look that affair up on Monday?" The ex-football captain debated painfully for a minute. "Blessed if I know," he confessed. "Which way do I say it?" "Oh, I will, of course." "Then the other is right, depend upon it. I was always rotten on grammar." On the way back to the office, Daylight dropped into a bookstore and bought a grammar, and for a solid hour, his feet up on the desk, he toiled through its pages. "Knock off my head with little apples if the girl ain't right," he communed aloud at the end of the session. For the first time it struck him that there was something about his stenographer. He had accepted her up to then as a female creature and a bit of office furnishing, but now, having demonstrated that she knew more grammar than did business men and college graduates, she became an individual. She seemed to stand out in his consciousness as conspicuously as the "I shall" had stood out on the typed page, and he began to take notice. He managed to watch her leaving that afternoon, and he was aware for the first time that she was well formed and that her manner of dress was satisfying. He knew none of the details of women's dress, and he saw none of the details of her neat shirtwaist and well-cut tailor suit. He saw only the effect in a general, sketchy way. She looked right. This was in the absence of anything wrong or out of the way. "She's a trim little good looker," was his verdict when the outer office door closed on her. The next morning, dictating, he concluded that he liked the way she did her hair, though for the life of him he could have given no description of it. The impression was pleasing, that was all. She sat between him and the window, and he noted that her hair was light brown with hints of golden bronze. A pale sun shining in touched the golden bronze into smoldering fires that were very pleasing to behold. Funny, he thought, that he had never observed this phenomenon before. In the midst of the letter he came to the construction which had caused the trouble the day before. He remembered to wrestle with the grammar and dictated, "I shall meet you halfway this proposition." Miss Mason gave a quick look up at him. The action was purely involuntary, and in fact had been half a startle of surprise. The next instant her eyes dropped again, and she sat waiting to go on with the dictation. But in that moment of her glance, Daylight had noted that her eyes were gray. He was later to learn that at times there were golden lights in those same gray eyes, but he had seen enough as it was to surprise him, for he became suddenly aware that he had always taken her for a brunette with brown eyes, as a matter of course. "You were right after all," he confessed with a sheepish grin that sat incongruously on his stern, Indian-like features. Again he was rewarded by an upward glance and an acknowledging smile, and this time he verified the fact that her eyes were gray. "But it don't sound right just the same," he complained. At this she laughed outright. "I beg your pardon," she hastened to make amends, and then spoiled it by adding, "but you are so funny." Daylight began to feel a slight awkwardness, and the sun would persist in setting her hair a smoldering. "I didn't mean to be funny," he said. "That was why I laughed, but it's right and perfectly good grammar." "All right," he sighed. "I shall meet you halfway in this proposition. Got that?" And the dictation went on. He discovered that in the intervals when she had nothing to do, she read books and magazines, or worked on some sort of feminine fancy work. Passing her desk once, he picked up a volume of Kipling's poems and glanced bepuzzled through the pages. "You like reading, Miss Mason?" he said, laying down the book. "Oh, yes," was her answer, "very much." Another time it was a book of Wells, The Wheels of Change. "What's it all about?" Daylight asked. "Oh, it's just a novel, a love story." She stopped, but he still stood waiting, and she felt it incumbent to go on. "It's about a little Cockney draper's assistant who takes a vacation on his bicycle and falls in love with a young girl very much above him. Her mother is a popular writer and all that, and the situation is very curious and sad, too, and tragic. Would you care to read it?" "Does he get her?" Daylight demanded. "No, that's the point of it. He wasn't." "And he doesn't get her, and you've read all them pages, hundreds of them, to find that out?" Daylight muttered in amazement. Miss Mason was nettled as well as amused. "But you read the mining and financial news by the hour," she retorted. "But I sure get something out of that. It's business, and it's different. I get money out of it. What do you get out of books?" "Points of view, new ideas, life." "Not worth a cent cash." "But life's worth more than cash," she argued. "Oh, well," he said, with easy masculine tolerance, "so long as you enjoy it, that's what counts, I suppose. And there's no accounting for taste." Despite his own superior point of view, he had an idea that she knew a lot, and he experienced a fleeting feeling like that of a barbarian face to face with the evidence
of some tremendous culture. To Daylight, culture was a worthless thing, and yet somehow he was vaguely troubled by a sense that there was more in culture than he imagined. Again on her desk in passing, he noticed a book with which he was familiar. This time he did not stop, for he had recognized the cover. It was a magazine correspondence book on the Klondike, and he knew that he and his photograph figured in it, and he knew, also, of a certain sensational chapter concerned with a woman's suicide, and one with too much daylight. After that, he did not talk with her again about books. He imagined what erroneous conclusions she had drawn from that particular chapter, and it stung him the more in that they were undeserved. Of all the unlikely things, to have the reputation of being a lady killer, he, Burning Daylight, and to have a woman kill herself out of love for him. He felt that he was a most unfortunate man, and wondered by what luck that one book of all the thousands of books should have fallen into a stenographer's hands. For some days afterwards he had an uncomfortable sensation of guiltiness whenever he was in Miss Mason's presence. And once he was positive that he caught her looking at him with a curious, intent gaze, as if studying what manner of man he was. He pumped Morrison, the clerk, who had first to vent his personal grievance against Miss Mason before he could tell what little he knew of her. She comes from Siskiyou County. She's very nice to work with in the office, of course, but she's rather stuck on herself, exclusive, you know. How do you make that out? Daylight queried. Well, she thinks too much of herself to associate with those she works with, in the office here, for instance. She won't have anything to do with a fellow, you see. I've asked her out repeatedly, to the theater and the shoots and such things, but nothing doing. She says she likes plenty of sleep and can't stay up late, and has to go all the way to Berkeley. That's where she lives. This phase of the report gave Daylight a distinct satisfaction. She was a bit above the ordinary, and no doubt about it. But Morrison's next words carried a hurt. But that's all hot air. She's running with the university boys, that's what she's doing. She needs lots of sleep and can't go to the theater with me, but she can dance all hours with them. I've heard it pretty straight that she goes to all their hops and such things. Rather stylish and high-toned for a stenographer, I'd say. And she keeps a horse, too. She rides astride all over those hills out there. I saw her one Sunday myself. Oh, she's a high flyer, and I wonder how she does it. 65 a month doesn't go far. Then she has a sick brother, too. Live with her people? Daylight asked. No, hasn't got any. They were well-to-do, I've heard. They must have been, or that brother of hers couldn't have gone to the University of California. Her father had a big cattle ranch, but he got to fooling with mines or something, and went broke before he died. Her mother died long before that. Her brother must cost a lot of money. He was a husky once, played football, was great on hunting and being out in the mountains and such things. He got his accident breaking horses, and then rheumatism or something got into him. One leg is shorter than the other and withered up some. He has to walk on crutches. I saw her out with him once, crossing the ferry. The doctors have been experimenting on him for years, and he's in the French hospital now, I think. All of which sidelights on Miss Mason went to increase Daylight's interest in her. Yet, much as he desired, he failed to get acquainted with her. He had thoughts of asking her to luncheon, but his was the innate chivalry of the frontiersman, and the thoughts never came to anything. He knew a self-respecting, square-dealing man was not supposed to take his stenographer to luncheon. Such things did happen, he knew, for he heard the chaffing gossip of the club, but he did not think much of such men and felt sorry for the girls. He had a strange notion that a man had less rights over those he employed than over mere acquaintances or strangers. Thus, had Miss Mason not been his employee, He was confident that he would have had her to luncheon or to the theater in no time. But he felt that it was an imposition for an employer, because he bought the time of an employee in working hours, to presume in any way upon any of the rest of that employee's time. To do so was to act like a bully. The situation was unfair. It was taking advantage of the fact that the employee was dependent on one for a livelihood. The employee might permit the imposition through fear of angering the employer, and not through any personal inclination at all. In his own case, he felt that such an imposition would be peculiarly obnoxious. For had she not read that cursed Klondike correspondence book? A pretty idea she must have him, a girl that was too high-toned to have anything to do with a good-looking, gentlemanly fellow like Morrison. Also, and down under all his other reasons, Daylight was timid. The only thing he had ever been afraid of in his life was women, and he had been afraid all his life. Nor was that timidity to be put easily to flight, now that he felt the first glimmering need and desire for a woman. The specter of the apron string still haunted him, and helped him to find excuses for getting on no forwarder with Dede Mason. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Burning Daylight by Jack London. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not being favored by chance in getting acquainted with Dede Mason, Daylight's interest in her slowly waned. This was but natural, for he was plunged deep in hazardous operations, and the fascination of the game and the magnitude of it accounted for all the energy that even his magnificent organism could generate. Such was his absorption that the pretty stenographer slowly and imperceptibly faded from the forefront of his consciousness. Thus the first faint spur, in the best sense, of his need for woman ceased to prod. So far as Dede Mason was concerned, he possessed no more than a complacent feeling of satisfaction in that he had a very nice stenographer, and, completely to put the quietus on any last lingering hopes he might have had of her, he was in the thick of a spectacular and intensely bitter fight with the Coastwise Steam Navigation Company and the Hawaiian, Nicaraguan, and Pacific Mexican Steamship Company. He stirred up a bigger muss than he had anticipated, and even he was astounded at the wide ramifications of the struggle and at the unexpected and incongruous interests that were drawn into it. Every newspaper in San Francisco turned upon him. It was true, one or two of them had first intimated that they were open to subsidization, but Daylight's judgment was that the situation did not warrant such expenditure. Up to this time the press had been amusingly tolerant and good-naturedly sensational about him, but now he was to learn what virulent scrupulousness an antagonized press was capable of. Every episode of his life was resurrected to serve as foundations for malicious fabrications. Daylight was frankly amazed at the new interpretation put upon all he had accomplished and the deeds he had done. From an Alaskan hero, he was metamorphed into an Alaskan bully, liar, desperado, and all-around bad man. Not content with this, lies upon lies, out of whole cloth, were manufactured about him. He never replied, though once he went to the extent of disburdening his mind to half a dozen reporters. "Do your damnedest," he told them. "Burning Daylight's bucked bigger things than your dirty, lying sheets. And I don't blame you, boys. That is, not much. You can't help it. You've got to live. There's a mighty lot of women in this world that make their living in a similar fashion to yours, because they're not able to do anything better. Somebody's got to do the dirty work, and it might as well be you. You're paid for it, and you ain't got the backbone to rustle cleaner jobs." The socialist press of the city jubilantly exploited this utterance scattering it broadcast over San Francisco in tens of thousands of paper dodgers. And the journalists, stung to the quick, retaliated with the only means in their power, printer's ink abuse. The attack became bitterer than ever. The whole affair sank to deeper depths of rancor and savageness. The poor woman who had killed herself was dragged out of her grave and paraded on thousands of reams of paper as a martyr and a victim of Daylight's ferocious brutality. Staid statistical articles were published, proving that he had made his start by robbing poor miners of their claims, and that the capstone to his fortune had been put in place by his treacherous violation of faith with the Guggenhammers in the deal on Ophir. And there were editorials written in which he was called an enemy of society, possessed of the manners and culture of a caveman, a fomenter of wasteful business troubles, the destroyer of the city's prosperity in commerce and trade, an anarchist of dire menace. And one editorial gravely recommended that hanging would be a lesson to him and his ilk, and concluded with the fervent hope that some day his big motor car would smash up and smash him with it. He was like a big bear raiding a beehive, and regardless of the stings, he obstinately persisted in pawing for the honey. He gritted his teeth and struck back. Beginning with a raid on 2 steamship companies, it developed into a pitched battle with a city, a state, and a continental coastline. Very well, they wanted fight, and they would get it. It was what he wanted, and he felt justified in having come down from the Klondike, for here he was gambling at a bigger table than ever the Yukon had supplied. Allied with him on a splendid salary, with princely pickings thrown in, was a lawyer, Larry Hegan, a young Irishman with a reputation to make, and whose peculiar genius had been unrecognized until Daylight picked up with him. Hegan had Celtic imagination and daring, and to such a degree that Daylight's cooler head was necessary as a check on his wilder visions. Hagen's was a Napoleonic legal mind without balance, and it was just this balance that Daylight supplied. Alone, the Irishman was doomed to failure, but directed by Daylight, he was on the high road to fortune and recognition. Also, he was possessed of no more personal or civic conscience than Napoleon. It was Hegan who guided Daylight through the intricacies of modern politics, labor organization, and commercial and corporation law. It was Hegan, prolific of resource and suggestion, who opened Daylight's eyes to undreamed possibility in 20th century warfare. And it was Daylight, rejecting, accepting, and elaborating, who planned the campaigns and prosecuted them. With the Pacific coast from Puget Sound to Panama buzzing and humming, and with San Francisco furiously about his ears, the 2 big steamship companies had all the appearance of winning. It looked as if Burning Daylight was being beaten slowly to his knees. And then he struck at the steamship companies, at San Francisco, at the whole Pacific coast. It was not much of a blow at first. A Christian Endeavor convention being held in San Francisco, a row was started by Express Drivers Union number 927 over the handling of a small heap of baggage at the ferry building. A few heads were broken, a score of arrests made, and the baggage was delivered. No one would have guessed that behind this petty wrangle was the fine Irish hand of Hegan, made potent by the Klondike gold of Burning Daylight. It was an insignificant affair at best, or so it seemed. But the Teamsters Union took up the quarrel, backed by the whole Waterfront Federation. Step by step, the strike became involved. A refusal of cooks and waiters to serve scab Teamsters or Teamsters employers brought out the cooks and waiters. The butchers and meat cutters refused to handle meat destined for unfair restaurants. The Combined Employers Association put up a solid front, and found facing them the 40,000 organized laborers of San Francisco. The restaurant bakers and the bakery wagon drivers struck, followed by the milkers, milk drivers, and chicken pickers. The building trades asserted its position in unambiguous terms, and all San Francisco was in turmoil. But still, it was only San Francisco. Hegan's intrigues were masterly, and Daylight's campaign steadily developed. The powerful fighting organization known as the Pacific Slope Seamen's Union refused to work vessels, the cargoes of which were to be handled by scab longshoremen and freight handlers. The union presented its ultimatum and then called a strike. This had been Daylight's objective all the time. Every incoming coastwise vessel was boarded by union officials and its crew sent ashore. And with the seamen went the firemen, the engineers, and the sea cooks and waiters. Daily the number of idle steamers increased. It was impossible to get scab crews, for the men of the Seamen's Union were fighters trained in the hard school of the sea, and when they went out, it meant blood and death to scabs. This phase of the strike spread up and down the entire Pacific coast, until all ports were filled with idle ships and sea transportation was at a standstill. The days and weeks dragged out, and the strike held. The Coastwise Steam Navigation Company and the Hawaiian, Nicaraguan, and Pacific Mexican Steamship Company were tied up completely. The expenses of combating the strike were tremendous, and they were earning nothing, while daily the situation went from bad to worse, until peace at any price became the cry. And still there was no peace until Daylight and his allies played out their hand, raked in the winnings, and allowed a goodly portion of a continent to resume business. It was noted in following years that several leaders of workmen built themselves houses and blocks of renting flats and took trips to the old countries, while more immediately other leaders and dark horses came to political preferment and the control of the municipal government and the municipal moneys. In fact, San Francisco's boss-ridden condition was due in greater degree to Daylight's wide-spreading battle than even San Francisco ever dreamed. For the part he had played, the details of which were practically all rumor and guesswork, quickly leaked out, and in consequence he became a much execrated and well-hated man. Nor had Daylight himself dreamed that his raid on the steamship companies would have grown to such colossal proportions. But he had got what he was after. He had played an exciting hand and won, beating the steamship companies down into the dust and mercilessly robbing the stockholders by perfectly legal methods before he let go. Of course, in addition to the large sums of money he had paid over, his allies had rewarded themselves by gobbling the advantages which later enabled them to loot the city. His alliance with a gang of cutthroats had brought about a lot of cutthroating, but his conscience suffered no twinges. He remembered what he had once heard an old preacher utter, namely, that they who rose by the sword perished by the sword. One took his chances when he played with cutting throats, and his, Daylight's throat, was still intact. That was it, and he had won. It was all gamble and war between the strong men. The fools did not count. They were always getting hurt, and that they always had been getting hurt was the conclusion he drew from what little he knew of history. San Francisco had wanted war, and he had given it war. It was the game. All the big fellows did the same, and they did much worse, too. "Don't talk to me about morality and civic duty," he replied to a persistent interviewer. "If you quit your job to-morrow and went to work on another paper, you would write just what you were told to write. It's morality and civic duty now with you. On the new job, it would be backing up a thieving railroad with morality and civic duty, I suppose. Your price, my son, is just about 30 per week. That's what you sell for, but your paper would sell for a bit more. Pay its price today, and it would shift its present rotten policy to some other rotten policy, but it would never let up on morality and civic duty. And all because a sucker is born every minute. So long as the people stand for it, they'll get it good and plenty, my son. And the shareholders and business interests might as well shut up squawking about how much they've been hurt. You never hear ary a squeal out of them when they've got that other fellow down and are gouging him. This is the time they got gouged, and that's all there is to it. Talk about mollycoddles. Son, those same fellows would steal crusts from starving men and pull gold fillings from the mouths of corpses. Yep. And squawk like Sam Scratch if some blamed corpse hit back. They're all tarred with the same brush, little and big. Look at your sugar trust, with all its millions stealing water like a common thief from New York City, and short weighing the government on its phony scales. Morality and civic duty? Son, forget it. End of Part 2, Chapter 7.